Chapter 1065. Inferior Grade Profound Beast, Snake Lion. Based on the information on the map, Xiao Chun immediately identified the incoming creature and felt somewhat suspicious. Xiao Chun was in a safe zone. A profound beast like the snake lion that lived in groups should not appear here alone. Without much time to think, the snake lion with a ferocious look in its eyes spread its wings and flew at Xiao Chun at lightning speed. Wuxia. It arrived quickly and died quickly as well. Xiao Chun casually kicked this inferior grade profound beast, shattering its bones and splattering blood everywhere. If other cultivators saw this scene, their eyeballs would pop out of their sockets. Normally, 2 Grandmaster-level martial sages would be needed to deal with an inferior grade profound beast. With one kick, Xiao Chun exploded it. What a horrifying scene! A suction came from Xiao Chun's palm, and a dark-colored pearl flew into his hand amid the scarlet light. This is a profound core? Xiao Chun sized it up and discovered that the energy it contained was indeed pure. If a Grandmaster-level martial sage directly consumed it and refined it, it would have boundless uses. However, as the blue-robed emperor, Xiao Chun did not care for this inferior-grade profound core at all. Even a superior-grade profound core that an ordinary blue-robed emperor could refine would not be of much use to him. The energy in such a profound core was pure enough. However, there were too many impurities. Expelling the impurities from the body would be problematic. Xiao Chun wondered if Little Yellow Feather would like this profound core. Given the Golden Crow's ability to swallow, it could ignore the impurities completely. If Xiao Chun liked it, he could help it find some snacks to eat to relieve some of his pressure. Just a casual meal cost more than 100,000 black astral coins. No one would be able to accept that. When the little golden crow heard that there was food to eat, it rejoiced and flew out of the immortal spirit ring. It looked pitifully at Xiao Chun, as obedient as it could be. The little golden crow swallowed the profound core in one gulp. From its human-like eyes, it first felt great. Then, it looked like it ate feces, feeling extremely disgusted. Wuxia. The little golden crow spat out a clump of black stuff like it was spitting saliva. When Xiao Chun saw it, he immediately smiled. What it spat out was all impurities. The essence was perfectly absorbed. Not bad, not bad. I'll go look for snacks for you. Hong. The little guy opened its mouth and spat out a stream of flames toward Xiao Chun, showing its great strength. Xiao Chun smiled happily and dodged it easily. Let's see if you still dare to be cocky. In the future, I'll let you eat shit every day. No, it's eating a profound pill. Little Yellow Feather continuously spat out flames at Xiao Chun. However, Xiao Chun easily dodged them. Flustered and exasperated, Little Yellow Feather could only fly back into the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chun, Little Yellow Feather said that you bullied it. What's wrong? Ao Jiao asked in confusion as she consoled the golden crow from the immortal spirit ring. It's nothing. Don't listen to this little guy's nonsense. I'm working hard to find snacks for him. It said you gave it poop. Xiao Chun smiled awkwardly. How is that possible? Do you think the Blue Dragon King is such a narrow-minded person? Then Little Yellow Feather is lying? Definitely. After you teach it a lesson, I'll find some poop for it first. That's not right. It's a profound pill. A profound pill containing immortal chi. Xiao Chun accidentally let the cat out of the bag, so he quickly stopped himself and chased after the snake lion. The desolate ancient city was in ruins. The wind rustled endlessly, and an aura of despair pervaded the place. A white figure leaped between the rubble, going further and further away. The Blue Dragon King had a smile on his face as he bickered with Ao Jiao. There was no sign of despair on his face. Xiao Chun landed firmly and silently on a broken wall. When he saw the scene in front, he revealed an expression of understanding. He now somewhat understood why the snake lion ran out of its territory. A wolf-shaped profound beast covered in pitch-black fur stood on a flat, empty ground, slowly chewing on the corpses of a few snake lions. The black profound wolf was a king-grade inferior-grade profound beast. Most medial-grade profound beasts were no match for it. The ferocious snake lions were like lambs before the black profound wolf, unable to resist at all. Since it was a king-grade inferior-grade profound beast, the immortal beast bloodline it contained would definitely be much purer. The value of its profound core would increase tenfold. My luck is pretty good. Not long after, I ran into a king-grade profound beast. With a smile, Xiao Chun squatted down and sat on the broken wall. Then, he took out the bright moon folding fan and watched the black profound wolf eat with a relaxed expression. As Xiao Chun waited, he tried to sense the astral pearls that he had turned into a small bird flying around. However, he did not find anything, so he withdrew his spiritual sense. The black profound wolf, which was happily eating, did not notice a pair of eyes not far away leisurely waiting for it to finish eating. Finished eating? Before you die, you should be satisfied with a full meal. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. Then, he stood up and announced the black profound wolf's death sentence. Who knew? Something strange happened at this moment. A flying sword descended from the sky, quickly heading for the black profound wolf. It was like a star falling, kicking up a strong wind. Sand and pebbles flew, and dust filled the air. A strong aura spread out, making it difficult to open one's eyes. Xiao Chun squinted slightly. A flying sword. This was a bona fide flying sword, a magic treasure of immortal cultivators. Flying swords were the most commonly used magic treasures of immortal cultivators. There were strong ones and weak ones. The one that descended was clearly not weak. Otherwise, it would not have such a huge commotion. This person would not have dared to risk coming to Despair City. Xiao Chun had often heard that immortal cultivators searching for magic skills in Despair City. He was somewhat surprised to run into one. Could it be that this black profound wolf was extraordinary? Its skeleton contained the markings of a great Tao magic skill? Thinking of this, Xiao Chun's figure flashed backward. Hiding. Xiao Chun had been withdrawing his aura. Otherwise, the black profound wolf would not have been so close to him without discovering him. If Xiao Chun wanted to hide, it would be very hard for the immortal cultivators to find him. As an inferior grade king profound beast, the black profound wolf already possessed the strength of a great grandmaster level martial sage. The person who came should not be able to kill it so easily. Xiao Chun decided to observe first. Dang! The black profound wolf noticed the strange movement. A ferocious light flashed in its eyes as it roared ferociously. Then, the black profound wolf stretched out its palm and smacked the flying sword back, giving off a metallic clang. At this moment, Xiao Chun, who was in the dark, clearly saw the person who arrived. It was a young immortal cultivator who looked to be in his 30s wearing blue Taoist robes. When Xiao Chun saw this person's face, he found it somewhat familiar. After thinking for a while, he was stunned. It is actually him. After the flying sword was smacked back, the blue-robed cultivator clearly suffered some minor injuries. However, immortal cultivators were best at manipulating magic treasures. In a situation where magical powers were hard to find. In a situation where magic skills were hard to find, the combat prowess of immortal cultivators mostly depended on their magic treasures. Indeed, when the blue-robed cultivator saw the flying sword smacked back, he formed hand seals with both hands, and a flaming metal net flew towards the black profound wolf. The flaming metal net grew larger, covering an extremely large area. Seeing that it would not be easy for the black profound wolf to escape, it swung its claws, flickering with a sharp, cold light. Just as the flaming metal net was about to descend, the black profound wolf moved its claws, trying to tear it apart. Who knew? The instant the flaming metal net descended, it suddenly shrank and firmly bound the black profound wolf. As the flames continued to burn, the black profound wolf howled miserably as it struggled with all its might. The flaming metal net looked like it would break at any moment. The blue-robed cultivator did not dare to be careless. He moved his fingers, and a few more flying swords appeared. This time, the black profound wolf could not dodge. The flying swords pierced it and pinned it to the ground. Controlling several magic treasures at the same time, the blue-robed cultivator appeared to be at ease, not flustered at all. He did not rush, waiting for the black profound wolf to bleed dry before putting away the flaming metal net. However, the 7 flying swords hovered in the air, remaining vigilant and cautious. When the blue-robed cultivator landed on the ground, He kicked the black profound wolf and cursed. This beast is really strong. Can even easily smack my life-flying sword back. Fortunately, I recently refined this golden flaming net. Otherwise, I would not be able to subdue this beast. After saying that, the blue-robed cultivator squatted down and formed hand seals with both hands. Light flickered as he gently tapped the black profound wolf's back. Immediately, a strange scene appeared on the black profound wolf's back. Its fur turned transparent and shiny, and flowing white lines appeared on its bones. The blue-robed cultivator rejoiced at first. However, when he saw that it was only white lines, he immediately felt disappointed. Damn! It's another ordinary magic technique. Magic skills are too hard to find. I cannot find a major magic skill. Even a minor magic skill is hard to find. I do have 2 minor magic skills that can be evolved into major magic skills. This fellow Taoist, do you want them? At some point in time, Xiao Chun had already appeared. He happened to be standing outside the line of the 7 flying swords. When the blue-robed cultivator heard the voice, he was startled and quickly retreated. When he saw Xiao Chen's face, his pupils constricted. The blue-robed cultivator pointed, and the 7 swords shot towards Xiao Chun like dragons piercing through the sun. Then he turned and fled. The 7 flying swords formed a line, displaying extraordinary might. Xiao Chun did not dare to be careless. He sent out the beautiful mountain and river painting from his right palm. Xiao Chun first blocked the fleeing blue-robed cultivator. Then, he opened the folding fan in his hand and dealt with the 7 flying swords with all his might. Thousand frost battle snow, jagged bones. Snow flew everywhere, and a cold wind blew. The frost for 500 kilometers around was even colder than the wind and snow. As the folding fan flew, Xiao Chun struck down the 7 flying swords. With his full power, the 7 flying swords were like toys to Xiao Chun. Of course, if it were a great grandmaster-level martial sage, even an outstanding talent, they would not be as relaxed as Xiao Chun. The natal flying sword of a nascent soul cultivator was no joke. On the other side, the beautiful landscape painting and the small world of mountains and rivers had completely suppressed the blue-robed cultivator who had no natal dharma treasure. No matter what kind of magic treasures he used, he found it hard to contend against this immortal equipment that was missing a corner. If he still had his intrinsic flying sword, he might be able to pierce through the painting. But now he was completely helpless. Just as he was about to be sucked into the painting, fear flashed across the eyes of the blue-robed cultivator. He knew better than anyone how terrifying it was to enter the world within the painting. I surrender. Whatever you want to know, I will tell you. The blue-robed cultivator shouted. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and beckoned, and the beautiful mountain and river painting escaped into his palm. This blue-robed cultivator was none other than Xiao Chun, who had been dealing with the eternal heavenly sword school's matters in Hunluo province. The cultivator he encountered had yet to enter the nascent soul realm. Chapter 1066. After so many years, when they met again in Despair City, the other party had already become a nascent soul cultivator. By relying on the might of his magic treasure, he could even kill profound beasts equal to great grandmaster-level martial sages. If not for Xiao Chun improving faster than him, it would be hard to say how things would have turned out. It looks like you still remember me and know that I have something to ask you, Xiao Chun said indifferently. The blue-robed cultivator smiled bitterly and said, How can I not remember? I have been in the eternal heavenly sword school all these years. The Blue Dragon King's name resounds like thunder in my ears. Tell me your name first. Feng Wuxing, as the blue-robed cultivator answered. He carefully looked at the 7 life flying swords that the small carriage struck down. I know a little about immortal cultivation. I know the importance of a life flying sword to a cultivator. If you want your flying swords back, you have to answer my questions honestly. Feng Wuxing knew that the blue-robed cultivator was telling the truth. Otherwise, he would not have been able to use the beautiful mountain and river painting. He said helplessly, Up to you. In any case, they are in your hands. It is impossible for me to run away. Very well. You said that you have been in the eternal heavenly sword school. What have you been doing? Some hesitation appeared in Feng Wuxing's eyes. When he looked up and saw Xiao Chen's cold expression, his heart trembled for some reason. He said, "Nothing much. I just helped with the preparations for refining the True Dragon Life replenishing pill." "Why are you back now? Did you successfully refine the True Dragon Life replenishing pill?" Feng Wuqing smiled and said, "How can that be? With my alchemy skills, I can only make some preparations. Only my master can refine a medicinal pill that surpasses king grade. Now that I have nothing else to do, naturally, there is no need for me to remain there." "Good. Let me ask you another question. Who is the True Dragon Life replenishing pill for?" Feng Wuqing shook his head and said, "I don't know. I was only in charge of filtering and refining the True Dragon remains. I was like an odd job worker." Xiao Chun smiled and said, "Odd job worker? Your master is really incredible. Just a casual odd job worker is already a nascent soul cultivator. He can even kill a black profound wolf by relying on the might of his magic treasure. This teacher of mine is really something. At least, if you go to the Eternal Sky sect now, you won't even know how you died. If you think I'm exaggerating, a few of his prized disciples are also in Despair City. If you run into them, you'll know the truth." Feng Wuqing faintly smiled as he spoke, seemingly intending to provoke a conflict between Xiao Chun and his senior brothers. "I will find out for myself whether it is true or not. You just have to figure out your own situation first. Let me ask you again. How much longer do you need to refine the True Dragon Life replenishing pill?" Xiao Chun asked coldly. "At the very least, 2 years. For such a heaven-defying pill that can change one's fate. Just the collection of the True Dragon's remains took 100 years. Refining it is even more troublesome. Whether or not it will succeed is another matter altogether. Can the True Dragon Life replenishing pill extend physiological lifespan? Of course not. If extending one's natural lifespan is defying the heavens and changing one's fate, then extending one's physiological lifespan is cutting the heavens and seizing fate. They can't be mentioned in the same breath. Don't think too much about it." It looked like this Feng Wuqing also knew that Xiao Chun only had 20 years left to live. His tone sounded like he rejoiced in Xiao Chen's misfortune. Xiao Chun could not be bothered with Feng Wuqing. He waved his hand and said, "Take your flying sword and go. You're letting me go just like that?" Feng Wuqing found this inconceivable. Xiao Chun smiled coldly and said, "What's wrong? You don't want to leave? Or do you want to force me to make you use your trump card before I'm satisfied?" Feng Wuqing felt slightly stunned. Then he smiled and said, "It is good to deal with smart people. Actually, the Eternal Heavenly Sword School does not have any secrets. It is just that my master owes the Eternal Heavenly Sword School's founder a favor. Helping him refine the True Dragon Life replenishing pill can be considered repaying this favor. However, you'd best not think of causing trouble. I'm not exaggerating my master's strength at all. Killing the current you would be easy." After Feng Wuqing said that, he put away his life-flying sword and immediately left. Whether it was true or false, Feng Wuqing could not come to a conclusion. Feng Wuqing had a trump card to protect his life that he could not bear to use. So, Xiao Chun could not force the other party too much. If he forced the other party into a corner and used his trump card, it would be like drawing water with a sieve. At the very least, Xiao Chun now knew some useful information. The founder of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School was indeed not dead. He was still struggling at death's door, waiting for the True Dragon Life replenishing pill to extend his lifespan. As long as the other party was not dead, it would be fine. The clues to the mysterious death of the Thunder King would not disappear. "Xiao Chun, this matter happened several thousand years ago. It is best not to bother about it," Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, advised. Clearly, Ao Jiao was worried that the master that Feng Wuqing mentioned would send Xiao Chun to his death. Xiao Chun smiled and said, "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Feng Wuqing's master might not be easy to deal with, but he is Emperor Wu, who relied on the life-replenishing pill to survive. I might have a chance in 2 years." "Xiao Chun." Ao Jiao continued to try to persuade him. Xiao Chun interrupted. "There's no need to say anything. You know my character. Once I have decided on something, I will not change my mind." Without the broken sword that the Thunder King left behind, I would have died at Sevenhorn Mountain back then. Along the way, I know that I cannot repay you for how you helped me. However, no matter what, I have to do something. The Thunder King died for no reason. No matter what, I will not remain indifferent. Ao Jiao knew Xiao Chen's temper. She only sighed in her heart and did not say anything more. Seeing that Ao Jiao did not say anything, Xiao Chun consoled her. You know that I am not a rash person. I will not do anything rash. Right now, it is better to continue looking for snacks for Little Yellow Feather. When Ao Jiao heard that, she giggled. After knowing the ins and outs of snacks, she laughed for a long time. Feng Wuqing's appearance was just a small interlude. It did not affect what Xiao Chun wanted to do. The 4 astral pearls turned into birds flying around the city randomly. However, they actually moved in a regular pattern, not repeating the places they searched. If this continued, Xiao Chun would find the source of Despair City sooner or later. It was just a matter of time. If Xiao Chun was lucky, he could find it in one day. If he was unlucky, he might even find it in a year or so. Xiao Chun was not in a rush. He casually strolled around the city like he was taking a stroll. There were traces of history everywhere in the ancient city, enough for one to ponder for a long time. Occasionally, he killed some profound beasts. Xiao Chun felt extremely relaxed. While Xiao Chun was in such a relaxed state, the other cultivators in Despair City clearly felt the undercurrents in the city intensifying by the day. The 6 immortal Holy Lands, the Treasure Master's Inheritor, the genius immortal cultivators of the Penglai Sea, and some famous loose cultivators like the Blue-Robed Emperor appeared in Despair City one after another. Even a fool could guess that something big was going to happen in Despair City. Intense battles occasionally broke out between the various holy scions, who either did not accept each other or had grudges with each other long ago. Naturally, it was hard to avoid fighting when they ran into each other. However, the 2 sides stopped fighting when the time was right. They did not show any signs of fighting to the death. The loose cultivators at the level of the Blue-Robed Emperor all endured silently, waiting patiently. To these loose cultivators, there were not many treasures that caught their eye in Despair City. Superior-grade profound beasts were not easy to deal with either. They just calmly waited for the major characters to appear. The heart of the ocean. Only the natural treasures in the heart of the ocean could attract their attention. It was rare for major characters to work together to enter the heart of the ocean when their lifespans were nearing the end. This opportunity could not be missed. Even though these people knew that the heart of the ocean was dangerous, they had to take the risk. 8 handsome horses pulled the Golden War Chariot, flying slowly in the sky of Despair City. The person driving the chariot was an old man, an expert of the Treasure Master's residence. He was a great perfection blue-robed emperor. Auntie Bai sat calmly in the back. However, she did not relax her perception for even a moment. An ancient, stern, golden statue filled with killing chi stood at each of the 4 corners of the war chariot. The young treasure master, Yi Ling, and Yu Bingyun stood on the war chariot, sizing up the environment of Despair City as they chatted softly. This is really unexpected. Unexpectedly, Despair City attracted all the demonic geniuses of the heavenly starry ocean. Yi Ling said softly. Yu Bingyun said calmly, there is still 1 more year before the 4 Seas hero gathering. This is a rare fortuitous encounter. Unless one is in closed-door cultivation, it would be hard not to be attracted. Haha, that's true. Aside from some remnants, the greatest mystery of Despair City is the location of the source of despair. Miss Bingyun, what do you think? Yu Bingyun smiled and replied, what opinion can I have? Several seniors have searched for it for thousands of years without finding it. For this treasure to be able to cover the entire city with the aura of despair, it must be of great value. If we can obtain it, we might be able to grasp the state of despair immediately. After studying it for a few years, it would not be difficult to comprehend the will of despair. Yi Ling said with some anticipation. Despair, massacre, and ruin. These were all high-level wills that were extremely hard to comprehend. Anyone who could obtain them with external help would be able to quickly increase their strength. Yu Bingyun could not deny this. However, no matter how much she said, it would be pointless. There seems to be people fighting in front. Yiling suddenly said. In the abandoned plaza, there were collapsed statues everywhere. A man in red clothes and a man who looked like a scholar were fighting intensely. Behind the two stood a group of people, all of them extremely strong. Furthermore, they all had the blue-robed emperor holding the line. However, the people behind the scholarly-looking man all had righteous expressions, extraordinary elegance, and refined auras. The group of people behind the red-clad man all looked unapproachable. They did not hide their tyranny or viciousness at all. One could even vaguely see all sorts of venomous creatures swimming around their feet. The youth that Xiao Chun taught a lesson at the city gates stood in the middle with an excited expression. He shouted, "Elder brother, teach this fellow a lesson. Let this group of bookworms know the power of our five-poison sect." On the golden war chariot, Yiling smiled softly and said, "The scholars of the Heavenly Province Academy are not bookworms. Tang Sun's younger brother is still as foolish as ever. The five-poison sect and the Heavenly Province Academy were the Holy Lands. One was righteous and the other evil. The two sides had always been at odds with each other. When they met, a fight would definitely be unavoidable." Roar! A dragon roar rang out, and 4 flood dragons pulling a dragon-shaped war chariot slowly appeared in the air. The young palace masters of the 4 divine dragon palaces gathered in the war chariot. The Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master, Lung Xiaofan, stood out from the crowd, attracting a lot of attention. Yiling's expression changed slightly. This fellow actually came as well. Chapter 1067. Suddenly, the light in the plaza turned incredibly dazzling. It was a flock of sunbirds carrying the Zodiac Hall's Chuyang and Fu Hongyao's group to this place. A flower boat filled with scantily clad young women flew over from afar, accompanied by cheerful laughter. On the bow of the ship, there was a beautiful and charming woman. She was an absolute beauty that could subdue the entire world, and she stood there quietly. Her clothes did not reveal a single strand of her skin. However, her exquisite figure and voluptuous figure were paired with her stunning appearance. She looked more alluring than any of the women on the flower boat. This was the Yinyang Paradise's holy daughter, Tong Susu. The moment she appeared, 80% of the surrounding men could not help looking over. Tong Susu smiled. Immediately, several cultivators with weak mental fortitude felt like their souls were about to leave their bodies. However, the next group of people that arrived immediately attracted everyone's attention. The demonic geniuses of the Myriad Fiend Island stood on a statue not far away, watching the two fight with interest. Mu Qingyun and Yan Shursan were among them. However, the most eye-catching was a handsome man in beast skin. The Myriad Fiend Island's Di Xinhan with the heavenly spiritual body came out of closed-door cultivation. The heavenly spiritual body was a legendary physique, much stronger than the Thunder Flame war body. When the two in the plaza saw that more people gathered, they stopped after exchanging one move. The red-clad man stood proudly and looked at Di Xinhan. "You actually came out of closed-door cultivation as well? Di Xinhan, you should know when the Myriad Fiend Island's great fiend will arrive, right?" The five poison sect's holy scion asked the question that everyone wanted to know the most. Di Xinhan smiled and said, "Don't ask me. This group of seniors left Myriad Fiend Island half a year ago. Myriad Fiend Island does not have the authority to restrict them." Di Xinhan was the Myriad Law Fiend Master's descendant, yet he did not know that a great fiend island would arrive on time. This was unexpected. Whoosh! Just at this moment, everyone's expressions changed. The aura of despair in the surroundings howled like a strong wind, surging in a certain direction at the same time. Someone found the source of despair. The endless aura of despair turned into a hurricane sweeping towards the west of the city. Everyone in the square could clearly feel the despair receding bit by bit until it completely disappeared. On the golden war chariot, joy appeared in Yiling's eyes. He said, "It looks like someone really found the source of despair. Based on the direction, it is actually in the sword grave. I wonder who found it." The sword mound was a famous ruin in Despair City. It was an ancient treasure land with more than 10,000 swords stuck in it. There were famous swords, broken swords, treasured swords, and even heavenly weapons. But no matter what, a person could only draw once in the sword tomb, and they would have to face the joint chi of other swords. Tens of thousands of swords vibrated at the same time. The combined sword chi could even injure the blue-robed emperor. It was extremely dangerous. Moreover, after going there once, the sword tomb would remember your aura. Next time, before you could draw your sword, you would be attacked by the sword tomb as long as you got close. In Despair City, there were a few swordsmen who came to seek their luck. If they were lucky, they could draw a treasure sword. Then, it would be worth it to suffer an attack from the blue-robed emperor. However, no matter what the quality of the swords in the sword mound was, most of them were unlucky. They suffered an attack from the blue-robed emperor and even drew a broken sword. Hence, although the sword mound was famous, not many people visited it. The source of despair was hidden in such a well-known place. This was indeed somewhat surprising. Yu Bingyun entered deep thought. She knew that Xiao Chun was in Despair City. When she found the source of despair, the first person she thought of was Xiao Chun. She exchanged glances with Yi Ling. Clearly, they both had similar guesses. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Many figures appeared. The various immortal holy lands and the other outstanding talents all rushed to the sword mound without saying a word. The great fiends and major characters had not arrived yet. What else attracted the most attention in Despair City? Naturally, it had to be the source of despair. This was a treasure that countless people could not find for thousands of years. Now it was about to see the light of day again. How could they not be tempted? Come. Let's go and take a look as well. Yi Ling's golden war chariot was a little late, but it was not slow, following closely behind the group. The two guessed that the one who found the source of despair was Xiao Chun. However, they guessed wrong. Inside a dilapidated palace hall, Xiao Chun looked at the mural on the wall with interest. The mural was very beautiful, depicting a grand banquet of immortals. The location of the banquet should be in Despair City. There were many people in the mural. Xiao Chun observed carefully. Apart from many cultivators in Taoist robes, there were also many bald monks and Confucian scholars. The Buddhists, Taoists, and Confucians all chatted merrily, drinking tea and discussing the Tao. While their words and actions appeared casual, they were actually fighting in secret. The most complete mural showed a monk with a golden lotus under his feet. As he spoke, the holy sound of the Buddhist sect turned into multicolored heavenly flowers. As he spoke, golden flowers bloomed everywhere. The man with the appearance of a Confucian scholar gently fanned himself with his folding fan. His eyes glowed with a divine charm, looking bright and spirited. As the man fanned himself, he spoke the words of the Confucian scholars, speaking in an orderly manner. This clashed with the golden flowers formed by the monk's Buddhist voice. The golden flowers moved up and down with his words, creating a wondrous scene. The cultivator in Taoist robes walked in the middle with a smile on his face. He did not speak, nor did he speak of the Dharma. However, he vaguely gave off a feeling that the great Tao was silent and the great Tao was silent. The Tao was him and he was the tyranny of the Tao. That was right. The feeling that this person gave Xiao Chun when he spoke was one word: tyrannical. It looked like the immortal epoch was an interesting age. The Buddhists, Taoists, and Confucians coexisted. The sages competed with each other. That would have been an extraordinarily bustling age. Now that the immortal Tao had collapsed, reincarnation no longer existed. Immortals no longer existed, and martial luck flourished. During the martial epoch, the later generations of the Buddhists continued to pass on their inheritance. However, the Qing emperor destroyed them 10,000 years ago. The Confucian sects had always existed. Now, the innate academy was the orthodox Confucian sect. The martial techniques and cultivation techniques in the sect were all derived from the Confucian immortal arts. However, the prestige of the Confucian sects was no longer as strong as before. They could now split the world into three. Furthermore, the inheritances of the sect were all obtained by the later generations and were not complete. If one day, when Xiao Chun was free, He could go to the various ancient remnants and explore the secrets of the immortal epic. That would be a joyous thing. After looking at the murals, Xiao Chun sighed in his heart. The immortal epic would definitely be an even more majestic age. The world would not be limited to the Kunlun realm. Also, no one would ask if there was a martial god after Prime, which was a rather sorrowful question. All the cultivation realms and magic skill inheritances were complete. Xiao Chun frowned. He clearly felt the fluctuations of the aura of despair in the air. He looked to the west of the city and muttered to himself, "Someone actually found the source of despair first." Xiao Chun took out the map and compared it with his finger. Then, he pointed to the sword mound in the west of the city. It was actually in the sword mound. However, when he thought about it, it was highly possible. There were many swords in the sword mound. The sword refined by the despair throne was hidden among them. Furthermore, there was a large formation laid down below. There were swords of varying quality, so it would be very difficult for others to find it. This time, for some unknown reason, the sword was found. If Xiao Chun guessed right, it was very likely that it was a coincidence. Someone accidentally came into contact with that treasured sword with hidden mysteries. A chance of 1 in 10,000. This probability was pitifully small. No wonder no one had found the source of despair after so many years. With a thought, Xiao Chun summoned 4 small birds made of astral pearls. They turned into beams of light and quickly flew over. Then he unfurled the cycle banner. A shield of light appeared and collected the astral pearls. Now that someone had found the source of despair, the astral pearls of massacre, death, ruin, and grief were naturally useless. Although Xiao Chun was somewhat surprised that someone beat him to it, it did not matter. Before the great fiends arrived, the major characters were not around. With Emperor Wu not making a move, Xiao Chun was confident of snatching the source of despair. After leaving Despair City, Xiao Chun stood on the sea and put on the Neptune crown. Within the domain, the small perfection blue-robed emperor would die one after another. They would not even have a chance to flee. No matter how many there were, Xiao Chun did not fear the great perfection blue-robed emperor. If anyone wanted to fight him, they would have to consider the consequences. With the domain of the Neptune crown, the huge gap between Xiao Chun and the great perfection blue-robed emperor narrowed significantly. In a clash, even if Xiao Chun could not defeat the great perfection blue-robed emperor, he would be able to severely injure the other party and make them pay a painful price. Only the peak consummation blue-robed emperor would be somewhat problematic. However, as long as there were not 4 or 5 of them at once, Xiao Chun could leave easily. The despair throne belonged to Xiao Chun. No one could stop him. A domineering look flashed in Xiao Chun's eyes as he put on the Neptune crown. Then he pushed off the ground and headed for the sword mound. Xiao Chun moved like a dragon, scattering the wind and clouds. At this moment, the aura of despair gathered in the sword mound had already materialized, turning into a black hurricane that howled in the air. When all the outstanding talents arrived and saw the black hurricane, they all took a deep breath. If they got hit by this hurricane, it would be very uncomfortable. They might even fall into an illusion, unable to extricate themselves. 3 cultivators wearing Taoist robes stood on the barren land filled with swords. When they saw the arriving outstanding talents, they smiled bitterly. How long had it been? They had just coincidentally found the treasure sword containing the source of despair and blocked a few waves of attacks from the group of swords. Yet, they were surrounded by such a large group of people. Furthermore, all of them had frighteningly powerful backgrounds. They were not easy to deal with. I was wondering who it was. So, it is the people of the Penglai Sea. After finding this source of despair, why are you still not moving? Do you think that you can take away such a treasure? The red-clad holy son of the 5 Poisons sect said rudely. The cultivators on both sides showed rage on their faces. Only the calm-looking white-robed cultivator in the middle said calmly, 5 Poison sect? If I remember correctly, before the 5 Poison sect's sect master advanced to sovereign martial emperor, his poison entered his body, seeping deep into his blood and marrow. If not for my master's help, he would have died long ago. The red-clad young master's expression froze. He exclaimed in shock, Your master is Immortal Venerate Yun-chan? The white-robed cultivator smiled and said, That is my master. I am his third disciple, Gongshan Yu. Chapter 1068. Immortal Venerate Yun-chan was famous throughout the entire heavenly starry ocean. He had deep friendships with the masters of the various holy lands. In addition to his magical treasures, his alchemy skills that had reached the pinnacle of perfection made it difficult for others to become enemies with him. Immortal Venerate was not a cultivation rank. It was just a title, referring to those cultivators who had cultivated their immortal arts to the point where they could no longer cultivate them. Such an Immortal Venerate was very powerful. If the immortal epic existed, he could succeed in his tribulation at any time and ascend to immortality. There were only 3 immortal supremacies in the entire Penglai Sea. Even if the immortal Tao did not exist and there were no tribulations to read, with their magic skills and many magic treasures, Immortal Venerates could compete with sovereign martial emperors. He was the disciple of Immortal Venerable Yun-chan. This made things a bit difficult. What? Are you trying to scare us away by using Venerable Yun-chan's name? The one who spoke was Chu Yang, the palace master of the Zodiac Hall. As one of the 3 primes of the heavenly starry ocean, in terms of strength and status, Immortal Venerate Yun-chan was much inferior. Gongshan Yu smiled and said, Naturally, I do not dare to. I, Gongshan Yu, am not someone who does not understand the situation. The reason why I'm using my master's name is because I want to discuss something with all of you. Beneath my feet is a treasured sword refined from the source of despair. If anyone is able to pull this sword out, they will be able to obtain it. The sword belongs to that person. If he can't pull it out, then this sword will be taken by us junior brothers. How about it? Of course, for the sake of fairness, the seniors of the various sects cannot interfere. Many outstanding talents whispered to each other and discussed with their seniors. It had to be said that Gongshan Yu's suggestion was perfect. There was only one treasure sword. Even if Gongshan Yu did not fight for it, the other outstanding talents would not accept it. They would definitely bring the experts of their sects and start a chaotic battle. Although the source of despair was precious, there was no need to pay such a huge price for it. The harvest from the heart of the ocean was the biggest goal of this trip. Although Gongshan Yu's suggestion clearly favored Xiao-chun, it would definitely not be easy to pull out the despair sword. However, the Heavens Prides were all arrogant people. They all felt that they might be able to pull out the sword. Senior brother, will they agree to your suggestion? Above the sword mound, Gongshan Yu's 2 junior brothers asked softly. Gongshan Yu revealed a smile, feeling very confident. He said indifferently, You don't agree? If you don't agree, where will you put your face? Wouldn't you be afraid of me, a cultivator? Our 5 poison sect agrees with your suggestion. The red-clothed young master from the 5 poison sect discussed with the 2 old men in the sect for a moment before making the first decision. The scholar from the Heavenly Province Academy wasn't willing to fall behind, and he spoke out. The Heavenly Province Academy has no objections either. Once someone agreed, the others would have to agree even if they didn't want to. Gongshan Yu's skill could be seen from the minute details. As for the rogue cultivators who had rushed over, they could only look on with envy. They did not dare to express their dissatisfaction in such a situation. If he really stood out, the other holy lands would join forces to suppress him. The gains would not make up for the losses. He could only watch the show from the sidelines. Who wants to go first? Gongshan Yu stood in the middle of the black hurricane above the sword mound. He smiled faintly as he spoke. No one moved for a long time after Gongshan Yu spoke. Everyone knew that this treasure sword that contained the source of despair was definitely not simple. No one was stupid. Gongshan Yu would not make such a suggestion and let someone else take away the despair sword for free. They wanted to be the first to snatch the sword, but they were afraid of taking the risk and the negative consequences. The outstanding talents felt very conflicted. I'll go. After a while of silence, the red-clothed young master from the 5 poisons sect soared into the air with an untamed look in his eyes. The black hurricane howled, and the horrifying state of despair made everyone feel unbearable pain. The red-clothed young master narrowed his eyes and resisted the invasion of the state of despair. His figure flashed, and he moved through the hurricane, arriving before Gong Shanyu and the others. Despite being in the center of the hurricane, this place was very calm. Not even the sound of wind could be heard. Please. Gong Shanyu and his two junior brothers retreated far away. They only stopped when they were out of the entire sword mound. The red-clothed young master looked down and fixed his gaze on a black sword flickering with a faint light. He stepped on the air and slowly arrived before the sword. Everyone turned to look at Lin Fan, looking forward to what would happen next. They could not let this fellow take advantage of them. Otherwise, they would suffer a great loss. That was what most people thought. Risk and opportunity coexisted. The first person to appear would definitely face the greatest risk. However, the opportunity was also the greatest. The red-clothed young master kept his cool and descended. Then, he walked through the group of swords and arrived before the sword. This young master will be taking this sword. The red-clothed young master shouted and stretched out his hand to grasp the sword hilt. Then, he circulated all the law energy in his body and pulled it up. With this movement, the tens of thousands of swords in the sword mound buzzed at the same time. Every sword gave off a black sword chi. The black sword chi gushed out, forming thousands upon thousands of them. They gathered in the air like countless tributaries merging into a great river. In that instant, the aura surged 100 times, 1,000 times. The sword tore through space and charged forward. It was like a meteor or lightning, unbelievably fast. However, it was not over yet. The 10-odd black tornadoes in the sky above the sword mound seemed to be sentient as they attacked at the same time. Even if the red-clothed young master could block the ferocious sword chi, the 10-odd tornadoes of despair, which were nearly solid, would catch him in a pincer attack. Even if he did not die, he would be half dead. The red-clothed young master revealed a complicated expression. He had not expected to meet with such a choice the moment he touched the sword hilt and before he had even used any strength. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the red-clothed young master made his decision. He let go and dodged the sword chi. His figure flashed, and he found an opening to escape from the surrounding tornadoes. Bang! Who could have expected the 18 tornadoes to merge into one and produce a horrifying black shock wave? The red-clothed young master could not dodge in time and was struck by the shock wave. The red-clothed young master vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. He fell into an illusion of despair, his face filled with horror. The experts of the 5 Poisons sect quickly stood up and woke the red-clothed young master from the illusion. Challenge failed. Gong Shanyu revealed an expression of having expected this. His lips curled up in a faint smile. Even with his soul transformation realm cultivation, he could not draw the sword by himself. He did not believe that any of these outstanding talents could do it. Even a small perfection existence like the blue-robed emperor would have to think twice before forcefully drawing the sword when facing this chain of attacks. The difficulty of drawing the sword was very high. The outstanding talents remained silent as they considered this. Even if they had to pay the price of being severely injured to draw the sword, was it worth it for the source of despair? If they were injured, it would be troublesome in the heart of the ocean later. Let me try. The elegant scholar from the Heavenly Province Academy stepped forward and said, the 5 Poison sect was famous for their poison attacks. Their combat prowess might be very high, and it would not be difficult for them to challenge those of a higher cultivation. However, in the current situation, they still had to rely on their fundamentals. Unorthodox methods would not be of much use. The elegant scholar felt that his fundamentals were much stronger than the red-clothed young master's, so he should have a chance. By paying an extremely small price, he could successfully snatch the sword. As long as he could scatter the sword of despair, he would still have some energy left. With his movement technique, he would be able to draw the sword and escape. His movement technique was graceful, and he easily avoided the hurricane that was coming from all directions, landing beside the sword of despair. When the elegant scholar grasped the sword of despair, a similar scene occurred once more. The scholarly man folded his folding fan. The righteous chi in his body was like a vast river, boundless and boundless. The righteous chi flowed along the folding fan and turned into a beam of light that clashed with the despairing sword chi. Boom! The two clashed, resulting in a loud explosion that exceeded the elegant scholar's expectations. With 50% of his strength, he only managed to scatter most of the Sword of Despair. The remaining Sword of Despair continued to fly in his direction. The elegant scholar frowned and decisively let go of the Sword of Despair. He soared into the sky like an eagle, circling 3 times before soaring a few thousand meters into the sky. Then, he dove down and landed outside the sword tomb. He dodged the shockwave created by the hurricane. Although he failed the challenge, he was not injured at all. When the hurricane of despair scattered, a few more people came over to try and snatch the Sword of Despair. However, when the Sword of Despair and the hurricane attacked at the same time, they found it hard to block. If they clashed head-on, they would only suffer significant injuries. It was not worth it. Big brother, go and give it a try. With your strength, you can definitely obtain it easily. The myriad fiend islands Mu Qingyun encouraged. Di Xinhan shook his head and said, I cannot expose my trump card here. It is not worth it. The Lunar Palace's holy daughter stood on the golden war chariot and looked around, looking like she was searching for someone. However, after looking around a few times, she did not see the person she was looking for. She could not help revealing a doubtful expression. The young treasure master, Yi Ling, knew that the holy daughter was looking for someone. When he looked around, he also had a strange expression. How come I do not see that person at such an important occasion? Does he not care about this sword? Yi Ling did not care about this for now. He collected his thoughts and shook his head. Most importantly, he chose to give up. The remaining strong people who had not made a move yet, Chu Yang, Leng Xiaofan, and Tong Susu, all considered for a while and chose to give up. Their reason was the same as Di Xinhan's. They did not want to expose their trump cards here. Gong Shanyu smiled faintly and said in a clear voice, Everyone here comes from extraordinary backgrounds. I believe you are all people who keep your word. If no one is willing to try, then I can only accept this sword with my 2 junior brothers. Seeing Gong Shanyu's cocky expression, the outstanding talents present all felt upset, feeling extremely depressed. After being made a fool of in front of everyone, no one would feel good in their heart. No one said anything, no one came to try. Gong Shanyu smiled and said, Since there is no one else, then I will thank the holy science for helping me achieve my goals. I will reluctantly accept this sword. Just as Gong Shanyu and the other 2 were about to make a move, a discordant voice rang out. Since you are reluctant, then I think it is best if you do not accept it. The sudden voice surprised everyone. Who was so bold as to not give face to Immortal venerate Yunchen? Most of the people in the heavenly starry ocean who had the confidence to say such words were already here. Who was this person? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a person in white robes. The blood on his robes had not dried yet. It seemed like he had just experienced a battle and rushed over before he could rest. This person had a delicate face and a blue headscarf on his forehead. As he walked over, he had a cold and emotionless expression. Aside from deep and cold eyes, there was no other emotion. Chapter 1069. Shao Chun. Blue Dragon King Shao Chun. Any cultivator of any strength in the heavenly starry ocean had probably seen this attire and this face before. In the Cloud Sea domain, Shao Chun instantly killed the 8 blue-robed emperors. After that, he killed 2 of the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's blue-robed emperors. To dare to take the Holy Daughter's pulse and carry her away in public, only the Kunlun continent's Blue Dragon King, Shao Chun, could do such a thing. Who wouldn't know the name of the Blue Dragon King? Unfortunately, this type of person only had 20 years to live. He was destined to die young, unable to reach the great Tao. He would only be like a meteor, shining for a moment before quickly falling. But now, no one dared to look down on him, and no one was willing to look for trouble. Shao Chen. Blue Dragon King Shao Chun. I've heard of you. However, no matter how famous you are, you still have to follow the most basic rules. Now, according to the rules, this sword already belongs to me, Gong Shanyu. Gong Shanyu frowned slightly. He was really unlucky to have Cheng Yaojin appear out of nowhere. However, after much effort, he finally managed to snatch the sword of despair from the hands of so many geniuses. Now that he was just one step away, he would not give up no matter what. Xiao Chun ignored him and glanced at the sword mound. Fortunately, the sword of despair was still there and hadn't been taken away. On the way, Xiao Chun rushed over, but he just happened to run into a high-rank, profound beast. With the strength of the blue-robed emperor and his cunning character, it took Xiao Chun quite some time. He thought that by the time he arrived, the sword of despair would have already been snatched away by the time he arrived. Xiao Chun, don't you even follow the most basic rules? When Gong Shanyu saw that Xiao Chun ignored him, he showed an unhappy expression. Rules? You call that a rule? Xiao Chun smiled faintly. Nothing could be accomplished without rules. However, not everyone could set rules and not everyone had to follow them. At the very least, Xiao Chun did not need to follow the rules set by Gong Shanyu. Whoosh! Xiao Chun soared into the air and flew towards the sword grave. Gong Shanyu shouted, "Stop him!" The two junior brothers immediately made their move. With a flick of their sleeves, a large number of magical treasures with the power to split mountains and split seas swept toward Xiao Chun. There were flying swords that flickered with cold light, huge seals that were engraved with mountains and rivers, and iron nets that were covered with flames. Xiao Chun did not even look at them. The beautiful mountain and river painting flew out from his palm. The mountains, rivers, and rivers gathered into a painting that blocked all the magic treasures. His figure flickered as he pounced towards the sword of despair in the sword catacomb. Seeing how reckless Xiao Chun was, he flew toward the sword catacomb. Quite a few people couldn't help but have some thoughts. This despair sword wasn't that easy to obtain. If Xiao Chun forcefully snatched the sword and got injured, there was a good chance that he would be killed here. The black hurricane of despair howled above the sword tomb, sweeping in all directions. Bang! Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and punched the incoming hurricane. There was a loud sound, and this solid hurricane of despair shattered under his punch. Such a scene shocked several people. The outstanding talents who tried to snatch the sword earlier did not dare to face this hurricane head-on. They all used their movement techniques to dodge it. However, Xiao Chun was extremely tyrannical. He did not have any intention of dodging. He just punched and shattered the hurricane of despair. Xiao Chun forcefully endured the strong shock wave that came from the state of despair the instant the hurricane shattered. It was like nothing had happened to him. Xiao Chun strolled around the sword tomb. He punched again and again, shattering all the incoming black hurricanes. Just how strong is his mental state? It was not just the outstanding talents of the same generation, but even the older generation cultivators all showed changes in their expressions. They all had the ability to shatter the hurricane of despair, so it was not much. However, what was hard to resist was the state of despair that appeared the instant the hurricane shattered. If they were not careful, they would fall into an illusion, unable to extricate themselves. Earlier, the shock wave from the 5 poison sects scarlet-clad young master had trapped him in an illusion. Without external help, he would not have been able to escape. However, Xiao Chun had forcefully endured the despairing shock waves of the 10-odd tornadoes, shattering like nothing had happened to him. He landed and stretched out his hand, grasping his sword. The 10,000 swords hummed together and merged into one. Then, they flew like a meteor chasing the moon, piercing towards Xiao Chun's back. The black hurricanes that were scattered earlier gathered together the instant Xiao Chun grasped the sword hilt. They turned into a ferocious beast and opened their jaws, launching themselves at Xiao Chun. It was like they had discussed this beforehand. Just at this instant, a bright light burst out from the chest of the Zodiac Hall's Chu Yang. It looked like he was half the sun, radiating a bright golden light. Every strand of golden light was like a blazing flame. The dark space of Despair City immediately turned bright. Leng Xiaofan's face sank. He slapped the war chariot, and the 4 deep-sea flood dragons pulling the war chariot roared ferociously. Then they charged at Xiao Chun with boundless dragon might. The 5 poison sects scarlet-clad young master smiled coldly and attacked at the same time. A huge snake made of black venomous fog slithered towards Xiao Chun. There were also some loose cultivators who wished to stir up trouble, taking advantage of the chaos to make a move. In that instant, the instant Xiao Chun grasped the sword hilt, an overwhelming barrage of attacks rained down like a torrential storm, hail, and snow. As long as Xiao Chun dared to continue drawing his sword, even the Blue Dragon King would lose half his life under the suppression of so many attacks. On the golden war chariot, Yu Bingyun suddenly stood up. Some changes appeared on her calm face, and the crescent moon mark on her forehead glowed with light. A strong energy slowly gathered. Yi Ling, who was standing at the side, felt slightly surprised. He said, "Miss Bingyun, there is no need to worry. I believe he will retreat in the face of difficulty and know when to give up." In such a dangerous situation, just when everyone thought that Xiao Chun would give up on drawing his sword, the white-clad man holding the despair sword looked back. The white-robed man holding the despair sword glanced back, and two rays of light, one gold and one white, flew out from his eyes. The origins of the solar true flame and the lunar true flame chased each other. This was the first time Xiao Chen used the truly perfect Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram in actual combat. Boom! The two opposing attributes of Yin and Yang merged perfectly with the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, forming a boundlessly charming golden diagram. It fixed the space in place like a wall, separating the world into two worlds. When all the attacks struck the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, they were reflected back with multiple times the force. The one who attacked the heaviest was the most unlucky. Many of them ended up severely injured by their own attacks. Some even fainted. The surroundings turned chaotic. All sorts of horrifying shock waves surged out in all directions. Miserable cries rang out continuously. The instant the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram vanished, Xiao Chun shouted and drew the despair sword. Bang! 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 Instantly, the sound of thousands of swords shattering rang out at the same time in the sword mound. The many swords all shattered into pieces. The fragments carried a strong force as they spun in all directions. The energy contained in each shard was no less than the full power strike of a great Grandmaster-level martial sage. What was even more horrifying was the remnant aura of despair in the shards. Scatter! The various outstanding talents surrounding the sword mound and the hundreds of loose cultivators all revealed horrified expressions as they scattered in a fluster. The scene, which was already chaotic enough, suddenly became even more unbearable. Many disciples of the same sect were separated from each other. The center of the storm was always peaceful. The instigator of all this, Xiao Chun, also had a calm expression. When Xiao Chun looked around, he did not see a single person within 5 kilometers. Xiao Chen's gaze fell on the despair sword. Then he sized up the sword in his hand with interest and touched the blade with his right hand. When Xiao Chun felt the despair aura lingering on his fingertip, he clicked his tongue in praise. He did not seem to fear this despair aura that terrified everyone. After the storm subsided, the group of outstanding talents and loose cultivators were in sorry states. Nearly no one had managed to escape from the earlier chaos. Even Yi Ling and Yu Bingyun, who were on the golden war chariot, had been flustered for a while. The sword shards tore their clothes significantly. As for the cultivators who sneak-attacked Xiao Chen earlier, they were even more unlucky. The rebound from the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram had already injured them significantly. In the subsequent wave of sword shards, a few small perfection blue-robed emperor cultivators could not dodge in time and ended up dying. Xiao Chun. When Chu Yang and the others saw that Xiao Chun was not injured at all and was still in the mood to admire the sword, all of them felt rage burn in their hearts. Feeling many hostile gazes, Xiao Chun smiled faintly and put away the despair sword. Then he said indifferently, "Many thanks for everyone's help. This Xiao will take his leave first." Xiao Chun noticed that there were many great perfection blue-robed emperors present. Each of the 6 immortal holy lands had a great perfection blue-robed emperor. Among the loose cultivators, most of them were small perfection blue-robed emperors. There were only 1 or 2 great perfection blue-robed emperors. Not only did the great perfection blue-robed emperor already condense his heavenly seal, but he also cultivated a unique soul, making his heavenly seal no longer just a form. Right now, the great perfection blue-robed emperor was 2 grades higher than Shao Chun. His dragon-shaped heavenly seal and its outline were all stars. If not for his heavenly sage laws reaching 10,000, even the small perfection blue-robed emperor would find it difficult to deal with him. In his current state, Shao Chun was confident of dealing with 1 great perfection blue-robed emperor. However, 2 would be problematic. Shao Chun could not use Neptune's crown in Despair City. He had to be above the sea. There were many great perfection blue-robed emperors here. Now that Shao Chun obtained what he wanted, his trip to Despair City came to a perfect end. Fortunately, he did not see any peak consummation blue-robed emperors. Such existences were probably preparing to undergo their great tribulation of wind and fire and rarely appeared for no reason. Shao Chun smiled faintly and turned to leave. Damn it! How can I just let you leave after taking my things? Naturally, the most depressed person here was Immortal Venerate Cloud Dust's 3rd disciple, Gong Shanyu. At the last moment, someone snatched away his treasure. How could Gong Shanyu swallow this frustration? Magic skill, falling stars. Gong Shanyu paled as he quickly formed hand seals with his hands. All sorts of mysterious powers turned into beams of light shooting into the sky as Gong Shanyu formed hand seals. The moment Shao Chun turned around, he quickly executed the magic skill that he had prepared for a long time. Under the influence of the magic skill, a star actually fell from the distant sky. Starlight descended, piercing through the seawater and landing on Despair City, landing on Shao Chun's body. When Shao Chun looked up, the seawater 10 kilometers around him seemed to turn transparent. He could see the starry heavens beyond the sky, forming a wondrous scene. Chapter 1070. The surface area of this star was not even the size of a speck of dust in the universe, but it was still the size of a small mountain. The world often used the term meteor to describe a cultivator's speed. Now that a real meteor had descended, everyone realized that it was much faster than they had imagined. So this is an immortal technique? Unimaginable. Truly unimaginable. Many of the blue-robed emperor present smacked their lips, unable to understand what was going on. Hurry up and scatter. This star isn't big, but it has fallen from the starry sky. Even if we aren't the target, the shockwaves can still hurt us. So. The others reacted and dodged again, not wanting to be swept by the aftershocks. Shao Chun frowned slightly. Gong Shanyu truly lived up to his name as a soul transformation realm cultivator. Even Shao Chun secretly admired this magic skill. He also had his own abilities, and the starry sky storm could move the real stars. However, with the magic power of the nascent soul realm, he still had a long way to go before he could do that. If he wasn't wrong, then the senior brother that Feng Wuxia spoke of was this person. Even a rock falling from the starry sky could crush someone to death. It was easy to imagine the might of this meteorite the size of a small mountain. The geniuses in the distance placed their gazes on Shao Chun after retreating further away, waiting to see how he would react. Cultivators were few in number, and their top combat power was inferior to martial artists. But in a battle between the same generation, especially in the same realm, there were very few martial artists who could defeat cultivators by relying on magic treasures and divine abilities. Back then, the original purpose of the Four Seas Hero Gathering had not changed. In the competition between immortals and cultivators, cultivators always lost more than they won. Gong Shanyu's earlier suggestion clearly favored himself. However, the many outstanding talents still agreed. This was not only because of Yun Chen's master, but also because of his own strength, which was at the divine transformation realm, which was something that no one dared to underestimate. Strange, the stars haven't fallen yet. Why isn't Shao Chun taking the opportunity to escape? He can't avoid it. Didn't you see that the starlight has already landed on him? It's useless to hide at the ends of the earth. The moment the barrier of the sky is broken, the stars will pierce through the seawater and crash into him in the blink of an eye. Just thinking about it is terrifying. A meteorite the size of a small mountain falling from the sky to the ground. Just how much explosive force would it take? Immortal technique. It's been so many years since I've seen such a powerful technique. Many cultivators were not optimistic about Shao Chen's chances. unless he could use the defensive secret technique that shocked everyone earlier again. However, anyone could tell that it was not easy to use such a heaven-defying secret technique even once. How could he use it again in such a short period of time? On the golden war chariot, the young treasure master, Yi Ling, said softly, "Xiao Chun was still too careless. He should not have given Gongshan Yu a chance to execute his magic skill. In the hands of a soul formation cultivator, the full power of this immortal spell is something that even the blue-robed emperor wouldn't dare to underestimate." Yu Bingyun glanced at the old man driving the war chariot and said, "Young treasure master, later, if the Blue Dragon King gets injured, I would like to ask this senior and my Aunt Bai to help him leave." Yi Ling was very intelligent. Although he felt suspicious, he did not ask why. He smiled and said, "Since Miss Bingyun has spoken, this young master naturally will not refuse." Even Yu Bingyun did not think much of Xiao Chen's chances. A soul formation cultivator completely executed the magic skill. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation, it would be too difficult for him to block it. Chu Yong and the others were already storing up power in secret, preparing to deal a fatal blow the moment Xiao Chun got injured, preventing him from making a comeback. Only Mu Qingyun and Yen Shisan, who were in the Myriad Fiend Island group, thought about that day. He sent out a palm strike from 50,000 meters away. He fell into deep thought, not daring to come to a conclusion. As everyone expected, the star broke through the barrier of the sky in an instant. Then, it pierced through the seawater and crashed towards Xiao Chun. The instant the seawater split open, a dazzling fiery light shone even more resplendent than the sun, illuminating the sky. At this moment, the normally dark Despair City became as bright as day. Every corner of the streets and alleys was illuminated. Every cultivator adventuring in the city was stunned at this moment, not understanding what was going on. However, this light only shone for an instant. This instant was even shorter than the blink of an eye. As a result, many cultivators began to wonder if the light they saw was an illusion. Boom! A sound even louder than thunder rang out. The sky shook, and the entire Despair City trembled. This sound shook everyone's soul, startling them awake from their dreams and making them open their eyes. They wanted to see the real world, to see what method the Blue Dragon King used to block this move. The ground shook, but the white-clad Xiao Chun did not move at all. A bright moon slowly vanished behind Xiao Chun. However, the lofty aspirations and hot-bloodedness spreading in the air were like the wind and lightning, undying and lasting for a long time. The magic skill broke and exploded in the air. Gongshan Yu vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to one knee. Gongshan Yu's two junior brothers rushed over and helped him up. After checking that he was only weakened by the rebound of the magic skill, they relaxed slightly. Not many people clearly saw how Xiao Chun made a move to explode the star at the most dangerous moment. The few people who saw it clearly were also extremely shocked. What kind of palm technique could have such a violent and explosive power? It was even stronger than a meteor falling from the starry heavens, suppressing the other party. Chu Yong and the others did not know whether to release the martial techniques they had been storing up in secret or not. They felt very conflicted. Xiao Chun raised his head and looked around. Aside from the loose cultivators, the ones who intended to attack him were Zodiac Hall, Neptune's old subordinates, and the Five Poisons sect. As Xiao Chun looked over, the hearts of the blue-robed emperor, who were preparing to attack in secret, tightened, and they immediately scattered the martial techniques they had prepared. With just one gaze, these people were frightened into not daring to make a move. Xiao Chun had achieved his goal, so he did not linger. Right now, he was not in a good state. If the martial techniques of these blue-robed emperor landed, he would definitely be injured without the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. As everyone looked at Xiao Chen's back, they all had the same thought in their hearts. Fortunately, such a person only had 20 years to live. In the age of great competition, the survivor was king. No matter how bright the meteor was, it disappeared in a flash. After shattering the star with one palm strike, Xiao Chun turned around again. No one dared to make a move. After the matter was settled, Xiao Chun left without a trace for 500 kilometers, leaving only his back and lofty aspirations that had yet to fade. The myriad fiend islands Di Xinhan said after a while, he lives up to his reputation. I am not comparable to him. Not every outstanding talent was as calm as Di Xinhan, saying that he was not as good as Xiao Chun. However, regardless of whether they admitted it or not, before Xiao Chun drew his saber, with just one palm strike, he had already subdued all the outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean. Yan Shisan said rationally, the blue-robed emperor is indeed a dividing line. Without becoming a blue-robed emperor, it would be hard to compete with him. This trip to the heart of the ocean is an opportunity for everyone. Mu Qingyu nodded and said, that's right. We are all just one step away from becoming a blue-robed emperor. All we lack is some fortuitous encounters. When we reach the blue-robed emperor realm, it is hard to say who will win. Di Xinhan said indifferently, it is also possible that we will die here. This is one of the 8 great forbidden lands. It is no joke. They're here. Yan Shisan suddenly raised his head and said, they're here. A major character approaching the end of his lifespan is indeed here. Everyone present could feel a vast might bearing down on them. Although this might was strong, there was a formless aura of the setting sun in the west. With such a special might, there was no need to guess. It was the long-awaited great fiends. These major characters were nearing the end of their lifespans and could not be bothered to withdraw their auras. They were also unwilling to be harassed by profound beasts, which resulted in such a strong might. At the city gates of Despair City, 3 fiend race old men and a middle-aged man looked at the city walls with complicated expressions. The immense pressure that permeated the entire Despair City originated from the 3 old men. The 4 were all greater heavenly Emperor Wu. However, in terms of strength, the middle-aged man's aura was slightly stronger than the 3 old men's. The middle-aged man had a significant background. His name was Zong Buoxiong. He founded the Heavenly Evil Gate in the Black Sea and was known as the Heavenly Evil Emperor. In the Black Sea, he was as famous as the 13 Great Bandits. He had a long lifespan. However, he came to the heart of the ocean to seek an opportunity to be conferred king. The 3 old men came from the myriad fiend island. They were already nearing the end of their lifespans. They were people who counted the days. The heart of the ocean was one of the 8 great forbidden lands. With their greater heavenly Emperor Wu's cultivation, wanting to enter the heart of the ocean to search for the heaven-defying divine medicine that could change one's fate was no different from suicide. In reality, the Forbidden Lands had always been the burial ground of great emperors in their twilight years. Most Emperor Wu, who was nearing the end of his lifespan, would give it his all and barge into the Forbidden Lands after making arrangements for his death. However, since ancient times, those who could change their fate and successfully walk out were few and far between. The 3 old men were well aware that they were walking a path of death. They would definitely not be able to return, only adding a few more emperor skeletons to the heart of the ocean. The aura of despair in the city has disappeared. The source of despair has been snatched away, Zong Buoxiong said with a doubtful expression. The 3 old men had long sensed that the aura of despair had disappeared. However, there was no change in their expressions. They had already seen through everything. From this small matter, one could see the difference in the mentality of Zong Buoxiong and the 3 old men. The source of despair can also be considered a treasure. If it was 1,000 years ago, I would definitely kill the person who snatched the source of despair. The gray-robed old man in the middle smiled faintly. These words were filled with murderous intent, but they sounded as calm as water in the old man's mouth. Just at this moment, a white figure walked out of the city gates. Facing the strong pressure of the few old men, this person was neither servile nor overbearing. He walked out with a calm expression. The gazes of the 4 old men immediately focused on this person. They revealed looks of admiration in their eyes. This young man was not simple. The person who came was naturally Xiao Chun. After snatching the source of despair, he was not willing to cause any more trouble, so he prepared to leave Despair City immediately. As for the heart of the ocean, Xiao Chun thought about it and decided to give it up for now. Ao Jiao was also very impressed. In order to find an opportunity to become the blue-robed emperor, the few great geniuses had to go on this trip. Shao Chun had already reached the blue-robed emperor realm. It did not matter if he went to the periphery of the heart of the ocean or not. Chapter 1071. Since that was the case, he would not go. The people of Zodiac Hall and the divine dragon palaces of the four seas all looked at him with hostile gazes. If he went to the heart of the ocean, the danger would be hard to predict. After leaving the city gates, Shao Chun bowed slightly to the four people not far away. After a simple bow, he brushed past them. Etiquette was a must when facing peak experts. This was a form of respect. It was the same in both the Sky Dome realm and the Kunlun realm. After Shao Chun was far away, one of the old men said in shock, "This youth is really strange. The outstanding talents in the city are all waiting for us to open a path, yet he just walked out. Given his cultivation, he should have no problem protecting himself at the periphery of the heart of the ocean. At such a young age, he already reached the blue-robed emperor realm. Why have I not heard of such a person in the heavenly starry ocean? Has he not been out for too long?" The middle-aged man, Zong Buoxiong, withdrew his gaze from Shao Chun. He said indifferently, "He is Shao Chun, a descendant of the Qing emperor. Now he is conferred king by the Bushin Palace. He inherited the insignia of the Blue Dragon King and swept through the younger generation of the Kunlun continent. A descendant of the Qing emperor." The three old men's expressions suddenly changed. They quickly turned around and stared at that white figure in a daze. The Dragon's Gate was the Qing emperor. 10,000 years ago, when Neptune fell, the Qing emperor's death was too strange. Otherwise, the Dragon's Gate would not have ruled the heavenly starry ocean for so long. Now that a descendant of the Qing emperor appeared, the three old men immediately wondered if the Dragon's Gate's unification of the heavenly starry ocean would happen again. "Zong Buoxiong, how do you know so much about this person?" Zong Buoxiong replied calmly, "I have an adopted son who has many conflicts with him. If not for him, he would not be the strongest of the Black Sea's younger generation." "Why would your adopted son have a conflict with him?" Zong Buoxiong smiled mysteriously. "He came from the Sky Dome realm together with him and killed his father." "Wait! It seems like someone is following this kid. It's the people from God Dragon Palace. They really think highly of this kid. They sent 4 blue-robed emperors. It's none of our business. Let's not worry about it. Going to the heart of the ocean is more important." The 4 of them chatted for a while before walking into Despair City. Only Zong Buoxiong glanced thoughtfully at a certain place. His lips moved slightly before he followed them. Outside Despair City, Shao Chun, who had already traveled far away, received a message in his mind. His expression immediately changed drastically as he looked around warily. "What's wrong?" Ao Jiao asked from the Immortal Spirit Ring. Shao Chun said cautiously, "Someone is watching me. For great perfection, blue-robed emperors from the Divine Dragon Palace have been following me since I left." Just now, he had received an inexplicable message telling him that ever since he left the city, there had been 4 advanced blue-robed emperors following him. "Let's go." Perhaps the people following him had some treasure to hide their auras. Shao Chun scanned the area with his spiritual sense but found nothing. Regardless of whether it was true or not, Shao Chun spread out the freedom wings, preparing to fly to the surface of the ocean in one breath. 2 great perfection blue-robed emperors were already more than enough to deal with for Shao Chun. With 4 at the same time, unless Shao Chun cooperated with Neptune's crown on the surface of the ocean, it would be hard for him to escape unscathed. The scene before Shao Chun's eyes flashed. Then, it fixed on the surface of the ocean. Shao Chun took a step forward, wanting to cross it. However, a formless resistance suddenly appeared. The power of the world surged in the surroundings, and the space above him froze. When Shao Chun took a step forward, he bounced back from the folded space. Shao Chun looked around, and 4 old men wearing dragon robes of various colors suddenly appeared, looking at him expressionlessly. The old man in blue dragon robes in the east said coldly, "Shao Chun, hand over the Neptune headscarf on your forehead, and our Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace will cut off all grudges with you. Hand over the Neptune headscarf, and the grudges between our Northern Sea, Southern Sea, and Western Sea divine dragon palaces will be written off as well. The other 3 old men shouted coldly in unison. The rebound from the space was very strong. When Xiao Chun landed, he took 10 steps back before he could stabilize himself. Then, he looked at the 4 old men and frowned slightly. The 4 great perfection blue-robed emperors all circulated their heavenly laws and drove the power of the world, working together to fix the space above them. Without saying a word, Xiao Chen's figure flickered, continuously executing the roaming dragon's 9 transformations, creating thousands of clones that scattered in all directions. How stubborn! The blue-robed old man leading the group snorted coldly. Then he drew a sword. Boundless sword chi drove the power of the world and swept out in all directions. Boom! 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 The sword chi destroyed all of Xiao Chen's clones in one breath, leaving only his main body, which had fled far away, as if it were nothing more than dry weeds. After him, the 4 old men's figures flashed as they chased after Xiao Chun. When a small perfection blue-robed emperor's heavenly seal materialized, the amount of power of the world it could communicate with would increase tenfold. When a great perfection blue-robed emperor condensed a soul for the heavenly seal, he would place his spiritual mark into it. His body would be in harmony with the heavens, allowing him to control the power of the world as he pleased. The 4 old men chasing Xiao Chun were all great perfection blue-robed emperor characters. They could control the power of the world as they pleased. As the 4 old men flew, it was like the world moved in reverse without them even moving. In terms of movement techniques, they were 1 grade higher than Xiao Chen's. If not for the boundlessly ingenious thunder dragon steps and the support of the freedom wings, Xiao Chun would not even have had a chance to flee. Sticking close to the ground, Xiao Chun unfurled the freedom wings and absorbed the power of the wind. Then he quickly flew close to the ground. The 4 divine dragon palace old men followed Xiao Chun like shadows, like phantoms. No matter what Xiao Chun did, he could not shake them off. This was especially so for the blue-robed old man from the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace. Whenever Xiao Chun tried to increase his speed and charge into the sea, the blue-robed old man immediately swung his sword to block him. Do you think that we do not know the wondrous uses of Neptune's crown? Something that is not yours will not be yours no matter what. If you do not hand over Neptune's relic today, I will make you suffer a humiliation that you will never forget. The blue-robed old man swung his sword again. The sword chi was like a dragon, carrying the power of the world. The might of this sword locked down the entire space. If Xiao Chun tried to force his way out, the old men chasing after him would swarm over and surround him. Xiao Chun could not be bothered with them. He swooped down and gently flapped the freedom wings. A breeze blew, increasing Xiao Chen's speed by another 20%. What should we do? Ao Jiao, should we fight it out with them? Xiao Chen asked sullenly. Even after half a day, he still could not shake off the 4. A determined look flashed in his eyes. Given Ao Jiao's strength and Xiao Chen's, if they fought at full power, the 4 would not have an easy time. However, if that happened, Xiao Chun would not be able to avoid getting severely injured. There is no rush. Go to Despair City and enter the heart of the ocean. The environment there is very complicated. We can easily avoid these people. Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, quickly stopped Xiao Chun. Given Xiao Chen's current situation, how could he allow himself to get severely injured? Under the pressure of the 4, Xiao Chun had no choice but to enter Despair City. At this moment, the city was empty. The waiting outstanding talents and loose cultivators had already entered the heart of the ocean long ago. He wants to enter the heart of the ocean. Stop him! The blue-robed old man shouted. When he saw Xiao Chun heading for Despair City, he startled to his senses. Unable to care about anything else, the 4 worked together and executed the profound martial techniques they knew. The profound martial techniques of the great perfection blue-robed emperor were several times stronger than those of the small perfection blue-robed emperor. The moment they executed them, their auras were startling. In the dilapidated city, the old houses, collapsed walls, and damaged statues were the first to bear the brunt of the profound martial techniques, turning them into powder. Half a day had already passed. The flames in Xiao Chen's eyes had already finished accumulating. Xiao Chun looked back, and the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram quickly formed, locking down the space. It was like heaven and earth had split into two worlds. Bang! Amid startling sounds, the four strong, profound martial techniques struck the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram lasted for a while before shattering. The four profound martial techniques turned into shock waves that spread out. Using this time, Xiao Chun moved quickly, moving like a dragon. In 2 breaths, he arrived at the entrance to the heart of the ocean in the city. That was a deep well flickering with white light. Normally, large numbers of superior-grade, profound beasts gathered there. It would be difficult for ordinary people to approach. However, before the greater heavenly Emperor Wu, superior-grade profound beasts were clearly not enough. They had already fled long ago, creating a large space for themselves. A strong aura surged over again. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. These four were really persistent. If Xiao Chun had the strength of the small perfection blue-robed emperor and materialized his heavenly seal, he would not be in such a sorry state. Plop! Xiao Chun decisively jumped into the deep well. The 4 great perfection blue-robed emperors of the Divine Dragon Palace were too late. When they landed, they could no longer see Xiao Chen's figure. This is somewhat difficult. Now that he entered the heart of the ocean, should we wait here or follow him down? The old man from the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace said, feeling somewhat frustrated. The blue-robed old man said sullenly, "Continue the chase. There is more than one exit to the heart of the ocean. There is no point in waiting here." After the blue-robed old man spoke, he immediately jumped in. The other 3 hesitated for a while before following suit. There was a whirlpool in the deep well. After Xiao Chun jumped in, he discovered that the whirlpool's suction could not be resisted. He felt the world spin around him as he quickly sank with the whirlpool. After some time, Xiao Chun felt his body empty, and the suction of the whirlpool vanished. Xiao Chun looked around and discovered that he was in a pitch-black space. Currently, he was descending at an extremely fast speed. This space was extraordinarily large, more than 10,000 times larger than Despair City. It was a world of its own. As Xiao Chun descended, he saw the corpses of countless strong, profound beasts floating around him. Needless to say, these were all dealt with by major characters. Without these people, the people who came later would not even be able to land. There was a clump of azure water in the center of this space. This clump of water was incredibly large, containing an incredible water-attributed energy. The moment Xiao Chun saw it, he thought of the extremely horrifying divine lightning talisman in Misleading Fog Lake for some reason. However, compared to the berserk and aggressive nature of the divine lightning talisman, the blue clump of water appeared gentle and mild, giving off an extremely comfortable feeling. Is that the heart of the ocean? Even from an unknown distance, Xiao Chun could only make out a silhouette. Surrounding the heart of the ocean were 7 floating ring-shaped continents. Each ring was attached to the other, like 7 huge gears slowly rotating. Chapter 1072. Xiao Chun vaguely saw a huge mountain in the 7th ring. It looked very similar to the Fire Li Sec's treasure mountain that he saw in the Cloud Sea domain. Xiao Chun landed on a floating piece of land in the 7th ring. He descended at a startlingly fast speed. However, there was not much recoil when he landed. Xiao Chun sized up his surroundings. He did not know where the path ahead led to. The ground was hot and dry. Volcanoes could be seen on the magma ground, continuously spewing flames into the sky. After the flames burned, they produced fiery clouds that covered the sky. One could not see the end of it. Ao Jiao introduced this place to Xiao Chun softly. This is the outermost ring of the 7 rings of the heart of the ocean. It cannot even be considered a corner of this world. However, it produces all sorts of fire-attributed gems. Every volcano has a palace in it, and you can search for treasures there. How do I leave this place? Compared to searching for treasures, Xiao Chun was more concerned about how to leave this place. Earlier, he had roughly sized up the structure of this space. From its outline, it looked like an incredibly huge disk. The center of the disk was the heart of the ocean. 7 rings of land stuck to each other, forming the outer circle. The rest was a pitch-black space. There was no way to find a way out. This is the first ring of flames. Follow the path under your feet. At the place where it connects to the second ring of ice mountains, you can choose to continue down. You can also choose to leave from the transportation formation at the side. Each of these 7 rings of land is more dangerous than the one before. However, the deeper you go, the more good things you will find. Since ancient times, many martial emperors have died on this path to the heart of the ocean. Ao Jiao explained, those outstanding talents and the blue-robed Emperor Loose cultivators will probably only stop when they reach the 3rd ring. If you go any further, you will die for sure. They are chasing me. Xiao Chun looked up and saw 4 black dots descending quickly. Then, he did not linger any longer. He quickly headed for the front of the volcano path. Xiao Chun walked this path of burying martial emperors. The 4 people behind him lingered like ghosts, causing Xiao Chun to lose interest in searching for treasures. He only wanted to leave quickly. Otherwise, he could leave the lava path beneath his feet and search the ring of fire for a while. It would be a pity to miss such an opportunity. At first, Xiao Chun did not care much about it as he ran. However, after 5 kilometers, he felt something was wrong. The gravity here was not right. It was at least 100 times stronger than the outside world. Xiao Chun kept running. If he were in the outside world, he would have crossed 50 kilometers long ago without any pressure. He hadn't even walked 10 miles, but he already felt fatigued. His forehead was covered in sweat. After a few more tests, Chun was finally certain that the gravity was 200 times stronger. If one wanted to fly in the air, the consumption of law energy would be multiplied by 1,000 times. It was practically impossible. It was no wonder that when he first landed, there was no recoil at all. It was all offset by gravity. Xiao Chun of Good. Chun said. Xiao of Chun said. Good. Martial Chen profound. Chun Xiong of Chen's to Dragon Chen Sea. Many hurried footprints could be seen on the path. There were also profound beasts that died not long ago, all killed in one move. There was no need to guess. This was definitely the work of a major character. This damn place is extraordinarily hot. Xiao Chun stopped and wiped his sweat. Then, he took out a water skin from the universe ring and took a big gulp. This was just the first ring, and the environment was already so harsh. It was hard to imagine how many martial emperors had to pass before they reached the most dangerous place, the heart of the ocean. Since ancient times, many martial emperors had died on this path. Flap! Little yellow feather suddenly flew out of the immortal spirit ring, crying out endlessly. It appeared very happy, like it had returned to its first home. What's wrong with it? Xiao Chen asked, feeling suspicious. Ao Jiao also showed a confused expression. She said, Little yellow feather said that it wanted to find its own food. The profound cores you gave it tasted awful. Xiao Chun smiled helplessly. What a picky eater. The quality of those profound cores was not low. They were no less expensive than astral cores. Call it back. This is not a place where it can run around. Hey, where are you going? Before Xiao Chun finished speaking, Little yellow feather flapped its wings like a faint fiery light and flew away from the path, heading for the distant volcano. Little yellow feather's small body did not seem to be affected by gravity. It flew very fast. Along the way, everything seemed peaceful. However, that was a major character making a move, wiping out all the profound beasts on the path. If Little yellow feather ran away, it would be very dangerous. Xiao Chen's expression changed. He quickly stopped and chased after Little yellow feather. The other party had only been out for 1 month. A few inferior-grade profound beasts would be enough to take its life. However, Little yellow feather's speed was no slower than Xiao Chen's in the first place. After Xiao Chun was affected in this damn place, he could not catch up at all. In a few moments, Little yellow feather disappeared. Xiao Chun. I'll go and take a look first. Ao Jiao felt anxious and flew after Xiao Chun. As a spiritual body, she was less affected by gravity, so she was much faster than Xiao Chun. With Ao Jiao giving chase, Xiao Chun relaxed somewhat. With the blue-robed emperor's cultivation, he could deal with most of the profound beasts in this area. Occasionally, hot lava spewed out of the scarlet cracks on the ground. Although Xiao Chun was slower, he still had his movement technique. He moved very quickly, his figure flickering. As he flew, he did not touch any lava at all. On the path, the 4 old men of the Divine Dragon Palace, who had been chasing relentlessly, stopped. They entered deep thought as they watched Xiao Chen's departing figure. That brat is no longer heading to the path. There are volcanoes everywhere. It will not be easy to find him. A ruthless look flashed in the eyes of the old man from the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace. He said, "We will stand guard at the transportation formation at the first pass. I don't believe that he will hide there forever." "Good, let's do that, then." Relying on his senses, Ao Jiao and Little Yellow Feather stopped at the mouth of a volcano. Xiao Chun climbed up after much difficulty and saw a flabbergasted scene. Heat waves surged, and profound beasts burned to death lay at the mouth of the volcano. Little Yellow Feather excitedly used its mouth to pick out the profound cores of the profound beasts. Ao Jiao watched with a smile, indicating to Xiao Chun that Little Yellow Feather killed these profound beasts by itself. With a cursory glance, Xiao Chun saw the corpses of inferior-grade profound beasts on the ground. These were existences equal to Grandmaster-level martial sages. Unexpectedly, they all died to Little Yellow Feather's flames. Don't listen to it when it says that those profound cores are not tasty. They are actually great nourishment for it. They contain some immortal chi and are the best nourishment of all nourishment. Look at it. It has already doubled in size. Ao Jiao said softly with a smile. That was indeed the case. Previously, the golden crow that Xiao Chun could easily catch with one palm was now larger than a palm. The most important thing was that the feathers on its body had turned from their original pale yellow color to a brighter shade. The spirituality in its eyes became even stronger. Xiao Chun shook his head and smiled helplessly. This fellow startled me. It turns out that the fire-attributed profound beasts at the mouth of the volcano attracted it. To think that it ate so happily. With this delay, the 4 old fellows behind us will definitely reach the first gate before us. Ao Jiao said in a vexed manner. This is indeed somewhat annoying. With 4 old fellows guarding the transportation formation, there is nothing you can do. Xiao Chun had not been in such a sorry state for a long time, surrounded and blocked by so many people. The reason for this was that he did not have any true trump cards. If he still had the Qing Emperor's medallion, these 4 would not have been able to act so wantonly. Furthermore, if he were on the surface of the sea, he would still be able to use the crown of Neptune, and he would not have to fear these 4. Dragging things out like this is not a solution. You only have 5 years to advance to Martial Emperor. You need to find a large amount of resources. At this point, Ao Jiao paused for a while. It seemed like she had made a decision but did not know whether to make it or not. Damn, little fellow, what are you trying to do? After Little Yellow Feather finished eating the fire-attributed profound core, it patted its belly with its wings. Then, it flew into the mouth of the volcano and spread its wings. Xiao Chun and Ao Jiao's expressions changed as they looked down from the mouth of the volcano. Boom! Horrifying lava spewed out of the mouth of the volcano, accompanied by a horrifying heat wave. Explosions rumbled endlessly within the volcano, looking very frightening. The 2 moved quickly and dodged in advance. The earlier scene was rather thrilling. Little Yellow Feather. Ao Jiao revealed a worried expression as she cried out, wanting to rush over in a hurry. Xiao Chun quickly grabbed her and said, "Calm down. It is a holy beast of flame in the first place. Such an environment will not be able to harm it. If you rush over, you will only harm yourself." Xiao Chen's words startled Ao Jiao out of her reverie. She said, "Little Yellow Feather is normally very obedient. There must be something under the volcano that attracts it. Otherwise, it would not be so disobedient." "That is most likely it." Xiao Chun frowned and said, "However, there are medial-grade profound beasts, even superior-grade profound beasts, in the volcano. It is truly worrying for it to be so impulsive. What should we do? What should we do if this little fellow gets eaten by someone?" Ao Jiao showed an anxious expression, but she could not do anything. The surging flames slowly subsided, and the mouth of the volcano calmed down. However, the explosions did not stop at all, continuing to rumble endlessly. Something must have happened. I'll go down and take a look. It was rare for Ao Jiao to be so concerned. Xiao Chun did not want her to be disappointed, so he spoke up. However, the temperature of this volcano is at least 10,000 degrees Celsius. It is too risky for you to go down. Ao Jiao was still rational, not willing to let Xiao Chun take the risk. It's fine. I have the Neptune headscarf, a rank 4 sage body, a great perfection will of ice, and this blue dragon robe. That is enough. After Xiao Chun spoke, the azure energy of the blue dragon king insignia on his chest moved according to his thoughts. It quickly radiated out and dyed his white robe's azure, protecting Xiao Chun. Come in, then. Ao Jiao nodded and turned into a beam of light, entering the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chun took a deep breath, and his forehead flickered. The will of ice spread throughout his body, and the azure Neptune headscarf gave off a faint light. As Xiao Chun stood at the mouth of the volcano, he leaped down to see what the little golden crow had encountered in there. The lava flowed like water at the mouth of the volcano. Xiao Chun leaped down and instantly sank in. Even though Xiao Chun was fully prepared, he still found the temperature of more than 10,000 degrees Celsius unbearable. As he continued to sink, he found it even more unbearable. Xiao Chen's entire body turned bright red and incredibly hot. He felt like his internal organs were burning. Chapter 1073. The temperature below had more than doubled. If not for the great perfection will of ice, Xiao Chun would have already died. While Xiao Chen's bones might not melt, his skin, flesh, and blood would definitely turn into a pool of blood. Fortunately, Xiao Chun still had the Neptune headscarf. At the crucial moment, it would send out a cooling energy that spread throughout his body. Not only did it reduce the body's heat, but it also allowed Xiao Chun to maintain a clear head at all times. He could think clearly at any moment. Although the Neptune headscarf did not have any substantial offensive power, it was much more important than several secret treasures in Xiao Chen's eyes. The old man from the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace wanted Xiao Chun to hand over the Neptune headscarf. How could that be possible? Xiao Chun did not know what the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace was thinking. The Divine Dragon Palaces of the other 3 seas only wanted the Neptune headscarf. Only the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace wanted the Neptune headscarf. Whoosh! Xiao Chun, who had been traveling against the flow of lava to its source, fell into the air. Then, he found himself in a vast flaming cavern. Everywhere Xiao Chun looked was a dazzling, glaring, painful light. Xiao Chun adjusted his position and looked from the air. The source of the golden light was Little Yellow Feather. At this moment it was in its combat mode, just like when it was running wildly in the desolate sea. Little Yellow Feather was currently in an intense battle with a 3-headed flaming profound beast. Most of the explosions outside came from this battle. That flaming profound beast was not famous. Its 3 heads looked like a wolf, a lion, and a tiger. Its aura was extremely horrifying, at least as strong as a superior grade profound beast. That was an existence equal to the blue-robed emperor. Even though Little Yellow Feather entered a berserk state, it was still at a disadvantage. The 3-headed profound beast had a strong immunity to flames. Hence, Little Yellow Feather's killing move was somewhat weak. The dense solar flame could not do much damage when it struck the other party. If not for its advantage in size and agility, Little Yellow Feather would have fallen long ago. Thousand Frost Battle Snow Jagged Bones. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he joined the battle. He did not hesitate to send out a profound martial technique. Frost spread under his feet. The temperature of the entire flame cavern plummeted. Large snowflakes began to fall. The 3 Shen beasts were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. The flames on their bodies were immediately extinguished and covered with a layer of white frost. When the saber light slashed out, it was filled with an indomitable spirit. It pressed forward with an indomitable will. If not me, then who else? The 3 Shen beasts, whose defenses had dropped significantly, were directly cut into 2 halves by the saber, dying on the spot. When faced with a Shen beast that was only comparable to the blue-robed emperor, it would not take much time for him to use a targeted martial technique to launch a surprise attack. Little Yellow Feather sheathed its saber and scattered its light. Its eyes flickered with excitement as it charged at Xiao Chun. "Little fellow, this should be enough to shock you." Seeing Little Yellow Feather flying towards him, Xiao Chun smiled to himself, not revealing any of his strength. "Given the pride of the Golden Crow, it would never submit to you." Whoosh! Little Yellow Feather brushed past Xiao Chun. Then, it opened its tiny mouth and quickly picked out the profound cores of the 3 Shen beasts. Then it chewed on them with relish. Xiao Chun could not help feeling depressed. Once again, the little fellow ignored him. Ao Jiao flew out of the Immortal Spirit Ring and floated over to Little Yellow Feather. Then, she teased it and asked what made it so impulsive. "Flap, flap, flap." After Little Yellow Feather finished eating the profound cores, its feathers became much brighter. It flew over to Xiao Chun and proudly pointed its butt at him. "This is too much. What is it doing?" Just as Xiao Chun was about to dodge, the 3 golden tail feathers of the Golden Crow suddenly lit up. Flames burned around them, flickering with a crystalline light. One of the tail feathers slowly fell off. Then, Little Yellow Feather turned around and placed the fallen tail feather in its mouth. Then it brought it to Xiao Chun. "This is the solar plume feather of the Golden Crow Holy Beast. There are only 3 of them. Every one that falls off means 1 less. This is the life-saving trump card of the Golden Crow race. In times of danger, you can use it to save your life. I want to give it to you." Ao Jiao gently drifted over with a smile as she explained the situation. Xiao Chun suddenly understood. At least this little fellow still has some conscience. He stretched out his hand and held that tiny tail feather in his hand. Xiao Chun sent in his spiritual sense. Initially, he did not care much about it. Now his expression turned grave. The energy contained in the tail feather actually made Xiao Chun feel some fear. Contained a boundless ancient aura. It seemed like the golden crows of every generation passed down their energy before they died, accumulating it generation after generation. Xiao Chun did not know how strong this energy was. Xiao Chun estimated that with this energy and the tiny golden domain, it would not be difficult for him to kill Emperor Wu. There were only 3 life-saving chances, and this little fellow was actually willing to give him one. He had not expected this. When Little Yellow Feather saw Xiao Chun holding the solar plume feather and flapping its wings, joy was evident in its eyes. It was extremely happy that Xiao Chun accepted its tail feather. I asked clearly, "There is an earth core flame at the bottom of the lava lake. After Little Yellow Feather swallows it, its strength will soar." Ao Jiao continued. "An earth core flame. No wonder it was so rash. That is one of the peak yang flames." Xiao Chun put away the golden solar plume feather and said, "There should still be profound beasts in there. I'll go down alone and help him extract the earth core flame." Ao Jiao nodded and watched as Xiao Chun jumped into the lava lake. Then, she carried Little Yellow Feather to a rock and sat down with a complicated expression in her eyes. Little Blondie was in a very excited mood, chattering non-stop. Ao Jiao maintained a faint smile on her face. However, as she gazed at the calm lava lake, she would occasionally get distracted. Naturally, Ao Jiao was not worried about Xiao Chun's safety. Even if there were superior-grade profound beasts in there, no matter how many there were, Xiao Chun would have a way to deal with them. What Ao Jiao was worried about was the demonic curse of advancing to Martial Emperor in 5 years. The Thunder King advanced to Martial Sage at the age of 30 and became the Blue-Robed Emperor at the age of 35. After that, he spent 10 years before becoming Emperor Wu. Ao Jiao was clearer than anyone else on how arduous the path to Martial Emperor was. Just reaching small perfection of the Blue-Robed Emperor would take an ordinary person 10 years to slowly cultivate. Xiao Chen's situation was even worse. His accumulations were deeper. As a result, the resources required for the Blue-Robed Emperor to reach small perfection were even greater. Should I tell him where the Thunder King's treasures are? Ao Jiao thought, feeling somewhat conflicted. If she told Xiao Chun about the Thunder King's treasures, she would have to shoulder the burden of the Thunder King's death. However, the person who killed the Thunder King was definitely not the Changtian martial emperor, someone who could fight a prime as a conferred king. How strong was the Thunder King? Even if he was injured, he was not someone that a mediocre expert like Xie Changtian could kill. A faction that dared to kill even a prime, what kind of backing did it have? No one dared to underestimate it. Boom! Lava splashed in the center of the lake. Xiao Chun leaped out while holding a clump of hot flames. The golden crow cried out happily and quickly flew over to catch the flame. Ao Jiao smiled faintly and collected her thoughts. Then, she flew over and asked, "Are you injured?" "I'm fine. They are just some medial-grade profound beasts. Aside from one king-grade profound beast, there is no threat." Xiao Chun circulated his energy and scattered the lava on his body. He did not notice the strange expression on Ao Jiao's face. Little yellow feather, refining the earth core flame will take some time. I can use this time to break through to the second layer of the blue dragon body nourishing art. Once I reach the second layer, I will be able to condense the blue dragon battle armor. At that time, if little yellow feather can advance further and the four old fellows dare to stop me, I will fight it out with them. Xiao Chun had already reached 10 dragon force long ago. The first layer of the blue dragon body nourishing art was already at the peak. He could have broken through long ago. However, he had not been willing to use that damaged emperor grade secret treasure with a dragon soul back then. So he had delayed until now. He could not keep getting chased. Since he could not shake off the four old fellows from the divine dragon palace, he would fight them head-on. Even if he could not beat them to death, he had to beat the four old fellows until they were afraid and wary of him. The Blue Dragon King was not someone they could chase casually. Back then, Xiao Chun had tossed away the Emperor-grade secret treasure with a dragon soul, delaying the advancement of the Blue Dragon to the second layer until now. Now that he thought about it, Xiao Chun did not feel any regret. He disdained using a soul that had lost the pride of a dragon. With a thought, Xiao Chun sighed and took out the True Dragon King spine from the universe ring. The soul of the long and narrow True Dragon spine was still present, and its dragon might did not scatter. The moment Xiao Chun released it, a vast dragon might spread throughout the entire flaming cave. As the True Dragon spine vibrated, the entire cave trembled. Rocks fell continuously amid rumbling sounds. Originally, Xiao Chun had intended to use this True Dragon spine to obtain Heavenly Star Island's luck. Now that the situation forced him, he could only use it himself. Actually, there was a better choice, the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet, Heaven's Subduing Stone. If he could suppress the outstanding talents in Bright Moon City 1 year later, he could bring the mountain tablet back to Heavenly Star Island. Xiao Chen's eyes sank as he circulated the blue dragon body nourishing art. A strong suction came out from his palm. The True Dragon spine flew into the air and slowly entered Xiao Chen's body along with the suction. Chapter 1074. Ka-sie. Ka-sie. The bones in Xiao Chen's body gave off crunching sounds as they merged with the True Dragon bones, undergoing a metamorphosis and rebirth. When all the True Dragon bones were swallowed up, Xiao Chen's body let out a roar that startled the Heaven Dragon. A dragon-shaped energy circled above his head and roared ferociously. Xiao Chun sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Then, he started to break through to the second layer of the blue dragon body nourishing art. He had already reached 10 dragon force long ago. Entering the second layer was just a matter of time. With the help of the True Dragon bones, there would be no surprises. As the blue dragon body nourishing art circulated, 10 azure dragon-shaped energies quickly flowed through Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chun easily broke through the various nodes and acupoints in his body. A cool breeze blew, his long hair fluttered, and his clothes fluttered. 3 days later, every acupoint in Xiao Chen's body gave off an azure light. The azure light connected and quickly covered Xiao Chen's entire body. The initially transparent and illusory armor slowly turned solid and heavy. The process was extremely slow. After another 7 days, a complete set of battle armor covering Xiao Chen's entire body took shape. Shoulder pads, leg pads, gauntlets, and all sorts of armor appeared. Dragon motifs were carved on the battle armor. 10 dragons gathered together, looking extraordinarily mighty and heroic. Shao Chun opened his eyes, and the dragon's gate carved on them immediately gave off a bright light as if it came to life. Shao Chun stood up and walked. His heavy footsteps could be heard. It sounded like a dragon roar. Cracks appeared on the ground below, spewing out countless scalding faces. Shao Chun did not resist at all, letting this horrifying face splash on the blue dragon battle armor. When the lava landed on the battle armor, it gave off spots of light before vanishing. Shao Chun did not feel anything at all. This set of blue dragon battle armor more than doubled Shao Chun's defense. With the support of dragon energy, the might of the law energy that he sent out was clearly much more horrifying. The blue dragon battle armor at small mastery was already so powerful, making Shao Chun extremely happy. After reaching large mastery, he could form a blue dragon battle shield that surrounded his entire body. After reaching perfection, it could even form blue dragon wings. That would be the complete blue dragon armor. It was said that the blue dragon battle armor actually existed. The second stage of the blue dragon body nourishing art was merely a simulation of the real thing. Compared to the power of the real thing, the blue dragon armor on his body paled in comparison. However, Shao Chun did not know where the real thing was. Perhaps only the mysterious old artifact spirit in the Blue Dragon Palace would know. Ka! A cracking sound rang out. Shao Chun looked forward and saw little yellow feather, who had been devouring the earth flame, breaking out of its cocoon. His head did not grow larger, but the feathers on his body had completely turned from a pale yellow to a golden yellow, overflowing with light and vibrant colors. He was in high spirits. Light flowed on his feathers like water. He looked like a noble golden statue. However, the intelligent look in his eyes told him that no one would take him for an inanimate object. Only at this moment did little yellow feather truly show the grace and noble aura that a golden crow holy beast should have. Boom! 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 Little yellow feather felt incredibly excited. It opened its mouth and spewed out strands of golden holy flame that were much stronger than Shao Chun's solar true flame, burning the space pitch black. Unexpectedly, the scalding lava in the lava lake vaporized under the burning of the golden holy flame. This formed a strange scene of fire burning fire, making everyone suck in a breath of cold air. Little yellow feather spread its wings and looked at Shao Chun. Then, it raised its head in satisfaction and spewed out a strand of flame. If not for the blue dragon battle armor, Shao Chun would not have dared to clash head-on with this golden holy flame that was condensed from the solar true flame. Shao Chun crossed his arms and materialized the stance of crouching tiger hidden dragon. A tiger roared and a dragon roared. The golden holy flame struck the arm guard on Shao Chun's arms. Bang! The flame dissipated. Shao Chun took 3 steps back and raised his arms to look. This holy flame had burned away most of the blue dragon arm guard. After thinking to himself, how monstrous, Shao Chun adjusted his vital chi and destroyed the blue dragon battle armor. Shao Chun slowly merged and replenished his vital chi. Soon, a new arm guard was formed. Seeing that little yellow feather was still eager to fight, Shao Chun said calmly and seriously, "You will have to risk your life later. Save your energy for now. Let me ask you, do you dare to fight with me?" Little yellow feather seemed to understand Shao Chun's words. It spread its wings and raised its head. There was no fear in little yellow feather's eyes at all. A strong flame blazed in them, the flames of battle burning fiercely. Shao Chun smiled faintly. Then he pushed off the ground and soared into the air. By relying on the blue dragon battle armor, Shao Chun did not feel any discomfort this time. He forced his way out of the volcano. There was a loud sound as lava spewed out. Shao Chun looked at the road that buried emperors, and a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. These 4 old fellows were lingering around. It was time to fight them head-on. Right now, Shao Chun had not even reached small perfection of the blue-robed emperor. The difference between him and the great perfection blue-robed emperor was too great. Even if he condensed the blue dragon battle armor, he would not be able to deal with the 4 great perfection blue-robed emperors. Even after condensing the blue dragon battle armor, Shao Chun still had a slim chance of victory against 4 great perfection blue-robed emperors. Only by knowing pain would this group of old fellows not dare to chase him away without fear. Only then would they know that Xiao Chun was not someone to offend. On the road that buried emperors, the entrances to the first and second rings were clearly separated. On one side was a flame and on the other was a glacier. A faint barrier of light acted as a barrier between the two rings. Only the road that buried emperors had an exit that led to the second ring. Beside the two rings was an ancient transportation formation that led to the outside world. There was a similar transportation formation at the entrances to each ring. However, once one crossed the 7 rings and entered the heart of the ocean, there would be no way out. The 4 old men from the divine dragon palaces stood guard at the transportation formation, chatting idly. Speaking of which, why is your Eastern Sea divine dragon palace clinging to Xiao Chen's Neptune headscarf? Compared to the crown, the value of the Neptune headscarf should be much lower, right? The one who asked was the black-clad old man from the Western Sea divine dragon palace. The other 2 old men also showed curious expressions. The Eastern Sea divine dragon palace only wanted the Neptune headscarf. This was very puzzling. The blue-robed old man smiled and said, "Isn't that good? Your 3 clans will have 1 less competitor for the crown of Neptune." Seeing that the blue-robed old man was not willing to say more, the 3 old men laughed and changed the topic. "I wonder how long that fellow can hold back. If he does not come out for a year and a half, doesn't that mean we will have to guard it for a year?" One of the old men grumbled. They were all great perfection blue-robed emperor cultivators. Wasting time like this would make anyone's heart ache. "Don't worry. He wants to advance to martial emperor in 5 years. He is even more impatient than us. He will not be able to stay for long." Advancing to martial emperor in 5 years? That is too ridiculous. The Blue Dragon King is destined to be a meteor. As great perfection blue-robed emperors, their heavenly seals had already formed. They were just short of condensing a soul, and they would reach consummation, waiting for the great tribulation of wind and fire to descend. The small perfection blue-robed emperor condensed his liquefied laws into solid form. The great perfection blue-robed emperor condensed his laws into form. These 2 steps were very simple. One needed to accumulate resources. Without resources, one had to fight for time and cultivate slowly. One would eventually reach the great perfection stage. However, condensing a soul for the heavenly seal was somewhat elusive. It required extremely high comprehension ability. Without high comprehension ability, one would not succeed even after waiting for 100 years. The 4 old men were stuck at this stage. The heavenly seal did not have a soul. Hence, the blue-robed emperor could not reach consummation. However, even if one had high comprehension ability and managed to reach consummation blue-robed emperor by luck, there was still the near-death great tribulation of wind and fire waiting for them. Difficult. The emperor's path was simply too difficult. To them, 5 years was simply impossible. The blue-robed old man smiled coldly and said, "Right now, he is just a cripple. Even if we kill him, the Bushin Palace will make a big fuss over him." The other 3 nodded in agreement. That's right. There is no need to worry so much about a genius who has lost his value. Hu Qi. Just at this moment, a piercing sonic boom resounded. The 4's expressions changed as they looked at the white figure in the air. "You want to kill me? That will depend on whether you 4 old fellows are capable of doing so or not." Xiao Chun, who was in the air, clearly heard the final discussion of the 4. His lips curled up in a cold smile as he spoke indifferently. Xiao Chun landed firmly and looked at the 4 coldly, not showing any fear. The 4 old men were somewhat surprised. Based on Xiao Chen's expression, he seemed to have guessed that they would be here long ago, so he took the initiative to come over. The blue-robed old man said coldly, "I'll say it again. Hand over Neptune's relic, and we will not make things difficult for you. Otherwise—" Xiao Chun interrupted. "Otherwise what?" The blue-robed old man's gaze turned cold as he looked straight at Xiao Chun. Then he said frostily, "Otherwise, don't blame us for not giving the Thunder King any face. You are now a cripple. If we kill you, so be it." Did the blue-robed old man really think that Xiao Chun feared the other party? Even before he raised the blue dragon body nourishing art to the second layer, Xiao Chun was confident that both sides would end up severely injured, with no one gaining an advantage. Now that Xiao Chun had materialized the blue dragon battle armor, he was absolutely not afraid of fighting. However, the other party still acted like they had him in the bag. It was like they could crush him at will, deciding his life and death with a word. Xiao Chun did not show any fear. He met the blue-robed old man's gaze and said calmly, "Don't think that I'm afraid of you. If you do not regret it, come and fight." How arrogant. This old man will defeat you in one move. The blue-robed old man smiled coldly and charged over. He drew his sword and sent a sword light flying at Xiao Chun. As the blue-robed old man moved, a vast sea materialized behind him. Many flood dragons broke out of the sea, creating a scene of 1,000 dragons emerging from the sea. It was majestic and incomparable. This sword contained the might of 1,000 dragons soaring through the air as it pierced over. It possessed the bravery of a magnificent army that couldn't be defeated, and it belonged to the category of a direct and indomitable berserk attack. The other three quickly split up to block Xiao Chun's path, blocking his path of retreat. At the same time, they waited for an opportunity to attack. The other party immediately used his best profound martial technique. Xiao Chun did not dare to underestimate him. The blue dragon battle armor instantly appeared. The dragon patterns carved on it gave off a bright light, illuminating Xiao Chun, making him look valiant. Xiao Chun drew his saber. Flawless saber Dao, subduing dragon profound slash. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chun did not hesitate to execute his profound martial technique with the strongest explosive power, subduing dragon profound slash. The blue dragon appeared, and 18 strands of azure saber light layered over each other. Dragon roars resounded, each louder than the one before. The instant the 18 dragon roars merged, the aura that erupted seemed to surpass that of the blue-robed old man's 1,000 dragons soaring into the sky. This gave the blue-robed old man a bad feeling. Chapter 1075. However, the sword was already drawn, and the momentum was already formed. It was already too late for him to change his move. Dang! When the two saber and sword clashed, it was like two different skies clashing together. A loud sound rang out, and tiny cracks appeared in space. The two clashed, each taking 10 steps back. Blood leaked out of a corner of Xiao Chun's lips, and his complexion paled slightly. The blue-robed old man did not appear injured, but his arm was numb. His palm was empty, and the saber strike knocked his sword away. Shock appeared on the faces of the other three old men. The blue-robed old man's strongest saber strike. The blue-robed old man's strongest saber strike actually failed to defeat Xiao Chun. Instead, it knocked away the sword in his hand. How could someone who just entered the blue-robed emperor be so strong? No matter how much accumulations Xiao Chun accumulated, the power of the world that the great perfection blue-robed emperor could drive should be at least double that of his. Unless, there was only one possibility. This fellow's profound martial technique had already reached medial grade, one grade higher than the blue-robed old man's 1,000 dragons soaring. Furthermore, the blue dragon battle armor on Xiao Chun's body seemed extremely strange. It seemed to have absorbed a significant amount of damage from the 1,000 dragons soaring. I said it before, don't regret it. I, Xiao Chun, have never feared you. If you want to compete in ruthlessness, then let's see who is more ruthless. Xiao Chun snorted coldly and tore off the Neptune headscarf on his forehead. Then, he charged at the weaponless blue-robed old man. While you are down, I will take your life. Stop him. The three felt like they had just woken up from a dream. They already expected the severity of the situation. They leaped up in unison to block Xiao Chun, preparing to deal with Xiao Chun as quickly as possible. Ao Jiao, little yellow feather, help me block these two. It will be done in a moment. I promise to do it. Little yellow feather spread its wings amid a piercing golden light and entered a berserk state. The light was like the sun, illuminating the space like it was daytime. Little yellow feather opened its beak and spat out a golden holy flame at one of the three. What the hell is this? Solar true fire. How can there be such a pure solar true fire? The flames could melt even Xiao Chen's blue dragon armor. So how could they be so easily blocked? Caught off guard, a large portion of that person's protective laws were burned away. His hair and eyebrows were all set ablaze, and he cried out in panic. Ao Jiao didn't waste any time and imitated a short knife. With a slash, divine thunder resounded through the sky and blocked the other elder. Only one elder flew towards Xiao Chun, wanting to stop him from harming the weaponless blue-robed elder. Who could have imagined that Xiao Chun would not even look at this person, allowing the other party's attacks to land on him? Xiao Chun wanted to strike the blue-robed old man with his saber? Poochie! Xiao Chun spat out a mouthful of blood upon receiving this attack, his face turning even paler. However, the blue-robed old man was in an even more miserable state. His chest had been struck by a saber, and his flesh and ribs had all been severed. Blood gushed out like a fountain. After clashing head-on with another move, Xiao Chun swung his saber again, striking the blue-robed old man. Bang! Bang! After taking 3 moves, Xiao Chun also sent 3 saber strikes at the blue-robed old man. Xiao Chun chopped the unarmed blue-robed old man, who had lost his momentum in one move and was half dead. Xiao Chun did not even give this person a chance to catch his breath. However, the price was extremely heavy. The other old man's 3 moves landed on Xiao Chen's body without holding anything back. The blue dragon armor he wore already turned into a beam of dark light and vanished. Wounds covered his body, and blood dyed his white robes red. However, when this person saw Xiao Chun turn around, he did not show any fighting spirit. Instead, he was so frightened that he took 3 steps back. This person was truly frightened. In the 300 years of his life, he had never seen such a ruthless youth. Xiao Chun was ruthless to his enemies but even more ruthless to himself. The old man was very clear on the might of his 3 moves. However, Xiao Chun did not even make a sound. He did not even turn his head to look at the blue-robed old man until he was half dead. The old man just watched as the blue-robed old man, the strongest person among them, lay on the ground in pain, moaning helplessly. The old man finally understood what Xiao Chun meant when he said, "Don't regret it." When the old man saw Xiao Chun charging at him with his saber in hand with a cruel smile on his face, his legs trembled. Then, he did something that even the old man himself did not dare to imagine. He turned around and fled. After being scared off by Xiao Chun, the old man simply did not dare to face this pair of eyes. He simply could not muster any fighting spirit. What's going on? After the initial panic, the 2 old men fighting with Ao Jiao and Little Yellow Feather had already gained a clear upper hand. They looked at the half-dead blue-robed cultivator on the ground and the old man fleeing, confused expressions on their faces. Ao Jiao, back off. Xiao Chun did not care about the old man's departure. He shouted coldly and turned his body to the side, dragging his saber. Then, he switched places with Ao Jiao and Little Yellow Feather, blocking the pressure from the 2 great perfection blue-robed emperors. After 100 moves, the 2 old men panicked. They now knew why the old man retreated without fighting. When facing Xiao Chun, who fought with his life on the line, anyone would feel flustered. They had no choice but to submit to such a ruthless person. No part of Xiao Chen's body remained intact. However, the saber wounds on the 2 old men were still very shocking, raising eyebrows. Let's go. Let's go. I can't hold on anymore. This fellow is too crazy. The wounds on Xiao Chen's body increased. Several times, the 2 old men hoped that Xiao Chun would fall. However, they were disappointed again and again, only getting more wounds. The 2 old men's minds were on the verge of collapsing. They no longer dared to continue gambling. They left the battlefield, picked up the blue-robed old man's body, and turned to flee. For great perfection, blue-robed emperors were scared away by Xiao Chun, who had just entered the blue-robed emperor realm. They did not even want to linger. If news of this spread, no one would believe it. Aside from heaven-defying, there was no other word that could describe this. Xiao Chun extended his spiritual sense and verified that the 4 old men had already dragged their heavily injured bodies far away. A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face as he fell backward. Earlier, Ao Jiao had been forced out of the battle. She tried to interfere several times but failed. Now, she rushed forward and caught the fallen Xiao Chun in her arms. Little Yellow Feather, who had lost a significant number of its feathers, flapped its wings and flew over. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand, wanting to praise Little Yellow Feather. However, when he saw that his hand was covered in blood, it felt too dirty. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly, and his raised arm drooped back down. Ao Jiao, I'll be fine after sleeping. Don't cry. If you cry, I won't wake up. After saying that weakly, Xiao Chun closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Ao Jiao hugged Xiao Chun tightly. Tears welled up in her eyes. However, when she thought about Xiao Chun's words, she forced her tears back. She muttered, "You idiot! Why are you always so desperate? What is so good about being the Blue Dragon King? The scorching land and the dark sky, one man, one item spirit, and one bird, appeared desolate and lonely in this vast world." Covered in blood, Xiao Chun leaned against Ao Jiao, falling into a deep sleep. Wounds covered his body. Little Yellow Feather shook its head, shaking off the dust and broken feathers on its body. Then it became spirited again. Creak, creak. The little golden crow chirped. When it saw the sorrow on Ao Jiao's face, it wanted to coax her. However, its actions were childish and ridiculous. Ao Jiao rubbed Little Yellow Feather's head and squeezed out a smile. "Little Yellow Feather, go and find some water for me." The little golden crow looked at Xiao Chun, who was covered in blood and dust. Then, it flapped its wings and made a gesture as if it was a trivial matter. Then, it flew to the second ring, the Ice Mountain Ring. Soon, Little Yellow Feather flew back. Its sharp claws held a mountain-sized chunk of ice and placed it beside Ao Jiao. Ao Jiao did not know whether to laugh or cry. Then, she found a piece of rag from Xiao Chen's clothes. After the ice melted, she wiped Xiao Chen's body with a serious and solemn expression. Bang! 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 Little Yellow Feather went back and forth, bringing more than 10 mountain-sized chunks of ice. Then it flew over. Ao Jiao smiled in understanding. Little Yellow Feather was really stubborn. I did not tell it to stop, but it did not. This was also good. The flame ring was hot all year round. The ground was scalding hot. With these chunks of ice to cool down, the sleeping Xiao Chun should be more comfortable. After Xiao Chun finished wiping Xiao Chen's entire body, his clothes were as white as snow. Then, she brushed aside the hair on his forehead, revealing his delicate face. Then, Ao Jiao gently tied the Neptune headscarf around Xiao Chen's head. In less than half a day, Xiao Chen's injuries had mostly recovered. However, Xiao Chen's injuries were too severe this time. The sleeping Xiao Chun did not show any signs of waking up soon. It would be hard for him to wake up before his internal injuries recovered. Getting up, Ao Jiao picked up the lunar shadow saber that fell from Xiao Chen's hand. Then, she carved an ice bed on the ice and slowly placed Xiao Chun on it. Within the scarlet space, Ao Jiao did not say a word. She held the lunar shadow saber and practiced her saber techniques on the ground. Rumbling thunder resounded, and golden divine lightning tore through the sky. It flickered endlessly as Ao Jiao walked. The little golden crow got excited and flew over to exchange moves with Ao Jiao. 7 days later, Xiao Chun opened his eyes. A chill came from his numb limbs. This made his body feel extremely comfortable in the flame ring. Xiao Chun touched his body with his hand and realized that he was lying on the ice bed. The blood on his body had already been cleaned up. He got up and looked into the distance, but he did not see Ao Jiao. Xiao Chun felt suspicious. He slowly floated down from the ice bed and looked around. However, he still did not see Ao Jiao. Creak! A bird's cry drew Xiao Chen's gaze behind him. Only then did he discover that Ao Jiao had fallen asleep on the ice bed. Ao Jiao, who had her eyes closed, leaned back on the ice bed. Her usual mischievous and fiery temper was gone, looking cold and moving. Her voluptuous figure added to her charm, looking very alluring, like a sleeping goddess. Noble and beautiful, cold and charming. Little Yellow Feather was very energetic as it stood on Ao Jiao's shoulder. Its intelligent eyes looked around warily, like a warrior on guard. Seeing that Xiao Chun had recovered, Little Yellow Feather was very excited. Seeing that it was going to cry out again, Xiao Chun quickly made a shushing gesture and pointed at Ao Jiao. Little Yellow Feather understood, and a lively look flashed in its eyes. Then, it shut its mouth and used its wings to make a shushing gesture as well. Just at this moment, Ao Jiao's eyelashes twitched. When she saw the white-robed Xiao Chen, her sleepiness immediately vanished. Joy flashed in Ao Jiao's eyes. She stood up in a fluster and hugged Xiao Chen. A dense flame immediately lit up in Little Yellow Feather's eyes. It burned with rage and jealousy as it bared its teeth at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun patted Ao Jiao's shoulder and smiled. "If you still don't let me go, Little Yellow Feather will roast me to a crisp." Chapter 1076. A blush flashed on Ao Jiao's face as she looked at Little Yellow Feather, feeling it was strange. However, Little Yellow Feather appeared very docile, no longer looking like it wanted to swallow Xiao Chen up. "This little fellow is really amazing," Xiao Chen thought to himself. "Are we leaving now?" Ao Jiao asked. Xiao Chun glanced at the transportation formation not far away and said, "There's no rush. Those 4 old fellows probably need at least half a year to recuperate. It is rare for us to come here. Let's stay in the first ring and help Little Yellow Feather find some snacks. At the same time, let's see if we can find a few more earth core flames." When Little Yellow Feather heard this, it chirped happily and flew over to Xiao Chun, continuously expressing its goodwill. Ao Jiao hesitated for a while. However, when she saw that Little Yellow Feather was indeed very happy, she did not say anything more. To Little Yellow Feather, the fire-attributed profound cores did not contain any impurities. They were even tastier than astral cores. As for the earth core flame, it was a natural spirit herb. Little Yellow Feather wished that it could flip this flame ring upside down. Little Yellow Feather could easily deal with inferior-grade profound beasts by itself. Ao Jiao and Xiao Chun also intended to nurture Little Yellow Feather's ability to fight alone, so they stood at the side and did not make a move. However, Xiao Chun did not remain idle. He picked up the 9 profound martial techniques and studied them. The 9 profound martial techniques involved spear techniques, sword techniques, staff techniques, leg techniques, dual sword techniques, and many more. Originally, Xiao Chun did not intend to practice them. He practiced the saber technique and the martial techniques of other weapons. In the end, he was still considered a layman. However, after fighting with the 4 old men, he discovered his deficiencies. Xiao Chun had absorbed most of the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring's essence. His comprehension ability was already very high in the first place. After that, it became even better. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Xiao Chen's comprehension ability was the best in the entire Kunlun realm. Those like Emperor Wu, Sovereign Martial Emperors, and Prime Martial Emperors were only stronger than Xiao Chun in terms of insight. In terms of comprehension ability, no one could compare to him. With such comprehension ability, Xiao Chun had only cultivated 4 or 5 profound martial techniques. This was truly a waste. If Xiao Chun had grasped a few more profound martial techniques in his fight with the 4 old men, he would not have ended up in such a sorry state. But first, he had to solve a problem, and that was the problem of not being able to use weapons. Ao Jiao, do you still remember that when we were in the Firmament Dome, you said that you would tell me the remaining techniques of the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula? Xiao Chun asked. If he could completely master the changing character formula and master it, the lack of weapons would no longer be a problem for Xiao Chun. As for the Battle Saint Origins strength character formula, Xiao Chun did not plan to cultivate it. How could he not know that this martial technique was too heaven-defying, going against the heavenly Tao? Even if they were to injure the enemy by 1,000, they would also suffer 800 casualties. No panacea would be of any use. Xiao Chun even suspected that his current physiological lifespan was a hidden danger from using the strength character formula recklessly when he fought Sima Lingxuan's father. Ao Jiao found this strange. She asked, "Why did you think of this? Now, you have already taken your own Tao. The Thunder King's path is no longer suitable for you. You should know this." Xiao Chun smiled and said, "I understand. I am not giving up on my Tao. It is just that, at my current cultivation, my cultivation already increases very slowly. If I don't think of other methods, it will be hard for my combat prowess to increase significantly. Don't worry. Given my comprehension ability, I will not get lost between two Daos. If possible, I can infuse the changing character Dao into the flawless saber Dao. Ao Jiao sighed and said softly, I just knew that I could not out-talk you. I will tell you the essence of the changing character formula now. However, remember not to get lost. After saying that, Ao Jiao placed her finger on Xiao Chen's forehead. Then, she closed her eyes, and information flowed through her finger and quickly entered Xiao Chen's mind. An unending chain of sword images flashed in Xiao Chen's mind. Then, an imposing man appeared before Xiao Chen. However, he could not see his appearance clearly. Xiao Chen knew that this person was the Thunder King, Sang Mu, who had given him the Thunder with Swords inheritance back then. The Thunder King's figures changed continuously. There was only one sword in his hand, but he could materialize thousands of martial techniques, including spear techniques and saber techniques. As the light flickered, the Thunder King's figures increased in number, becoming more and more complex. Every figure held a different weapon. However, the martial techniques that every figure used were exactly the same. However, the weapons they used were different, changing their styles. In the end, the thousands of figures merged together. The Thunder Emperor's blurry figure suddenly became clear in an instant. A sword pierced towards Xiao Chen. 10,000 techniques returned to one. Clearly, one sword could only execute one martial technique. However, to Xiao Chen, this sword strike felt like there were 10,000 Thunder Kings executing 10,000 different profound martial techniques at the same time. Horrifying, extremely horrifying. If the Thunder King came back to life, even if he was of the same cultivation realm as Xiao Chen, he would not be able to block this sword strike. Xiao Chen would definitely not be able to block this sword strike. Xiao Chen could not help but feel shocked. 10,000 techniques returned to one, moving mountains and rivers with one breath, breaking the sky with one sword. Was this the highest level of the changing character formula? Xiao Chen now understood why the Thunder King relied only on the changing character formula to sweep through the world unhindered. After the Qing Emperor, he was known as the most outstanding legendary genius. Ao Jiao let go, and the clear figure in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness scattered, turning into tens of thousands of clumps of light flying everywhere. Strands of information poured into Xiao Chen's mind. They were as vast as smoke, complex and chaotic, far surpassing what Xiao Chen expected. Xiao Chen's entire mind went blank, filled with a vast amount of information. His mind was in incredible pain, recovering only after a long time. Xiao Chen revealed a bitter smile, feeling somewhat dispirited. Earlier, he had thought too simply of the changing character formula. He had also thought too simply of the Thunder King. Ao Jiao did not feel surprised at Xiao Chen's expression. She said calmly, "Don't be too dispirited. The information I gave you was comprehended after the Thunder King pondered it for 1,000 years. The changing character formula goes from simple to complicated, then from complicated to simple. Over and over again, it condenses and refines. Sang Mu spent close to 1,000 years before he comprehended it, obtaining one word." Xiao Chen thought, so that is the case. No wonder that sword strike was so horrifying. If I had cultivated the flawless saber Dao for 1,000 years, I might have been able to block it. However, Xiao Chen was very curious about which word Ao Jiao said. He asked, "What word?" "It is one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. 1. What a strange word." Xiao Chen muttered to himself for a while. He felt like a certain string in his mind was gently plucked. As long as he comprehended it, he would be able to reap great benefits. Everything has a beginning. 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, 1, 3 gives birth to 4, 1, 9 gives birth to 10, and then 10 becomes 1. In the end, it can cycle endlessly. The Thunder King cultivated it to the level of using 10,000 as 1. Ao Jiao smiled and said, "These things are too complicated. The Thunder King spent 1,000 years to understand them. Even now, I only have a superficial understanding of them. You don't have to understand them all at once. Just follow the prescribed order. Xiao Chun recovered his wits from his thoughts. Then, he smiled to indicate that he understood. Right now, Xiao Chun only wanted to deal with the 9 profound martial techniques and the problem of not being able to use weapons. He did not want to comprehend the Thunder King's Tao. He was indeed thinking too far ahead. With the essence of the later parts of the changing character formula, the problem of not being able to use weapons could be resolved with some thought. Little Yellow Feather killed all the profound beasts at the mouth of the volcano. Then, it puffed out a few streams of flames and used its wings to point at Xiao Chun. Then, it pointed at Xiao Chun and the profound beast corpses on the ground. Ao Jiao smiled and said, "It said to ask you to help it take out these profound cores for it to eat later. Don't listen to it. I'll do it. Just focus on cultivating." After Little Yellow Feather gave instructions, it leaped into the volcano, wanting to search for an earth core flame. Xiao Chun smiled helplessly. He knew that Ao Jiao doted on this Little Yellow Feather and liked to spoil it, so he could not be bothered with it. Little Yellow Feather was normally very arrogant. However, it did not show any fear on the battlefield. Furthermore, it even gave Xiao Chun one of its life-saving plume feathers. This showed that the little golden crow only had the temper of a child and was not a bad person. Time slowly passed. Xiao Chun focused on cultivating the changing character formula, comprehending its mysteries. The words that the Thunder King left behind allowed Xiao Chun to avoid many detours. After half a month, he could already use 10 as 1. The basics were simple. The next step was to use 100 as 1. This gave Xiao Chun a headache. Fortunately, at this level, the problem of not being able to use weapons was already easily resolved. Xiao Chun could now execute the profound martial techniques of other weapons very smoothly. In terms of aura, they were no weaker than the other cultivators. All that remained was familiarity and comprehension of his own, turning the profound martial techniques of others into his own. This was a slow process that needed to be done gradually and could not be rushed. After another month, the group of 3 practically turned the entire flame ring upside down, gaining a bountiful harvest. They had already accumulated more than 10,000 fire-attributed profound cores and found as many as 10 places for earth core flames. After Little Yellow Feather swallowed all the fire-attributed profound cores, its size swelled again. Its overwhelming aura made even Xiao Chun feel some fear. The golden holy flame that it spat out when it opened its mouth was even more horrifying. The awakening of some of the Golden Crow's ancient inherited memories also allowed Little Yellow Feather to grasp several innate techniques. This was similar to the martial techniques of cultivators, which allowed them to open up their flames a second time and increase their might. The strongest move was 10 suns shining together. When it opened its mouth, it spat out 9 golden fireballs, forming the scene of 10 suns shining together, forming a ring of fire. Xiao Chun tested it out. Even when he defended with all his might, the 10 suns shining together burned away the blue dragon battle armor. This left the little fellow feeling very pleased for a while. Xiao Chun, Little Yellow Feather says that it is sick of eating fire-attributed profound cores. Now, when it sees fire-attributed profound cores, it looks like poop. Even the earth core flame is not to its liking. Ao Jiao smiled as she held up Little Yellow Feather. Little Yellow Feather's mouth is really stubborn. Xiao Chun felt some envy, jealousy, and hatred. The growth of such a holy beast even made him, a genius, feel inferior. As long as it had food to eat, its growth defied the laws of nature. In that case, let's go. It is time to go. However, I wonder what those outstanding talents gained on this road to burial of emperors. Ao Jiao sighed and said, "We already gained so much in the first ring. Their gains are definitely not low. Up to you. Let's go." When Xiao Chun arrived before the transportation formation, he activated it. In an instant, he left the transportation formation and arrived at the surface of the sea. After looking around, he realized that he was right above Despair City and had not gone far. Rumble! Before Xiao Chun could stabilize himself, a loud sound came from the distance. He looked up and saw a group of people fleeing in a sorry state 5 kilometers away. Chapter 1077. Without any deviation, the direction was precisely in his direction. When Xiao Chun saw the appearance of that group of people, his expression changed slightly. The leader was Ba Tu, whom he had met once before. The ones fleeing in sorry states were the descendants of the Black Sea's great bandits. Chasing them were 2 or 3 small perfection loose cultivators of the blue-robed emperor level. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun decided to help. Little Yellow Feather, I'll leave it to you. Little Yellow Feather spread its wings and flew out of the immortal spirit ring. When it saw the group of people Xiao Chun pointed at, it flew over at lightning speed. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out 10 suns shining together. Immediately, 10 clumps of fiery light comparable to the sun appeared in the sky, radiating an overwhelming heat wave. The seawater instantly evaporated, creating a boundless mist that turned everything hazy. Before the few small perfection blue-robed emperors in pursuit could react, they saw the 10 suns descend, encasing the area. There was nowhere to run to. The 10 suns shining together could melt even Xiao Chen's blue dragon battle armor. How could this group of small perfection blue-robed emperors deal with it? Before these small perfection blue-robed emperors could even scream, they were burned to ashes. This scene dumbfounded Ba Tu's group. As they looked at Little Yellow Feather in the sky, they were horrified. Big brother, this divine bird seems to have a master. Could it be that it has taken a fancy to our treasure? Let's quickly run. Ba Tu, who was carrying an ancient corpse, showed an uncertain expression. He said, "Its pet is already so powerful. We definitely cannot run. Let's go and take a look." Feeling nervous, the group followed Little Yellow Feather as they walked on the surface of the sea. After executing 10 suns shining together, Little Yellow Feather was clearly much weaker. When it landed before Xiao Chun, he took out astral cores and fed them to the little fellow. Ba Tu and the others walked carefully. When they saw this scene, they could not even process what was going on. The master of the divine bird was actually the Azure Dragon King Xiao Chun, who had caused a huge commotion. Ba Tu laughed loudly and quickly stepped forward. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Many thanks to Brother Xiao Chun for helping out. It looks like Brother still remembers our fated meeting." Xiao Chun curiously sized up the corpse Ba Tu was carrying. Then he said softly, "It was nothing much. Brother Ba Tu is too polite." "That was nothing much, but you saved the lives of us brothers. There is no need to be polite." Xiao Chun smiled and asked, "Did the few of you come out from the road that buried emperors?" Ba Tu nodded and said with a wretched expression, "Yes, I got a corpse in the 4th ring. I really didn't dare to go any further, so I came out. Who would have thought that he would be targeted by a few loose cultivators and end up in such a sorry state? It's like a tiger being bullied by a dog when it's down. If they were in the Black Sea, they wouldn't even dare to make a move." After Xiao Chun introduced to the group of brothers. Chun greeted them without any pride. Without the Ba Spirit Chen Li Tu Chun Yuan of Chun of brothers. "Brother Ba Tu, what's the situation with the Emperor Burial Heart?" "Brother Ba Tu, it seems like that group of outstanding talents are not satisfied with the 4th ring and want to continue forward." Fear flashed in Ba Tu's eyes as he said, "Right now, of the 4 major characters that went together, only Zong Buoxiong made it to the heart of the ocean. The 3 great fiends of the fiend race all died on the Black Flame Emperor's path. Those outstanding talents are still continuing forward. They all have astonishing harvests. As long as they can return alive, I believe that there will be many young blue-robed emperors at the 4 Seas Hero Gathering 1 year from now." Another person interjected, "The one with the greatest harvest is definitely Zong Buoxiong. As long as that fellow can make it out, he will definitely be conferred king. The Black Flame Emperor is probably going to change. We have to return quickly and tell the elders about this." Ba Tu nodded and said, "Zong Buoxiong is very ambitious. We have to return quickly. We cannot chat any longer. In the future, when Brother Xiao Chun goes to the Black Flame Emperor, we will definitely receive him properly." After a pause, Ba Tu removed the jade strip hanging from the corpse's neck. He said, "There is nothing to repay. Just take this jade strip as a small gift. This corpse is a sovereign martial emperor from the ancient era. Unfortunately, he did not make it back alive when he was conferred king, falling along the way. This jade strip should be pretty good. Xiao Chun received the jade strip and performed a cupped fist salute. Goodbye. I'm leaving. Brother Xiao Chun. Remember to make a trip to the Black Flame Emperor's Black Flame Emperor. The descendants of this group of lawless bandits were very forthright, not putting on airs at all, leaving as they pleased. Xiao Chun mulled over Batu's words. The three great fiends died on the way. Only Zhong Buxiong made it to the heart of the ocean alone. The emperor's path truly lived up to its name. It was indeed true. Zhong Buxiong, the major character that warned Xiao Chun back then. Could it be that Xiao Chun had some karma with him? At this moment, Xiao Chun would never guess that Zhong Buxiong only wanted to leave an opponent for his adopted son, not letting him die at the hands of others. Karma was very mysterious. When Xiao Chun met Zhong Buxiong's adopted son more than a year later in the Black Flame Emperor's Black Flame Emperor, his expression turned extremely complicated. Xiao Chun, where are we going now? Are we still going to the Northern Sea Alliance? Liu Jiao asked. Naturally, we are going. However, it was just that Xiao Chen's original idea of finding a backer was something he could do without. Previously, Xiao Chen's fame spread far and wide, and his future was boundless. Now, he advanced to Martial Emperor in 5 years, his fate unknown. The words of the Divine Dragon Palace's old man were not pleasant to the ears, but that was what most people thought. Since there was no value in befriending him, why would the other party make a large group of strong enemies for Xiao Chen? Perhaps Yi Chun would not think this way. However, Xiao Chen had seen too much of the ways of the world. He had understood this many years ago. Yi Chun could not make decisions for the Northern Sea Alliance, which was a huge faction. Now that Xiao Chun was going to the Northern Sea Alliance, he simply wanted to meet this friend and thank him for the congratulatory gift at the king conferral ceremony. Where should we go after that? Liu Jiao asked. When Xiao Chun heard that, he felt stunned. Indeed, where could he go after that? How could he find a way to advance to Martial Emperor in 5 years? Should he go and seek out the Haotian Martial Emperor or the Prime, the Thunder King? However, he could not bring himself to meet these two primes, who placed so much importance on him and gave him such great help. However, he ended up in such a state. How could he find the other party again? The vast sea stretched as far as the eye could see. The sky was high, and the sea was wide. However, Xiao Chun felt an emptiness of having nowhere to go despite the vastness of the world. When Liu Jiao saw this, her heart suddenly ached for no reason. Blue Dragon King. The 3 dazzling words brought pressure and restrictions. Those who could only see the Blue Dragon King's dazzling appearance would never understand it. If not for his title as the Qing Emperor's descendant, Xiao Chun would definitely be able to live much more easily. He would not have to work so hard, shouldering everything by himself. Xiao Chun collected his thoughts. Then, he remembered that he still had the jade strip that Batu gave him. He wondered what kind of treasure it was. An ancient cultivator who could come out of the heart of the ocean was definitely not simple. Batu did not even bother to look at it as a gift, not afraid of suffering a loss. After fiddling with it for a while, Xiao Chun sent in his spiritual sense. After a while, he revealed an extremely surprised expression. What's wrong? Liu Jiao asked curiously when she saw Xiao Chen's expression. Take a look for yourself. Liu Jiao flew out and received the jade strip. After checking it for a while, a smile of indescribable pleasant surprise appeared in her eyes. The dragon-seeking art. This is an ancient secret technique that can only be passed down to one person. To think that you managed to obtain it. Naturally, the dragon-seeking art was not about finding a true dragon. It was a secret technique for finding spirit veins based on the geography of the mountains, the geography of the astral palace, and geomancy. In ancient times, spirit veins were commonly known as earth dragons. Furthermore, they were mostly dragon-shaped. The name dragon-seeking art was not inappropriate. In ancient times, there were also people who specialized in dragon-seeking art. They were known as geomasters and held high statuses, even higher than blacksmiths and alchemists. Dragons are hidden in the depths. The sea hides dragons. In the vast sea, there are many more spirit veins than in the Kunlun continent. This dragon-seeking art will definitely be able to display its prowess in the heavenly starry ocean. Right now, what you lack is spirit veins. This jade strip is really tailor-made for you. Ao Jiao's tone was filled with excitement. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and tightly grasped the jade strip with his right hand. Everything was understood without words. If Xiao Chun followed the usual routine, he would need at least 4 years to cultivate the blue-robed emperor to small perfection. Another 4 years to cultivate the blue-robed emperor to great perfection. Given Xiao Chen's comprehension ability, he would need less time to cultivate a soul for the heavenly seal. Xiao Chen's greatest obstacle in advancing to martial emperor was being stuck at small perfection and great perfection of the blue-robed emperor. If he really spent 8 years, it would be too late. However, now that he had the dragon-seeking art, as long as he could obtain sufficient resources, everything would not be a problem. The only thing he had to worry about was the great tribulation of wind and fire after he reached peak consummation. This stunned Xiao Chen. Then he revealed a grave expression. He waved his hand, and a small silver boat appeared. This was the secret treasure that he obtained in the Sky Dome realm. At this point, the grade of this secret treasure was no longer worthy of his discerning eyes. However, people tended to be nostalgic. After arriving in the Kunlun realm, Xiao Chun had taken some time out to repair this boat. Now, for the sake of not attracting attention, this secret treasure was perfect. Ao Jiao, you will control the boat. Help me sail it to the northern sea. I want to enter closed-door cultivation and focus all my energy on this dragon-seeking art. Ao Jiao rejoiced in her heart. She finally saw some hope. She smiled and said, "Roger that. Just enter closed-door cultivation in peace. Leave the rest to little Yellow Feather and me." Xiao Chen nodded and did not say anything more. He entered the recuperation room on the boat and sank his consciousness into the dragon-seeking art. The dragon-seeking art was just a general name for such a secret technique. It was similar to alchemy and blacksmithing. There were many different secret techniques. For example, the Book of Heavenly Works in Mo Chen's hand was the divine canon of blacksmithing, a supreme existence. The dragon-seeking art hidden in this jade strip was called the Paradise Secret Canon. Paradise had the meaning of seeing through the mysteries of heaven. Just based on the name, one could guess that the Paradise Secret Canon was an extremely high-ranked secret canon among the many types of dragon-seeking arts. The Paradise Secret Canon was split into 3 parts. The first part was the most complicated, like a general outline. It introduced the situation of the clan of the owner of the jade strip, as well as the glory of their clan in the ancient era. It recorded the origin of the dragon-seeking art and the various branches of the geomasters. It was very detailed and complicated. Xiao Chun felt a headache when he read it. Since it did not involve true cultivation, he only paid attention to the first part and skimmed through the rest, getting a general idea. The owner of the jade strip was called Yuan Chen. He was the sole descendant of the Yuan clan. After he died, the inheritance ended. During the ancient era, the Yuan clan was very famous, holding a high position among the geomasters. The inheritors of the clan were all known as the Great Heavenly Master. However, this clan did not care about fame and fortune. They did not accept the invitations of the various large clans. They always acted alone, which resulted in very few people knowing about them. Chapter 1078. There was a long introduction at the end, so Xiao Chun skipped over it and looked at the second part of the jade strip, the Paradise Secret Canon's cultivation method. The second part was divided into 4 parts. The first part was the Heavenly Eye. Open the Heavenly Eye, seek dragons and fix veins, see through the mysteries of heaven. The Yuan clan's dragon-seeking secret arts all used the Heavenly Eye as the foundation. Without cultivating the Heavenly Eye, seeking dragons and fixing veins would be impossible. The mysterious hand can steal the work of the heavens and fight for good fortune. The second aspect was the ingenuity of surpassing nature. Even after cultivating the Heavenly Eye, one could not truly seek dragons and fix veins. One would need to rely on the dragon-seeking secret treasures of the Yuan clan. The Yuan family had a total of 3 dragon-seeking treasures, which were the dragon beheading platform, the dragon revealing mirror, and the dragon fixing needle. In this section, the refining methods and materials of the 3 dragon-seeking secret treasures were introduced in detail, as well as the main points of attention. The Tao is boundless and ever-changing. The heavens say that it is unfathomable, but it can be measured, thought about, and imagined. The 3rd section was the 100 changes of heavenly secrets. The content of this section was the most complicated, but also the most important. It introduced over 10,000 different terrains, stars, and geomancy in detail. It was detailed, profound, and complicated. Ordinary people would not be able to understand it at all. Even if they could understand it, they might not be able to immerse themselves in it. With a plan in mind, I will capture the dragon with a wave of my hand. The 4th segment was prison drawing. It mainly explained how to trap spirit veins and how to use the dragon fixing needles to form all sorts of formations. There were 3,000 types of formations of various sizes used to trap different spirit veins. Fighting with others, fighting with the heavens, is boundless joy. The 5th stanza was about the trapped dragon ascending to heaven. Its content gave Shao Chun a fright. When a grand heaven master reached a certain level, he would be able to break free from the shackles of heaven and earth. It could fight against the heavens, create dragons with manpower, and nurture spirit veins. The spirit fountain was nurtured by the heaven and earth, and would never be destroyed. However, the Yuan family actually wanted to create their own spirit fountain and fight against the heaven. No wonder the Yuan family had lost their inheritance. Fighting against the heavens, how could they have a good ending? As for the 3rd part of the jade slip, it was completely blank. There was nothing at all, causing one to feel suspicious. Shao Chun guessed that there should be some kind of concealment technique. Without cultivating the Paradise Secret Canon to a certain level, one would not be able to see its contents. Withdrawing his spiritual sense from the jade strip, Shao Chun had a complicated look on his face. The dragon-seeking art was not something that could be learned overnight. His previous thoughts were too simple. It was too early for him to be happy. No matter what, I have to learn this Paradise Secret Canon. His right hand trembled as he gripped the jade slip tightly. Shao Chun's eyes were filled with determination. Throughout his life, he had never liked to ask for favors, nor did he like to owe favors. It was rare that God had given him a chance to stop bothering the Haoyan Emperor and the Thunder King. He would not give up no matter what. No matter how difficult it was, he would not give up. The cultivation technique of the Paradise Secret Canon had a total of 4 segments. The 5th segment was just a supplement. It was like a forbidden technique, making one's hair stand on end. What kind of existence dared to say that fighting against the heavens was an endless joy? Although the path of cultivation was heaven-defying and also fighting against the heavens, most cultivators respected the heavens. However, most of the cultivators were filled with reverence. They were cautious with every step they took. No one dared to say such disgraceful words. Paradise Secret Canon. Shao Chun felt curious. He really wanted to know what kind of person the ancestor of the Yuan clan was. He had to go to the Black Sea. If there was an opportunity, he had to find Batu and see that corpse. When Shao Chun calmed down, he started to carefully study the cultivation technique of the heavenly eye. One had to take things step by step. Even if one was anxious, one could not mess up the steps. Shao Chun understood this principle. The heavenly eye was extremely profound. When one opened it, one could see a brand new world. When cultivated to an extremely profound level, one could see through the mysteries of heaven. This was not a lie. There were many levels to it. The Geomasters of the Yuan clan were known as Great Heavenly Masters mostly because of the heavenly eye. Normally speaking, the level of the heavenly eye determined the Great Heavenly Master's ability to seek dragons and fix veins. Otherwise, no matter what kind of schemes one had, one would be helpless when facing a high-ranked spirit vein. After studying the cultivation technique of the heavenly eye to the point that he was thoroughly familiar with it, Shao Chun decided to open the heavenly eye. The process of opening the heavenly eye was not difficult. However, it was very complicated. One needed to use a special liquid to wash the eyes. Every day, when the sun rose, one had to look into the distance and absorb the purple qi. After doing this for half a month, one had to circulate their energy and open up 1,000 tiny meridians in the eyes. Then one could formally open the heavenly eye, opening a vertical eye on the forehead. Naturally, Xiaochun did not have the liquid. However, there was the refining method and the required materials. After looking at it for a while, Xiaochun found that it was not too troublesome. It was just that the formula was rather unique. After finding the nearest island on the sea chart, Xiaochun successfully bought the required materials. After familiarizing himself with it a few times, he succeeded in refining the heavenly eye. Every day, when Xiaochun dripped the liquid into his eyes, he would feel an indescribable numbness and pain. It was like countless bugs had entered his eyes, causing him so much pain that he wished he were dead. Just like the jade strip said, there were no accidents. Xiaochun did not stop, relying on his willpower to endure this inhumane torture. This made Ao Jiao's heart ache. At first, little yellow feather was curious and clamped down, wanting to give it a try. In the end, after trying it once, it cried out in pain for an entire day. After that, when little yellow feather looked at Xiaochun, a rare reverence appeared in its eyes. Its mischievous attitude from before faded significantly. At the same time, Xiaochun would sit at the bow of the warship every day, waiting for the sun to rise in the east. At first, he did not see any purple qi. However, as he persisted day after day, using the special liquid to wash his eyes, Xiaochun finally saw the so-called purple qi. It was a majestic and surging scene. A hazy purple qi filled the sky, allowing one to truly feel the rising luck of this world. After persisting for half a month, Xiaochun carried out the final step of opening his eyes, opening up the thousands of tiny meridians connecting his eyeballs. After carefully completing this final step, a crack appeared on Xiaochun's forehead, and a vertical eye appeared. It gave off a strange purple light, and the world before his eyes suddenly changed. The vast sea actually turned transparent before his eyes. He could clearly see the topography of the seabed, the swimming fishes, prawns, and spirit beasts. The air was no longer empty. Instead, it was a combination of all sorts of gases of various colors. Aside from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, there were many other gases. Xiaochun could see the direction of the wind and the movement of the clouds. The entire world seemed to be moving rapidly. A painful sensation came, and Xiaochun quickly closed his eyes. The vertical eye closed, leaving behind only a faint bloodstain. After wiping away the bloodstain, Xiaochun revealed an expression of joy. Blood was definitely present when opening the heavenly eye. He knew that he had succeeded. In the future, as his cultivation of the Paradise Secret Canon deepened, the level of his heavenly eye would continue to improve. This was just the beginning. How is it? Did you succeed? Ao Jiao asked urgently as she ran over with little yellow feather. Xiaochun nodded, and Ao Jiao immediately revealed a joyful smile, feeling very happy for Xiaochun. However, this is just the first step. I still have to refine the dragon-seeking secret treasure and familiarize myself with the 100 changes of heavenly mysteries and the thousands of topography. Ao Jiao smiled and said, "There's no rush. As long as there was hope, it was fine. As long as Xiaochun learned this Paradise Secret Canon, he might be able to advance to Martial Emperor in 5 years. After all, the dragon-seeking art was a clan's secret technique. It was passed down to males and not females. It was only passed down within a Geomaster's clan. No strong faction, even in Immortal Holy Land, could obtain any dragon-seeking art. Furthermore, Xiaochun's Paradise Secret Canon was clearly much more profound than the existing dragon-seeking arts. Great heavenly masters were existences that only existed during the ancient era. Following that, Xiaochun docked the warship and purchased some materials. Then, he started to refine the dragon-seeking secret treasure, the dragon-fixing needle. The dragon-fixing needle was a one-time consumable. It was the secret treasure that the great heavenly masters used the most and required a lot of preparation. The dragon-revealing mirror and the dragon-subduing platform were rather troublesome to refine. Furthermore, he could not be careless with the materials. He would not be able to find top-quality materials on any random island. He would have to wait for a large-scale auction. Xiaochun did not intend to refine them immediately. Furthermore, with the dragon-fixing needle, he could deal with most spirit veins. He only needed the dragon-revealing mirror for spirit veins that were sage grade or higher. As for the dragon-subduing platform, it was used to deal with mutated ancient spirit veins. 3 days later, the first dragon-fixing needle was refined in the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. It was a palm-sized black needle. It was very sharp, and its tip flickered with a cold light. The dragon-fixing needle did not require a lot of divine materials. However, there were many kinds, at least 100 of them. Furthermore, the amount of each one was specified. Even if there were more or less, it would not be able to achieve the effect of stabilizing a spirit vein. This was a secret treasure unique to the Yuan clan. According to the introduction of exquisite workmanship, the quality of the dragon-fixing needle could be improved. However, it required a more complicated refinement process. The result would be a golden needle, which would be more effective. However, unless one ran into a situation that could not be dealt with, one black dragon-fixing needle would suffice. Xiao Chun experimented a few times, but the chances of success were too low. So he stopped after refining 100. Then, he frantically refined the black dragon-fixing needles. He only stopped after refining 10,000. That would be sufficient for a long time. Xiao Chun spent the remaining days on the most complicated part of the Paradise Secret Canon, the 100 Changes of Heavenly Mysteries. He had to start from scratch on the various aspects of geography, constellations, and geomancy. He had to spend a lot of time to study them. On this particular day, the warship arrived at the Northern Sea. Xiao Chun came out of the warship's hold for a breath of fresh air, which was a rare occurrence. As he looked at the calm sea, he felt excited. He opened his heavenly eye and carefully observed. Xiao Chun prepared for an actual combat, to see if his recent bitter study of geography and geomancy was effective. The seawater was transparent, and he could see the topography of the seabed. A bookworm would not be successful. If he could not apply what he learned, even if he memorized the contents of the third section, it would be useless. As Xiao Chun looked at the shape and power of the seabed, he recalled what he had learned in the 100 Changes of Heavenly Mysteries over the past few days. Then he quickly made a judgment. That's not right. This is poor land. The dragon's mouth is not locked, and qi is not condensed. It flows with the water, formless and powerless. That's not right either. The surroundings do not respond. The mountains do not wrap around it, and the water does not flow around it. It flows straight to the heart of the heavens. There cannot be a spirit vein. Xiao Chun, who was traveling with the warship, vetoed many places. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and stared at the topography of the seabed. Then, he got Ao Jiao to stop the warship. That was a seabed vein. To the north, there were endless mountain ranges. To the south, there were 3 small hills that echoed each other. There were 2 mountains on the left and right, heavily guarded. Chapter 1079. The layout in the middle was clear, and the terrain was spacious. There were also many large trees at the bottom of the sea surrounding it. The mountains rose and fell, high and low, twisting and turning like they were alive. The dragon's mouth in the center was locked by trees. Mountains and water surrounded it, guarding it. This was definitely a treasure land with spirit veins. There were many spirit veins in the heavenly starry ocean. However, most of them were hidden at the bottom of the sea. Unless something strange happened underground and they leaked out, one could only rely on a geomaster to use the dragon-seeking art to find them. Regular cultivators did not understand the geography of earth veins. Even if one walked past a place with a spirit vein, one would not discover anything. Xiao Chun held the 5 dragon-fixing needles with his right hand. He felt slightly nervous. This was his first time making a move. If he made a mistake, it would be a huge blow to him. Whether Xiao Chun had the talent to learn the dragon-seeking art or not, this unknown treasure land before him would give him the answer. Was it right or wrong? Holding the dragon-fixing needles, Xiao Chun leaped out and dove into the sea. Then, he arrived at the dragon cave, surrounded by many trees. When Xiao Chun got closer, he discovered that the so-called tree locking the dragon was just something he saw from afar. When Xiao Chun truly walked at the bottom of the sea, the hundreds of underwater trees were very far apart and sparse. ordinary people would find it hard to connect them to a dragon cave. When Xiao Chun got closer, he carefully touched the trunk of the tree. It was not a spirit tree, just an ordinary sea tree. Xiao Chun had already closed his heavenly eye. He looked into the distance in the seawater. To the south, there was a continuous chain of mountains, looking like a ferocious beast coiled in the sea. Then he looked to the north. There were many low mountains and small mounds surrounding them, heavily guarding them. As Xiao Chun stood at the dragon cave in the center, he closed his eyes and carefully sensed the undetectable currents in the seawater. Most of the time, the direction of the currents in the deep sea was quiet. However, if this was really a dragon cave with a spirit vein, the direction of the water would definitely be different from other places. Invisibly, Xiao Chun sensed that the water 1 kilometer away was flowing from left to right in an extremely slow and indiscernible manner. There was no mistake. Trees locking the dragon, flowing water surrounding it. To the north, there were small mounds protecting the dragon, layered over each other. To the south, there were ferocious beasts with ferocious fangs and bloody jaws. The ground beneath his feet was definitely a dragon cave, a spirit vein hidden within. Xiao Chun stomped his foot on the ground. Rumbling sounds could be heard, and cracks appeared in the ground. Countless bubbles rose up. Kacha kacha. Xiao Chen's stomp seemed to have broken some sort of balance. The speed at which the crack descended was astonishing. Soon it was a kilometer deep. With a bang, the ground split apart in an instant. The water that was originally difficult to detect and was only moving at a weak speed slowly turned into a stream of water. It spun frantically at an extremely fast speed. A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's tense face. He was right to win the first battle, but now was not the time to relax. Seeking dragons and fixing veins was not as simple as that. Hoochie hoochie. The earth's crust trembled, and the hills in the north were uprooted by the mighty force of nature. One after another, small mountains with the force of 1,000,000 caddies slammed towards Xiao Chun. This was the dragon's guard. Anyone who touched the dragon's cave had to pass through it. Otherwise, not only would one not obtain the spirit vein, but the spirit vein might even devour one's life. In the 4th segment of the Paradise Secret Canon, Earth Prison, there were all sorts of secret techniques that could use the power of mountains and rivers to easily resolve this tribulation with a wave of one's hand. Xiao Chun had not reached that level yet, so he could only use force to suppress it. Looking at the small mountains rushing over in the water, Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and blocked one of them. As the small mountains danced around, they crashed into some of the other small mountains. Rubble flew everywhere. Even with the seawater as a buffer, they still created many large pits at the bottom of the sea. Roar! A ferocious beast broke out of the ground in the mountains to the south. It was a 300-meter-long snake as thick as a calf. The snake glared as it charged over with a surging aura. In the end, when it saw Xiao Chun, it trembled in fright and turned to retreat. This snake was only as strong as a Grandmaster-level martial sage. When Xiao Chun saw this snake's strength, he was already certain. The spirit vein hidden in the dragon cave would not surpass a superior-grade spirit vein. However, that did not matter. Even if he tried it out, he would not gain anything. He did not have to worry about the spirit vein being of low quality. All he had to do was prove that Xiao Chun had the talent to seek dragons and fix veins. Buzz! 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 Cracks appeared in the ground, spreading to the north. It seemed like something underground was moving. Xiao Chen's expression turned cold. Hiding your head but showing your tail. How long are you going to hide? The 5 dragon-fixing needles in Xiao Chen's hand shot out, moving quickly and disappearing in a flash. Mournful wails came from the bottom of the sea. The seawater surged, and huge waves surged 10,000 meters above. The small silver boat drifted with the waves. Ao Jiao, who was at the bow, revealed a joyful expression. One did not fear strong winds and waves. One feared nothing. The cracks stopped spreading. Xiao Chun walked calmly in the water. When he arrived at the end of the crack, he kicked the ground a few more times. In the end, he was still not skilled enough. If he could learn even half a move of the 4th segment of the Earth Prison, he would not have ended up in such an ugly state. He could use the power of the mountains and rivers to make the ground rise and crack. Right now, his cultivation was not there yet, so he could only use brute force. When the bottom of the sea exploded, a green roaming dragon was pinned to the ground by the 5 dragon fixing needles, unable to move. My luck is pretty good. A high-ranked spirit vein. I can mine medial-grade spirit stones in the surrounding spirit stone mines. There is also a chance of superior-grade spirit stones appearing. Xiao Chun smiled faintly as he sized up the spirit vein below. In the Sky Dome realm, it was worth cities. However, in the Kunlun realm, it was not worth mentioning. At the very least, at Xiao Chen's level, it was not worth mentioning. The 5 dragon fixing needles slowly melted, and the green roaming dragon turned into a clump of spirit veins origin. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and directly absorbed it. The surging spiritual energy of heaven and earth was like a river flowing through his body with great momentum. However, when the spiritual energy reached the dantian and the silhouette of the dragon-shaped heavenly seal, it was like a river facing the sea, silently drowning out the spiritual energy. The terrain of the earth vein was destroyed. After Xiao Chun absorbed the spirit vein, he sized up his surroundings. Then, he shot out of the sea like an arrow leaving a bow. Ao Jiao, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly asked, "How was it?" "One high-ranked spirit vein," Xiao Chun said softly when he landed on the warship's bow. Ao Jiao said excitedly, "Not bad, not bad, really not bad." In the entire Kunlun continent, all the spirit veins that can be found with one glance are already occupied by the various major factions, not leaving a single one behind. Originally, if you wanted to obtain resources, you could only rob those holy lands. Now that you have the dragon-seeking art, not only do you not need to beg others, but there will probably be people lining up to beg you. The importance of spirit veins to sects went without saying. Any strong geomaster would be an honored guest of a holy land, receiving the highest treatment. Ao Jiao was right. However, Xiao Chun was still far from it. After all, Xiao Chun had just learned this Dao. Compared to some of the veteran geomaster clans, there was still a huge gap. "Oh right, we have already entered the Northern Sea. Should we go directly to the headquarters of the Northern Sea Alliance?" The Northern Sea Alliance was a community of interests formed by many factions, somewhat similar to the Bushin Palace. However, in terms of accumulations and strength, they were much weaker than the Bushin Palace. The current alliance chief of the Northern Sea Alliance was Yi Chen's father. If there were no surprises, Yi Chen should be in the alliance headquarters. Xiao Chun took out a sea chart and checked it. Then he said, "Let's go to the Cloud Treasure Sea Market first. That is the largest sea market in the Northern Sea. Let's see if I can buy the materials there to refine the dragon-subduing platform and dragon-revealing mirror." These 2 dragon-seeking secret treasures required many divine materials, at least 100 of them. Each would require at least 5 tons of each. Just the materials alone were astronomical. If not for having more than 40 million black astral coins and being filthy rich, Xiao Chun would not have been able to bear to refine them. Ao Jiao nodded obediently and received the sea chart. Then, she smiled and pushed Xiao Chun into the ship's hold, telling him to focus on cultivating the Paradise secret cannon. Xiao Chun and Little Yellow Feather could handle the matters of the ship and the ferocious beasts they would meet in the sea. After traveling for 10 days, the silhouette of the Cloud Treasure Sea Market could already be seen in the distance. It was the same as the 10,000 Treasure Sea Market, built around a gigantic immortal statue towering in the sea. From a distance, this immortal looked different from the immortals in the 10,000 Treasure Sea Market. However, its expression and hand seals were almost the same. As it looked at the distant starry heavens, there was a trace of heavy helplessness in its rage and sorrow. With his previous experience, Xiao Chun knew that the peak of this place was naturally the Cloud Treasure City in the palm of that immortal statue. Not wanting to attract attention, Xiao Chun withdrew his aura and followed the crowd into the city. After asking around, Xiao Chun learned that there was a branch of the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association in Cloud Treasure City. Furthermore, it was one of the top 3 branches. The person in charge was the 3rd City Lord. As the largest sea market in the Northern Sea, the prosperity of Cloud Treasure City went without saying. To be able to enter Cloud Treasure City, One needed to be a superior-grade martial sage at the very least. The threshold was already very high. The endless stream of people on the streets was the best proof of this bustling city. According to rumor, all the immortal statues in the heavenly starry ocean belonged to the mysterious treasure master. As Xiao Chun walked in the city, he entered deep thought. If the rumor was true, for this treasure master to be able to snatch food from the jaws of a tiger and remain standing among the many immortal holy lands, he had to be an incredible person. Before Xiao Chun knew it, he arrived at the gates of the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association. He strode in, and a pretty maidservant immediately came over to attend to him. "This young master, what instructions do you have?" Xiao Chun did not say anything. He took out a list that he had prepared long ago and handed it over. The maidservant took one look and was startled. It was a long, densely packed list of all sorts of peak divine materials. The signature at the end was even more tyrannical, 50 tons of each. "Young master, come with me. We will go to the distinguished guest pavilion first and rest for a while," the maidservant said with a smile, suppressing her flustered heart. In the distinguished guest pavilion, Xiao Chun did not have to wait for long. The person in charge of the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association, a major character with the status of one of the 3 city lords, personally appeared. When this person entered the distinguished guest pavilion and saw Xiao Chun, he was clearly startled. Then, he waved his hand and dismissed his attendants and guards. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He smiled in surprise and said, "Miss Ziying, we meet again." The two were surprised. Unexpectedly, after parting at the Treasure Master's residence in 10,000 Treasure City, they met again in Cloud Treasure City. Ziying walked over leisurely and smiled. "It is truly a small world. Blue Dragon King, should I call you Mo Yun or Xiao Chun?" Chapter 1080. As they chatted, Ziying's tone clearly contained a hint of rebuke and mockery. Xiao Chun smiled and said, "A name is just a symbol. Miss Ziying can be called anything you want. Speaking of which, why is Miss Ziying in Cloud Treasure City? Thanks to you, I can now go out on my own. The person in charge of the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association in 10,000 Treasure City is my father. Now, I am the sole person in charge of the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association in Cloud Treasure City. At the same time, I am in charge of the business of the entire Northern Sea." Xiao Chun took a sip of tea and said, "In that case, Miss Ziying, you will have to give me a discount for this business. You are really a headache." "There is no problem with the discount. I just hope that you don't cause any trouble for me again. If you kidnap the Lunar Palace's holy daughter again, I will not be able to tolerate that." Ziying smiled somewhat helplessly. If not for what happened to Xiao Chun, she would not have been promoted so much. She would have been able to enter the headquarters and enter the core of the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association's authority. However, she did not resent Xiao Chun. If not for Xiao Chun, she would still be in 10,000 Treasure City, not even having the chance to go out on her own. However, she could not stand it. With Xiao Chen's unruly character, it could only be a headache. "I've seen your list. It involves 10,000 kinds of divine materials, 50 tons of each. This is not a small sum." Xiao Chun said calmly, "Money is not a problem. You know how wealthy I am. As long as I have the goods, I can settle the bill immediately." Haha, doing business with young Master Xiao is really refreshing. Divine materials are one of the most frequently traded natural treasures. The Nine Cauldron Merchant Association can take out most of your list. We will only need 3 days to mobilize them. However, there is one thing that my Nine Cauldron Merchant Association does not have. I believe that the other merchant associations do not have 50 tons of it either. Xiao Chun was not surprised. He was very clear about his list. The divine material that he lacked was the black pattern gold. The black pattern gold was practically an all-purpose divine material. No matter what kind of secret treasure it was, as long as it had the black pattern gold added to it, its quality would increase significantly. Xiao Chun, who had seen the place where the black pattern gold was produced on the Bushan Palace resource planet, knew very well how precious it was. Only 500 kilograms of pure black pattern gold could be produced from 1,000,000 kilograms of ore. The small output was not proportional to the strong market demand. The market had always been in short supply. Adding a bit of black patterned gold powder to ordinary secret treasures would greatly improve their quality. Xiao Chun wanted 50,000 kilograms in one go. No merchant association would be able to gather that much in a short period of time. How much can your 9-tripod commerce help me get? 50,000 kilograms. We have our own reserves, and with the addition of special channels we have a maximum of 50,000 kilograms. This is the limit of the limit. Xiao Chun pondered for a moment. 50,000 kilograms was barely enough to pass. It was enough. Deal. Ziying smiled and said, I will deliver the goods to you in 3 days. And may I ask what kind of artifact you want to refine with so much black dragon vein gold? Refining an emperor artifact. Clearly, that was impossible. Ziying did not believe that Xiao Chun could do so. Aside from that, what kind of secret treasure would require so much black dragon vein gold? One had to know that treasures of different grades all had their own upper limits. If it was not an emperor artifact, it would be a waste no matter how much black dragon vein gold one used after a certain limit. Xiao Chun smiled and said, No, I knew you would say that. Originally, I was planning to tell you something. It looks like there is no need to tell you now. Xiao Chen's expression changed. After thinking for a while, he said, The secret treasures that I want to refine are 2 ancient dragon-seeking secret treasures. I hope that Miss Ziying will help me keep this a secret. Shock flashed in Ziying's eyes. She asked in extreme surprise, You are a geomaster? Xiao Chun did not say anything. Ziying reacted and realized that she had spoken too much. She quickly apologized. Sorry. I promise not to tell anyone. Tonight, the Treasure Master's residence in Cloud Treasure City will be holding an internal auction. The treasures being auctioned are from the Treasure Master's personal collection. They are not open to the public. They will only send invitations to some of the honored guests of the Treasure Master's residence in the Northern Sea. After pausing for a while, Ziying continued, Among the items being auctioned, there's 50 kilograms of divine grade black dragon vein gold. 50 kilograms of divine grade black dragon vein gold is worth 50 tons of black dragon vein gold. Can you help me get an invitation? The dragon subduing platform and the dragon revealing mirror held great significance in the Paradise Secret canon. Naturally, Xiao Chun would not let go of this opportunity to raise the quality of these 2 items to their limits. Ziying smiled and said, Since I asked, naturally, I am confident of getting an invitation for you. Many thanks. There's no need to thank me. It is only right that you take care of such a big business for me. The night arrived unsteadily. The sky was filled with stars, sparkling brilliantly. Xiao Chun followed Ziying to the Treasure Master's residence. After handing over the invitation, the 2 successfully entered the residence. With someone leading the way, they passed through 9 turns and 18 corridors, passing through garden paths and winding corridors before arriving in front of an exquisite building. The signboard had the words, Cloud Treasure Pavilion. The guards at the entrance verified the 2's identities before letting them in. Please rest here for a while. There is still 1 hour before the auction officially begins. The attendants led the 2 to a private room before taking their leave. There was a formation in the private room. There was a light screen in front of the window, allowing one to clearly see the situation on the auction platform. There were specially made bidding stones on both sides of the seats. The words transmitted through the bidding stones could be heard in all the private rooms. Without activating the bidding stones, all the conversations in the private rooms would not leak out, ensuring the guests' privacy. As Xiao Chun waited, he looked at the rather simple auction list. There were only 20 items on it. The quantity could not compare to that of any other auction. However, the quality rendered Xiao Chun speechless. Every one of them was a treasure worth cities. The divine grade black patterned gold that caught Xiao Chen's eye could not stand out from the rest, standing out among them. There were at least 5 items that were no less valuable than the divine grade black dragon vein gold. This showed how high the standards of this auction were. The treasure master is really mysterious. To think that all these treasures belong to him. Furthermore, he casually auctioned them off. He is really willing to part with them. Xiao Chun believed that the treasure master definitely did not care about the black astral coins he obtained from the auction. There was only one reason for doing so, to protect his reputation. Ziying nodded and said, "There has always been a saying in the outside world that the treasure master is the hidden seventh holy lord of the heavenly starry ocean. The power and wealth he controls are no weaker than any of the holy lands. In terms of wealth, he should be the strongest in the heavenly starry ocean. No one can compare to him. This bit of treasure is just a drizzle to him. He is that incredible." This exceeded Xiao Chen's expectations. This treasure master was even more mysterious than he had imagined. Ziying said, "This is what my father told me, so it should be correct. However, to us, we are still unable to come into contact with the circle of the treasure master. There is no point in overthinking. Xiao Chun, can you help me buy that soul-nourishing azure underworld fruit?" Just at this moment, Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, suddenly spoke up. Xiao Chun stopped chatting with Ziying and quickly replied in his heart, "You want to use it?" "Yes, it is very useful to me. I did not expect to run into such a rare natural treasure here. In that case, I'll buy it for you no matter how much it costs. You did not even ask me what I would use it for. As long as you like it, even if you eat it as a dessert, I will buy it for you." "Haha, in that case I'll really eat it as a dessert." Ao Jiao smiled mischievously from the immortal spirit ring. This dessert was very expensive. The starting bid was already 1,000,000 black astral coins. However, it was still the same as before. If Ao Jiao liked it, she would buy it no matter how much it cost. There was no reason for that. Soul-nourishing natural treasures were rather unorthodox treasures and were not cheap. However, only a few people who cultivated special cultivation techniques or people with severely injured mental energy would need them. Normal cultivators would not spend a lot of money to buy them, so there should not be many people competing. "It's starting," Ziying said. Xiao Chun looked up and saw an old man appear on the light screen in front of the window. The auctioneer had officially started. The yellow-clad old man stepped onto the stage and bowed to show his politeness. "Everyone here is a regular customer of 10,000 Treasure City, so this old man will not say much. I believe everyone knows the rules. Now let's start with the first treasure." After a pause, the old man removed the red cloth and said with a smile, "This is a treasure sword, a subdivine weapon of the fire attribute. The starting bid is 1,000,000 black astral coins. Each increment must be no less than 10,000 black astral coins. Friends who need it can make a bid." The old man did not show much expression. He looked like this matter did not concern him. Compared to the public auction, he appeared extremely indifferent. He did not care at all about the final price. Xiao Chun rather liked such an atmosphere. In a public auction, the auctioneers were all very experienced. Not only did they speak a lot of gibberish when introducing the treasure, but they also dragged out their words when bidding. His accent was also extremely long, and he had to repeat a sentence several times before he stopped. Just based on its appearance, one could tell that this fire-attributed subdivine weapon was no ordinary subdivine weapon. Its quality was extremely high. Xiao Chun did not use the sword. However, he paid attention to the bids for this item. He wanted to see how wealthy the other guests were, to see if he could get anything out of it. When it was time to compete for the divine grade black pattern gold, he could make a reasonable bid to suppress his opponents. The price sword and the treasure sword sold for more than twice its original price, 2,300,000 black astral coins. The buyer was a distinguished guest in booth 75. The booth had a formation that blocked spiritual sense and mental energy. No one would know the buyer's identity, ensuring privacy. There were only 20 items up for auction. The yellow-clad old man moved quickly and decisively. Soon it was time for the azure underworld fruit. This is an extremely rare mutated fruit. It can nourish the soul and heal injuries to one's mental energy. Normally, you do not need it. However, when you truly need it, you will not be able to find it anywhere. The starting bid is 1,000,000 black astral coins. The yellow-clad old man was very familiar with the items up for auction. When he introduced them, he was very precise and did not beat around the bush at all. When the bids started, the treasure pavilion remained quiet. Clearly, most people felt that there was no need to spend 1 million black astral coins to buy a treasure that they could do without in case of trouble. Chapter 1081. 1,010,000 astral coins. Just when Xiao Chun thought that no one would compete with him, someone in booth 65 raised the bid by 10,000 astral coins. Xiao Chun followed up, raising the bid by 100,000 astral coins. Booth 70 raises the bid by 100,000 astral coins. 1,500,000 astral coins. The person in booth 60 paused for a moment, apparently not expecting anyone to compete with him. When he saw the bid, he immediately called out 1,500,000 astral coins, trying to scare off Xiao Chun. After activating the bidding device, Xiao Chun called out calmly, 2 million astral coins. This increase in bid caught the yellow-clad old man somewhat off guard. Unexpectedly, there was such an intense bid for the azure underworld fruit that no one cared about. 2,500,000 astral coins. A furious bid came from booth 65. After a pause, he continued, I am the young manor lord of the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor, Shi Feng. Friend on the other side, will you give me some face? The Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor will definitely remember this favor. 3 million astral coins. Ao Jiao rarely asked Xiao Chun for help. As far as Xiao Chun could remember, there had never been such a thing. It was rare for Ao Jiao to have something that caught her eye. No matter what Xiao Chun said, he would not let it go. Rage flashed on the face of the yellow-clad old man on the auction platform. He said sullenly, Young Master Shi, after this auction, there is no need for you to come to Cloud Treasure City. Cloud Treasure City does not welcome you. If you still want to use your identity to ruin this auction, don't blame the Treasure Master's residence for not giving you face and sending you out. The people of the Treasure Master's residence were extraordinarily strong. The yellow-clad old man's reaction surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. Ha! Senior must be joking. This sure just wants to make a friend. How could I ruin the auction for no reason? I will let this friend have this azure underworld fruit first. Bang! After Shi Feng spoke in booth 65, his face sank. Then, he punched the table, shattering the exquisite mahogany table. Senior Jiang, I'm really sorry to disappoint you this time. Ha! Little friend Shi is too serious. This old man's main target this time is the divine grade black pattern gold. The azure underworld fruit is just incidental. Shi Feng said in a deep voice. No, I said that I would help Senior Jiang. I will definitely get this azure underworld fruit. Old Yang, help me keep an eye on booth 70. I want to see who is so bold as to not give our Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor any face. A thick killing intent flashed in Shi Feng's eyes as he spoke to an old man. Old man Yang accepted the order and left the private room without a sound. In booth 70, after Xiao Chun paid the bill and successfully obtained the green underworld fruit that Ao Jiao wanted, a faint smile appeared on his face. Ziying wanted to say something but stopped herself. She wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. Xiao Chun put away the azure underworld fruit, glanced at her and said with a smile, Miss Ziying, what do you want to say? Feel free to say it. You're in trouble. Xiao Chun asked. What disaster? The Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor? Naturally. Among the many factions of the Northern Sea Alliance, the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor can rank within the top 10. In recent years, the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor has risen abnormally fast. Many people say that they will push down the Yi clan for the next alliance chief position. Although you cannot make a move here, the other party is intent on keeping an eye on you. Once you leave the city lord's residence, it will be somewhat problematic. Xiao Chun nodded in agreement. Then he said seriously, Yes, it will indeed be somewhat problematic. Seeing Xiao Chen's indifferent expression, Ziying felt somewhat helpless. Suddenly, she reacted and said, Are you messing with me? You know the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor's background. Oh, she really hit the mark. Xiao Chen does know. Since Xiao Chen had thought of using Yi Chun to establish a connection to the Northern Sea Alliance, he had done his homework. He was rather clear about the Northern Sea Alliance's internal affairs. You? Seeing Xiao Chun tacitly agree, Ziying clenched her teeth. She hated this fellow to death. However, she could not do anything to him. She could not bear to part with that big deal. Xiao Chun smiled and said, I came to the Northern Sea this time to visit the Yi clan. If the two clans fight, I will definitely help the Yi clan. Sooner or later, I will run into this group of people. Ziying said, feeling wronged. You sure are carefree. However, I am the one suffering. Doing business requires one to be smooth and slick, traveling everywhere and currying favor everywhere. However, this requires extremely high skill. Given your current experience, mental state, and age, you cannot do that. You will only run into walls everywhere, not gaining any benefits. Now that you know your weaknesses, you should make a choice as soon as possible. Choose between the Yi clan and the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor, then support them fully. When Ziying heard this, she felt stunned. Xiao Chen's calm and indifferent gaze seemed to see through everything. These words were like a wake-up call, enlightening her and rendering her speechless for a long time. Wait a minute, Ziying reacted. I was clearly the one who wanted to teach him a lesson. How did it turn out to be him teaching me what to do? Ziying wanted to say something but discovered that Xiao Chun was already staring at the light screen. The auction for the divine grade black pattern gold had already started. The bidding was extremely intense. Soon, the starting bid rose from 1 million to 3 million. Just as Ziying was about to say something, she discovered that Xiao Chun was already staring at the light screen. The auction for the divine grade black pattern gold had already started. The bidding was extremely intense. Soon, the starting bid rose from 1 million to 3 million. Ziying calmed herself down and analyzed. 5 million is a dividing line. It is already twice the market price. Spending an extra cent would be a huge loss. Only 2 or 3 people remained bidding. Among them, Shifeng, number 65, was the most unyielding. He did not hesitate to raise the bid every time, raising it to 500,000 every time. He was extremely wealthy, acting like he could crush the other party no matter how much money he had. The yellow-clad old man looked around and said calmly, Number 65 bids 7 million. Is there anyone willing to raise the price higher? Number 65 bids 7 million. Is there anyone willing to raise the price higher? The yellow-clad old man said calmly as he looked around. 7 million was already more than 3 times the market price. It was simply not worth it to buy more. The intense bidding finally calmed down. The sky-high price of 7 million forced back many potential buyers. 10 million. Xiao Chun activated the bidding device and calmly called out a number, shocking the entire place. Inside the private room, Xiao Chun was currently chatting happily with that mysterious senior Jiang. Shifeng, who was waiting to receive the goods, received a heavy blow, causing him to spit out a mouthful of tea. Damn, is there no end to this? The sky-high price of 10 million black astral coins shocked the entire place. Shifeng, who had always been overbearing, no longer made a sound. Xiao Chun successfully won the bid for the divine grade black pattern gold. When the maidservant brought the treasure over, he happily paid the bill. Ziying was flabbergasted. Using 5 times the market price to obtain the divine grade black pattern gold, Xiao Chen's boldness was truly admirable. Including the price of the other divine materials, Xiao Chun still had to pay another 20 million black astral coins. That was to forge 2 dragon-seeking secret treasures. Xiao Chun spent a total of 30 million black astral coins. Not counting the ordinary Emperor Wu's treasures, he could only take out so much black astral coins. Is it worth it? Using such a high price to obtain the divine grade black pattern gold is worth half the price of the other 99 divine materials. The divine grade black patterned gold flickered with a dreamy, 9-colored light. Xiao Chun was mesmerized by it. He said softly, If you knew how important these 2 secret treasures are to me, you would not ask this. Are you really a geomaster? You should not ask what you should not ask. Xiao Chun did not answer. He put away the black patterned gold and headed for the door. Don't be so petty. Ziying smiled faintly and quickly chased after him. Are you really a geomaster for dragon-seeking and vein fixing? Just tell me. Ignoring Ziying, Xiao Chun went out. The dazzling walkway looked empty. After casually looking around, Xiao Chun headed back the way he came. After Xiao Chun went far away, a figure slowly appeared at a corner of the wall. It was Old Yang, who had been waiting here on Shi Feng's orders. As Old Yang stared in the direction Xiao Chun left, he entered deep thought. He muttered, "So, it is him, the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chun. No wonder he was so tyrannical, not even giving face to the young manor lord. This will be difficult to deal with." Shaking his head, Old Yang did not think too much. With a few flashes, he returned to booth 65 and reported everything that he saw. "Is the Blue Dragon King very incredible?" When Shi Feng heard what Old Yang said, he felt a fire burn in him for no reason. Then he snorted heavily. Right now, everyone knows that he will die young, becoming a meteor. He is just a piece of trash. To think that he dares to compete with me. He is simply reckless. If I do not teach him a lesson, he will think that he is someone important. The mysterious, black-robed old man with the family name Jiang put down his teacup and said softly, "Let's just forget about this matter. No matter how dazzling a genius with no future shines, it is useless. However, I do not wish to offend the Thunder King behind him." Seeing Shi Feng open his mouth, the old man with the family name Jiang interrupted. "Young Master Shi, don't worry. I will continue with what I promised you. It is hard for me to reject the manor lord's sincerity." Shi Feng was young and full of vigor. In the Northern Sea, he had never felt so stifled before. He got slapped in the face at the auction. If word of this spread, he would become a big joke. "Senior Jiang, I will bear all the consequences of this. I don't believe that the Thunder King can do anything to me after dealing with a genius with no future." A vicious look flashed in Shi Feng's eyes as his voice turned bone-chilling. Shi Feng's words were filled with confidence. He felt that Xiao Chun was already past his prime. If he touched Xiao Chun, there would not be any major consequences. However, Shi Feng did not consider whether he had enough people to deal with the Bushan Palace's Thunder King. In Shi Feng's opinion, Xiao Chun was just a blue-robed emperor who had not even reached small perfection. Shi Feng did not care about the rules of the world. How could Shi Feng give Shi Feng any chance to turn things around when he outnumbered Shi Feng? He could do whatever he wanted. As long as Shi Feng did not die, the Thunder King and the Bushan Palace would not be able to do anything to him. "Let's go. I'll go and see what kind of person this Blue Dragon King is." Right after Shi Feng spoke, he led the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor's group away, quickly giving chase. Soon, only the mysterious Mr. Jiang remained in the booth, sipping tea alone. Mr. Jiang slowly put down the teacup, and some doubt flashed in his eyes. Why did this Blue Dragon King spend so many black astral coins to bid for the divine grade black pattern gold for no reason? According to the rumors, this Xiao Chun was not a sucker. Could it be that he did not live up to his reputation? Whether Xiao Chun lived up to his reputation or not, it would be clear from the outcome of Shi Feng's group. Chapter 1082. Xiao Chun smoothly walked out of the treasure master's residence without any danger or commotion. This allowed Ziying, who was following behind, to heave a sigh of relief. After all, this was Cloud Treasure City. No matter how arrogant the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor's people were, they would not dare to make a move here openly. However, before Xiao Chun could reveal a smile, he saw a group of unwelcome guests not far away from the treasure master's residence. The surroundings were quiet. Clearly, the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor's cultivators had already notified the people nearby and sent them away. Shi Feng had a casual expression as he led the three small perfection blue-robed emperor old men. Then, he said to Xiao Chun in an unperturbed manner, "Blue Dragon King Xiao Chun, are you surprised? As I said, I only handed the Azure Underworld fruit to you for safekeeping. Do you think that by leaving the auction hall early you can just walk away?" Dong, dong, dong. Urgent footsteps resounded in the surroundings. Several cultivators wearing the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor's uniform appeared on the walls and roofs. These people were all martial sages. They held crossbows and all sorts of ancient demonic energy cannons as they surrounded Xiao Chun with surging killing chi. Ziying's expression changed slightly, feeling extremely surprised. She had not expected the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor's hidden faction to be so strong. Her voice quivered somewhat as she said, "Shifeng, are you crazy? To think that you dare to make a move in Cloud Treasure City. Are you really not afraid of offending the Treasure Master?" Shifeng smiled and said, "Everyone has their value. I believe that the Treasure Master will make the right choice between the second strongest faction of the Northern Sea Alliance and a has-been genius. You too. If the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association still wants to do business in the Northern Sea, then shut up now." Ziying was exasperated. Now, she finally understood what Xiao Chen meant. It was simply too difficult for her to be smooth and smooth, currying favor with everyone. Beat him up. Beat him up ruthlessly. Let him know what pain is. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are the Blue Dragon King. Shifeng felt angry in his heart. When he thought about the scene at the auction hall, his rage flared. He had revealed his identity, but the other party did not give him any face at all, embarrassing him in front of the many honored guests. Like a fool, he couldn't swallow this anger no matter what. At this moment, he couldn't hold it in any longer. He couldn't be bothered to say any more nonsense. He just wanted to vent his anger, or else he wouldn't be able to calm down. Whoosh! Behind him, the three blue-robed emperors did not say a word. They did not dare to be careless when facing Xiao Chen. They attacked at the same time using their best killing moves. Obviously, he wanted to heavily injure Xiao Chen in an instant with the force of a thunderbolt, so as to avoid any new problems from arising. The person in the middle displayed a sword move. His body became one with the heavens, and a sword flew over, piercing through the void. Strange phenomena appeared, and its might was unparalleled. Of the two old men on the left and right, one was wielding a staff while the other was wielding a spear. Their imposing manner was not inferior to the old man in the middle at all. When the three of them attacked together, the color of heaven and earth changed at this moment. The curtain of night trembled and was on the verge of collapsing. Could be said to be extremely terrifying. Xiao Chen gently pushed Ziying, and an irresistible force pushed Ziying back a kilometer in that instant. Now that there was nothing holding him back, Xiao Chen made his move calmly. First, a sword appeared in his hand. 9 flashes with 1 step, 9 strikes with 1 flash. As plum blossoms fell, Xiao Chen stepped on the plum blossoms and took 9 steps, sending out 81 sword strikes. When Ziying, who was in the distance, saw this scene, she was shocked. This profound martial technique was clearly the changing plum blossom sword. One of the 9 jade strips that Xiao Chen sold her was the changing plum blossom sword. Ziying guessed that Xiao Chen definitely had a copy of the profound martial technique that he sold her. However, she could not have imagined that Xiao Chen, a bladesman, could actually execute this sword technique so well. His mind and soul were present, and there was no awkwardness at all. The 81 sword strikes followed the mysteries of the changing plum blossom sword, breaking down the killing move of the old man in the middle. Then Xiao Chen kicked the old man away. That was not all. The sword in Xiao Chen's hand disappeared, replaced by a wooden staff. He grasped the staff with his right hand and spun it around 3 times. The howling wind gave off a thunderous tremor in the air. Then, he took advantage of the momentum to withdraw. The wind and lightning suddenly stopped and hid themselves, clashing forcefully with the old man using the staff. Bang! The old man's staff shattered. The wind and lightning exploded, blasting the old man back and causing him to vomit blood. The wind thunder staff was another one of the 9 profound martial techniques. Ziying gaped, not knowing what to say. After sending the old man flying with 1 staff strike, the weapon in Xiao Chen's hand changed again, turning into a spear. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he turned around and thrust his hand back. Purple lightning-attributed flames spread out on the spear. When Xiao Chen turned around, his spear contained great might, seeming to pierce through space. When Xiao Chen turned around and struck the spear in the last old man's hand, the spear shattered from top to bottom. Flames spread out and surged over the sky, burning endlessly. It was like the sky was on fire at this moment. The blazing flames burned endlessly on the horizon, illuminating the night sky and making it look very bright. Furthermore, it was one of the 9 profound martial techniques, heaven-burning spear. Ziying was already completely stunned, speechless. The Shao Chun before her completely surpassed her imagination. In an instant, he defeated 3 small perfection blue-robed emperors. Furthermore, he used the weapons that they were most proficient with. Aside from the Blue Dragon King Shao Chun, Ziying simply could not think of anyone else who could do this. After landing, Shao Chun held the spear flickering with lightning, attributed flames, and ferociously tossed it forward. The spear was like lightning tearing through the dark night. This startled Shifeng, who quickly dodged. The spear tip stabbed into the ground, and the spear hummed endlessly. Shock waves radiated out in all directions. Shifeng, who was retreating, could not dodge in time and was struck by the shock waves, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. In the treasure master's residence in the distance, the Cloud Treasure City's city lord stood on a tall building. When he saw all this, he muttered to himself with some pity. If I could really advance to Martial Emperor in 5 years, I would definitely favor you. The meaning behind the scene was that the city lord's current choice favored the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor's young manor master. Without the city lord's tacit approval, no matter how capable the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor was, how could they have mobilized so many people under his nose? The city lord waved his hand, and the people hidden in the shadows received his order and withdrew. At the place where Shao Chun and the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor fought, many black-clad men descended from the sky and surrounded the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor's people. The city lord has ordered that private fights are not allowed in Cloud Treasure City. If anyone dares to make a move again, they will be killed without mercy. Someone in the air said coldly. They really appeared at the right time. Shao Chun smiled mockingly in his heart. Since the city lord's residence was so strong, why did Shifeng appear to surround him? Yet, after Shao Chun gained the upper hand, he immediately appeared. On the surface, he did not help either side, but in reality, he favored the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor's side. Let's go. Shifeng wiped away the blood at the corner of his lips and glared hatefully at Shao Chun. Then, he quickly led the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor's people away. When Shifeng looked at Shao Chun, he no longer had the initial arrogance. There was only heavy fear. The 3 small perfection blue-robed emperors instantly lost to Shao Chun. Furthermore, Shao Chun had used the weapons that the blue-robed emperors specialized in. In terms of strength, Shifeng knew that even if there were 100 of him, he would not be a match for Shao Chun. After the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor's people left, the guards of the treasure master's residence also retreated like the receding tide, as if they had never been there. The merchants and cultivators that the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor had cleared out earlier also appeared out of nowhere. The desolate path slowly became bustling. Ziying floated over and thanked Shao Chun. Many thanks for making a move earlier. Shao Chun said calmly. Let's go. It's just a small matter. I would like to ask you, did you learn all the 9 profound martial techniques that you sold me? Strictly speaking, I can't be considered to have learned them. I can barely execute them. I am still far from reaching great perfection and mastering them through a comprehensive study, not to mention comprehending the states and mysteries. Naturally, Ziying was not satisfied with this answer. Her lips curled up as she said, You are really humble. I have been used by others with spears, staffs, and swords all my life. I am not even comparable to a layman like you. What more do you want? Shao Chun smiled and did not say anything more. It was not that he was being humble. The main reason Shao Chun could defeat the 3 small perfection blue-robed emperors was that his heavenly laws far surpassed theirs. In terms of moves, they were about the same. Shao Chun mainly wanted to test his moves on the 3. It looked like the results were pretty good. Senior Jiang, I'm really sorry. I failed. I cannot help Senior obtain the divine grade black pattern gold and the azure underworld fruit. Shifeng led the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor's group to meet up with the mysterious old man with the family name Jiang. Then he performed a cupped fist salute and apologized. The old man with the family name Jiang remained expressionless, not showing any fluctuations in his expression. He said indifferently, It's fine. I'll think of something myself. I did not decide to help the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor because of these two items. Shifeng was unruly and unruly. However, from start to end, he was very polite to this old man. His attitude was much more respectful than that of the few small perfection quasi-emperors of his clan. I understand. Senior rejected the Yi clan's invitation and came to my Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor. It is a great blessing. However, I did not expect something to go wrong with the gift that I originally intended to give to Senior. Shifeng took out a spatial ring apologetically and handed it over. There are 5 million black astral coins here. I hope that Senior will accept it. The old man with the family name Jiang glanced at the spatial ring and said, "Your father and I can be considered old friends. Little friend, there is no need to be so polite. Let's go. It's time to meet your father. He still has not told me what kind of dragon cave this is. Are we not going to care about that blue dragon king? I was even preparing to find someone to block him after he leaves the city," Shifeng said. The old man with the family name Jiang waved his hand and said, "There's no need. If there are no surprises, his destination in the Northern Sea is the Yi clan. You will still have a chance to meet him at that time." The old man with the family name Jiang still had something to say. At that time, he should be able to find out what exactly Xiao Chun was going to refine with the divine grade black pattern gold. 3 days later, Ziying gathered all the divine materials that Xiao Chun needed as promised. Then, Xiao Chun sought out a quiet room from Ziying and started to refine the dragon subduing platform and the dragon revealing mirror. In order to succeed on the first try, Xiao Chun took out the Paradise Secret Canon and carefully read the second segment of the ingenious workmanship several times. After that, he used some ordinary materials to experiment and gain experience. Only when Xiao Chun tried it out did he discover that the refinement of the dragon subduing platform was even more complicated than he had imagined. The scale of the project exceeded his expectations. First was the platform. This was the most basic. The platform needed a dragon head guillotine, the dragon summoning bell, the heavenly fire dragon capturing hand, and so on. Chapter 1083. It was not a single secret treasure but a complete set of secret treasures. Every part was incredibly troublesome to refine. It gave the feeling that one would never succeed in refining it in their lifetime. Feeling suspicious, Xiao Chun searched through the first part of the Jade Strip, which introduced the Yuan clan. Only then did he discover that the dragon subduing platform was the Yuan clan's final trump card for suppressing strong dragon veins. The trump card of trump cards. The dragon subduing platforms that the successors of the previous generations had all spent at least 10 years of effort to refine. The Yuan clan's clan protecting treasure, the dragon subduing platform, took their ancestor 1,000 years to refine, reaching emperor grade. Without reaching a certain cultivation, one could not control this emperor grade dragon subduing platform. Hence, the great heavenly masters would refine their own set of dragon-seeking secret treasures before they were strong enough. Xiao Chun felt incredibly envious. If he could find the Yuan clan's ancestral mansion, he would be rich. In the future, if he could get that corpse from Batu, he might be able to find some clues. Xiao Chun set aside the refinement of the dragon-subduing platform for now and focused on refining the dragon-revealing mirror. The dragon-revealing mirror was an ancient mirror. It required 100 types of divine materials and 49 profound formations were carved into it. The difficulty was worlds apart from refining the dragon-subduing platform. Xiao Chun spent half a month to complete the refinement. The disc-sized ancient mirror was surrounded by a circle of ancient patterns, and its back was engraved with many mysterious array patterns. The front was a mirror as smooth as water. Xiao Chun spent most of the half a month on this mirror. The dragon-seeking secret treasures were useless in battle. However, they had a strong suppressive effect on the great dragons and evil dragons formed by spirit veins. Before subduing several holy spirit veins, their ferocious auras carried the power of the world. Even Emperor Wu did not dare to be careless. As for King Spirit Veins, that went without saying. Regular Emperor Wu would not be able to subdue them. With this dragon-revealing mirror and the various secret techniques in the Paradise Secret Canon, in addition to Xiao Chen's own strength, subduing peak spirit veins would be a piece of cake. Suppressing a holy spirit vein by himself would not be a problem, even if he expended some effort. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this was that they could find the dragon vein. Otherwise, there would be no stage for them to display their abilities. After putting away the dragon-revealing mirror, Xiao Chun went to look for Ziying and took his leave. "Young Master Xiao, do you mind having one more person on this trip?" Ziying asked with a smile. Xiao Chun looked up and asked, "You want to go?" I think you're right. With my age, experience, and state of mind, I'm still far from being able to socialize with everyone. Why don't we just stand in line and do something great in the Northern Sea region?" When Xiao Chun saw Xiao Chen's serious expression, he could not help smiling. He said softly, "I was just saying it casually. Never mind, let's just follow them. I just want to make it clear that I'll leave after meeting my friend. I won't be staying for long." However, he Xiao Chen, Xiao, he, Xiao, However, the other party did not even give her a chance to vent her anger. He had already turned around and walked far away. Ziying hurriedly followed after him. With Ziying following him, Xiao Chun, who had originally planned to test the power of the dragon-revealing mirror, had to give up. However, Xiao Chun did not forget his homework. He did not stop cultivating the Paradise Secret Cannon. About half a month later, the two arrived at the island where the North Sea Alliance's headquarters was located, Soaring Cloud Island. Xiao Chun stood at the bow of the warship and looked at the silhouette of Lingyun Island. He wondered if he could meet Yichun. Cultivators usually did not have a fixed place to stay and wandered around. This was especially so for a martial fanatic like Yichun. It was hard to say. "What is it? What are you thinking about?" Ziying came out from the cabin and asked with a smile. Xiao Chun told her the truth. Ziying could not help but smile and say, "Don't worry. He will definitely be there." "How can you be so sure?" Ziying said softly, "The massacre bladesman Yichun is rather famous in the Northern Sea. About half a year ago, he returned from the Kunlun continent. His strength had increased greatly, and he immediately challenged the life-killing swordsman, Yan Shursan. There's such a thing? What happened in the end?" "He lost by half a move. After that, I heard that he has been in closed-door cultivation at home and has not come out much. Losing to Yan Shursan was not an injustice. Yichun was in too much of a rush. The top swordsman of the Kunlun continent was no joke. Right, in that case, I'll use this as a return gift." Xiao Chun thought of a gift. While discussing the Tao over tea in the profound domain's heavenly cauldron city, Xiao Chun had opened his mouth to speak, and many ancient sages had appeared. He had memorized the ancient saber Tao. Among them, there was a detailed explanation of the massacre saber Tao. Yichun would probably like it. There was only one vast and majestic city on the island called Soaring Cloud City. It served as the central hub, connecting the hundreds of factions of various sizes in the Northern Sea Alliance. Now, the Yi clan managed the city. If one wanted to find Yichun, one just had to go to the city lord's residence. When Xiao Chun reported his identity, the city lord's residence's guard's expression changed. He became much more polite and respectful as he quickly ran in to report. Not long after, a youth dressed in luxurious embroidered clothes appeared before Xiao Chun. This youth looked very similar to Yichun, but he was more mature. He led two old men over to Xiao Chun. "Young Master Xiao, you are finally here. My little brother has been talking about you for a long time." The youth smiled faintly and performed a cupped fist salute. "I forgot to introduce myself. I am Yifeng, Yichen's big brother." As Yifeng spoke, he invited Xiao Chun and Ziying in. His attitude was very polite, not showing any of the arrogance of a large clan's disciple. He gave off a good impression at first glance. "Haha, I already sent someone to inform my little brother. That brat has been cultivating to the point of going crazy. Recently, the inheritors of the Holy Lands have been heading to the heart of the ocean to bury emperors. They have gained a lot, making him anxious." Ziying, who was at the side, said, "I heard that these Holy Land inheritors all obtained the opportunity to become a blue-robed emperor. Once they become a blue-robed emperor with the resources of the Holy Land, they can immediately push them to small perfection blue-robed emperor. After that, it will be smooth sailing for them to become a great perfection blue-robed emperor. At that time, the gap between them will widen. Yifeng nodded and said, "Yes, 1 year from now it will be the Four Seas Hero Gathering. Second brother has no choice but to work hard. The resources of our Northern Sea Alliance are no weaker than those of the Holy Lands. However, if he cannot find the opportunity to become a blue-robed emperor, everything will be for naught. One needed an opportunity to become a blue-robed emperor. One needed to rely on one's own comprehension. No amount of resources would be enough. However, it was different for a blue-robed emperor. A small perfection blue-robed emperor and a great perfection blue-robed emperor competed in resources. Xiao Chun was very clear on this principle. However, he did not seek the Haotian Emperor or the Thunder King for resources because the requirements were too great. No Holy Land could bear the cost of nurturing two geniuses. The Haotian sect had its first senior sister, Shui Lingling, who needed to be nurtured as the sect master. The Thunder and Lightning Palace also had an Juanxi, who needed to be nurtured as a successor. Only now did Yifeng notice Ziying, who was at the side. His eyes lit up as he said, "This young lady seems to have not been introduced yet." Ziying smiled and said, "Ziying, the manager of the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association's Northern Sea. So, it is the beautiful manager of the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association's Xian Lai. Haha, I heard about you and was planning to make some time to pay you a visit. Unexpectedly, we met in advance today." Yifeng smiled faintly. His words were appropriate and flawless. The two chatted happily. It was clear that this Yifeng was different from Yi Chun. He managed the Yi clan's internal affairs in the Northern Sea Alliance, wielding real authority. As for Yi Chun, he was a pure cultivation fanatic and did not care about such things. Boom! Just at this moment, an extremely horrifying saber chi of massacre suddenly appeared in the air, tore through the sky, wanting to destroy all life and slaughter everything. Before the saber arrived, its aura already gained the upper hand. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. It was already too late to draw his saber. With a flip of his hand, he sent out a palm strike. Surging heavenly laws drove the power of the world as he counterattacked. Bang! A huge force scattered the killing chi. The person who attacked revealed himself. It was Yi Chun, whom Xiao Chun had not seen for more than half a year. "I am ashamed. It has been a long time since we met. Now I can only see Brother Zhao's back. I can't even receive a palm strike from you." Yi Chun stepped forward amid carefree laughter and patted Xiao Chen's shoulder. "I heard that you came to the heavenly starry ocean long ago. Why are you only here now? Big brother, go and prepare a banquet. I have to properly entertain this brother." Yifeng smiled and said, "Why would I need you to tell me about such a small matter? I already sent someone to prepare it. There will be a banquet tonight." Xiao Chun quickly rejected. "There is no need to be so polite. I like peace and quiet. I just want to find a place to drink and chat." Clearly, Yi Chun was not a person who bothered with trifles. He waved his hand and said, "In that case, listen to my brother. Come, let's find a pavilion and have a few drinks." Yifeng felt that something was wrong. Now that the Blue Dragon King was here, he had to put on a show. However, his brother already said so. If he insisted, it would seem like a stranger. When they arrived at the back garden, Yifeng ordered people to make some simple preparations. Then, the four sat down and started chatting casually. As the conversation progressed, Yifeng discovered that Xiao Chun did not have any of the rumored arrogance. He was clearly more open, laughing non-stop and chatting about anything. During the banquet, Xiao Chun took out the ancient saber Dao of massacre that he copied and gave it to Yi Chun. Yi Chun carefully read it and could not contain his joy. He carefully put it away and performed a cupped fist salute. "Brother Xiao, you have helped me greatly again. With this ancient sage saber Dao, I will have no problem advancing to the blue-robed emperor within a year." Xiao Chun had already accumulated enough. All he lacked now was an opportunity. The ancient saber sovereign's saber Dao of massacre was such an opportunity. However, this little brother is helpless about Brother Zhao's problem. At the mention of this problem, the atmosphere at the table immediately turned heavy and oppressive. Yi Feng continued, after second brother heard about the matter of physiological lifespan, he immediately went to ask father about it. My father said that there is a chance. However, increasing one's physiological lifespan is as difficult as cutting down the heavens and snatching fate. Yi Chen's father was the Northern Alliance's alliance chief, a greater heavenly Emperor Wu. He was a major character through and through. Xiao Chen picked up his wine cup and took a sip. Then he said calmly, "There is always a way out. The great Tao takes 49 and leaves 1. Everything has a chance of survival." The Blue Dragon King's understanding of the great Tao is very enlightening. Can you explain it to me in detail? Steady laughter resounded. This startled Xiao Chen. When did this person arrive? Why did I not sense anything? Chapter 1084. Yi Chen and Yi Feng rejoiced at the same time. They quickly stood up and said, "Father, why are you here?" "Haha, the Blue Dragon King personally came to my Yi clan. How could I not come? Why didn't the two of you tell me?" The newcomer scolded with a smile, appearing very approachable. No wonder no one sensed him. The one who came was the greater heavenly Emperor Wu, a peak martial emperor, the Northern Sea Alliance's alliance chief, Yi Qing. Being addressed as the Blue Dragon King by such a person, Xiao Chen simply could not accept it. He quickly stood up and performed a cupped fist salute. "Senior must be joking. How could I dare to call myself king before senior?" Yi Qing retorted seriously. "Why not? This is the title that the prime of the Bushan Palace, the Thunder King, personally conferred. Which martial emperor would dare to not acknowledge it? Senior, just call this little one by my name. I truly do not dare." Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. The other party's seriousness put him at a loss. Yi Qing smiled and said, "Haha, I'll stop joking with little friend. Come sit. Yi Qing had a natural charm. His words and actions were very convincing. After everyone sat down, Yi Qing continued, "The number of great changes is a phrase that the orthodox Taoist immortal cultivators often mentioned during the Immortal epoch. Even now, no one can explain the original correct explanation. The Penglai Seas people all have their own understandings of it. Speaking of which, why does little friend think that only 1 out of 50 is 49? Heaven never seals off all paths, leaving a chance for survival?" Xiao Chen blushed with shame. He really could not come up with any great reason for this phrase. However, he often saw this phrase in all sorts of secret manuals and ancient books. He combined it with his flawless saber Tao and casually comprehended it, not daring to show it off in front of senior. After Xiao Chen told the truth, Yi Qing smiled unconcernedly. There are many crucial and controversial points in this phrase. What does the number of great changes refer to? Why only 49 out of 50? There are many different opinions. Little friend, you can just casually say it. Yi Feng and the others also looked at Xiao Chen curiously, causing him to feel a significant pressure. He smiled and said, "In that case, I was just speaking casually. Senior, please don't laugh at me. The way I see it, the number of Dian refers to the number of changes in the heavenly Tao. 49 out of 50 is how I understand it. The number of changes in the heavenly Tao requires 50 to be perfect and flawless. However, the heavenly Tao left behind 1 change, so it is impossible for anything to be perfect. There is nothing in the world that is flawless. This is a sliver of hope. There will always be this sliver of hope. Everyone's life is spent pursuing this sliver of hope. Obtaining this one will create a new one." While the others were still at a loss, Yi Qing's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "You mean that the great Tao will not change? Even if you obtain this one, the heavenly Tao will change. In the end, you will find that the number of great changes is still 49, and you will have to search for a new one." After that, Yi Qing thought of something and said in sudden understanding, "I heard long ago that you comprehended the flawless saber Tao. Originally, I did not think much of it. However, after hearing what you said, I can conclude that you have indeed created a Tao that belongs to you." Xiao Chen felt like he had met someone who understood him. He poured a cup of wine for Yi Qing and continued, "The great Tao is flawless, but it is also flawed. Flawless refers to a kind of pursuit, a kind of obsession. In life, there will always be a sliver of hope. Do not ever give up until the very last moment. Yi Qing felt something in his heart. Xiao Chen's words happened to touch on his recent troubles. He drained his cup in one gulp and said, "That's right. There will always be a sliver of hope. Who knows what the future will be like? No matter what, Yi Qing, will definitely befriend you, Blue Dragon King. When you advance to Martial Emperor 5 years later, this Yi will give you a big gift." Xiao Chun raised his cup and clinked glasses with Yi Qing, draining it in one gulp. This trip to the Northern Sea had taken up a lot of time. Given the tight time he had, it was not worth it. It was worth it to be able to meet his good friend Yi Chan and personally impart the mysteries of the Massacre Saber Dao to him. If he could befriend a senior like Yi Qing, it would all be worth it. Xiao Chen drank this cup of wine to his heart's content. Yi Qing smiled and said, "It is rare that you are in such a good mood. Let me speak about my thoughts on this great yen number, 49 out of 50. After Yi Feng, Ziying, and Yi Chun carefully experienced Xiao Chen's understanding, they were already entranced and gained many comprehensions. When they heard that Yi Qing wanted to speak as well, they could not help but become more interested. Yi Qin even stood up with a smile and said, "Father, let me pour some wine for you. Normally, when I ask you, you always say that you do not know anything. Today, you should speak more." Yi Qing smiled and scolded, "You blockhead. No matter how much I speak, you will not understand. Instead, it will harm you. The great yen number, my view, is the same as little friend Xiao Chen's. It is the number of changes in the heavenly Tao. However, the one that is removed cannot be chased or found. 1, 2, 3. Yi Qing started counting. At first, he did not feel anything. However, the three slowly discovered that something was wrong. As Yi Qing counted them one by one, the surrounding scenery began to change rapidly, and a small world suddenly formed. Every time Yi Qing counted a world, the small world would change. It was like everything in the world was returning to its place. As the number increased, the small world slowly became more complete. Tall mountains, flowing water, blue sky, white clouds, flowers, trees, and people came and went. Without realizing it, Xiao Chun and the others started silently counting along with Yi Qing's numbers. When Xiao Chun counted to 49, the small world was completely formed. Yi Qing stopped counting. Xiao Chun felt stifled. When he wanted to count to 50, he could not do it no matter how hard he tried. In the end, the number 50 disappeared from his mind. No matter how hard he tried, he could not recall it. Yi Qing drank the cup of wine that Yi Chun poured for him and smiled faintly. "Where is 50? This is my world. I am the heavenly Tao. The final change is myself. It cannot be thought of, it cannot be sought, it cannot be imagined." When Yi Qing waved his hand and scattered his small world, the other three, including Xiao Chun, showed incredulous expressions. They felt like they had opened another door, boundlessly mysterious and unfathomable. Thinking about how he had boasted in front of Yi Qing earlier, Xiao Chun could not help but feel embarrassed. This was the correct understanding. This was how the great Tao should be. Just at this moment, 4 people arrived with Yi Qing. However, they stood in the distance, looking like guards. One of them ran over and quickly said to Yi Qing, "Big brother, it is about time. The people of the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor and the other 9 factions should have already set off." Yi Qing stood up and looked at Yi Feng. "Feng, go and bring Mr. Qin over. Then we will leave together. Chun, take good care of little brother Xiao Chun and this young lady from the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association. Take good care of them as well." An indiscernible sadness flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. Then he stood up to receive the order and left. "Little friend, don't let your Tao waver. The great Tao has always been one where hundreds of schools of thought contend. There is no correct great Tao. My Tao might not be the only one." Before Yi Qing left, he said this to Xiao Chun. Then he patted Xiao Chen's shoulder and smiled. "Let's go. I am going to the one you mentioned, the one chance of survival. Until the very end, I cannot give up." after saying that the current alliance chief of the Northern Sea Alliance left with the 4 people that followed him like shadows. Xiao Chen entered deep thought, feeling greatly touched. After a while, he reacted and asked, Yi Chun, what is your father going to do? Why does he look so worried? Yi Chun sighed and said, recently, I discovered a dragon cave in the Northern Sea. It seems to contain a holy spirit vein, perhaps even a king spirit vein. My elder brother went to invite someone. Originally, he wanted to invite the publicly acknowledged strongest geomaster, Jiang Tian. However, who could have imagined that the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manners people would invite him? When he went to invite other geomasters, he discovered that the more famous ones had already been invited by other factions. So, he could only invite a low-ranked geomaster. Xiao Chen understood. Although losing a holy spirit vein to a major faction like the Yi clan was painful, it was still acceptable. If a king spirit vein was snatched away by the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor or another faction, the Yi clan's position as the top faction in the Northern Sea Alliance would definitely be unstable. The importance of a geomaster in fighting for a hidden spirit vein like this went without saying. Ordinary spirit veins could be discovered with one glance. With soaring spiritual energy and various mysterious phenomena, it would be hard not to discover them. However, everyone could discover such spirit veins. The various holy lands had already plundered them clean. Once they appeared, they would incite the various factions to fight over them. In this day and age, if one wanted to discover a new spirit vein, they could only rely on a geomaster to seek dragons and fix veins. After the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor managed to invite Jiang Tian away, the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor had already snatched away half of the spirit vein hidden in this dragon cave. The Yi clan had lost a great advantage. It was practically impossible for a mediocre geomaster to compete with the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor, which had the strongest geomaster. When Ziying heard this, she immediately looked at Xiao Chun. She smiled and said, in that case, how about Brother Xiao give it a try? He is quite knowledgeable about seeking dragons and fixing veins. It would not be too much to consider him an expert. Yi Chen's eyes lit up as he asked in anticipation, Xiao Chen, you also know how to seek dragons and fix veins? Xiao Chun smiled bitterly to himself. He knew that Ziying was taking revenge on him. He took a sip of wine and smiled. Don't listen to her nonsense. I only know a little about this. Before a geomaster, it is not worth mentioning. However, Yi Chun did not care that much. He stood up and pulled Xiao Chun along with him. He smiled and said, it's fine. Let's go. In that case, come with me and take a look. I don't need you to do anything. Just watch. Ziying looked provocatively at Xiao Chun, smiling gently. Her meaning was clear. You did not tell me anything. Now, it will be hard for you not to expose yourself. Xiao Chun could not avoid Yi Chen's enthusiasm. He said helplessly, all right, I'll go and take a look. However, don't get your hopes up. Yi Chen smiled and said, it's fine. Just go and take a look. It will just broaden my horizons. Let's see how these geomasters subdue a dragon. Yi Chen led Xiao Chun and Ziying, rushing all the way. They finally caught up to Yi Qing's group, who were preparing to leave, at the gates of the city lord's residence. Xiao Chen sized up the group. Not including Yi Qing, there were at least 3 Emperor Wu. The others were all blue-robed emperor experts. There were also many peak consummation blue-robed emperors with souls condensed in their heavenly seal. Aside from these, there were also many strong grandmaster-level martial sages standing on the war chariots waiting in the air. They controlled the war chariots into battle formations, enough to pose a threat to Emperor Wu. Chapter 1085. With such a grand lineup, it could be seen that the Yi clan's attention to this operation had reached an extremely high standard. Father, wait a moment. Seeing that Yi Qing was about to board the war chariot, Yi Chen pushed Xiao Chen forward and said, bring us along. Xiao Chun is somewhat proficient in seeking dragons and fixing veins. Shock flashed in Yi Qing's eyes. Then, he turned to Xiao Chun and asked, little friend, you really know how to seek dragons and fix veins? Humph. Now everyone dares to call themselves a geomaster? You inexperienced brat, yet you dare to speak such nonsense. How come I have never heard of a geomaster clan with the surname Xiao? Just as Xiao Chun was about to deny it, a rude voice rang out. When he looked over, the one who spoke was an old man dressed in ancient attire. This should be a geomaster that the Yi clan invited. Yi Feng introduced apologetically, "This is Senior Yuan Qinghuan. He has been a geomaster for 100 years. Senior Yuan, this is Xiao Chun, an honored guest of my Yi clan." When Yuan Qinghuan heard Yi Feng's introduction that Xiao Chun was an honored guest of the Yi clan, his tone softened. Then, he said with a cold expression, "Since he is an honored guest of the Yi clan, I can't be bothered to say more. However, don't just casually say that you know how to seek dragons and fix veins. That is an insult to our profession. You are just a mediocre geomaster. Why are you spouting so much nonsense?" Yi Chun immediately lost his temper. Xiao Chun pulled Yi Qing back and said apologetically to Yi Qing, "This junior is only slightly interested in seeking dragons and fixing veins. I can't be considered to understand it, much less be proficient in it. I'm just going to take a look." Yi Qing smiled and said, "It's fine. Let's go and take a look. Then, Feng prepare a war chariot for them. Come, let's depart now." The group of people rode on the war chariot, looking like celestial soldiers and generals. On the war chariot that Yi Feng and the others were on, Yi Chun was still brooding. He scolded, "This old fellow is not capable himself, yet he is putting on airs. If not for father stopping me, I would have beaten him up." Yi Feng frowned and said, "Don't be rash. He is already the strongest geomaster I can hire. He has experience subduing 10 superior spirit veins." Ziying interrupted, "However, I heard that Jiang Tian once helped an immortal Holy Land subdue a king's spirit vein." Yi Feng's expression turned somewhat unsightly. He said helplessly, "Father no longer holds much hope for us to subdue this unknown spirit vein. It is unavoidable for the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor to grow stronger. We can only think of other countermeasures." Yi Chun asked out of curiosity, "What countermeasures?" Yi Feng remained silent for a while before saying, "If there really is a king's spirit vein hidden in the dragon cave this time, then we should advance to Sovereign Martial Emperor." "That's too risky," Yi Chun exclaimed. "There is nothing we can do about it. Once the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor obtains the king's spirit vein, they will definitely surpass our Yi family and become the new alliance chief." The war chariot fell silent. Yi Chun pulled Xiao Chun to the side and whispered, "Xiao Chun, can you tell me if you know how to seek dragons and fix veins? The sovereign tribulation is already very dangerous. Advancing it in advance will increase the danger significantly." Xiao Chun understood Yi Chen's feelings. After a while, he said, "I can only promise you that if it really is a king's spirit vein, I can make it so that no one can obtain it. In terms of seeking dragons and fixing veins, I am still too inexperienced compared to those veteran geomasters." Yi Chen smiled and said, "That is all I need to hear." Xiao Chun did not know what danger he would face if he exposed the Yuan clan's dragon-seeking art. However, for the sake of this friend before him, he could only ignore the danger. The chariot soon left the cloud-soaring island. After flying for half a day on the surface of the sea, they stopped on a sea that was clearly unusual and densely covered with barren mountains. Up above, there were already people from many factions gathered together. Every faction's lineup was only slightly weaker than the Yi clans. This was Xiao Chen's first time seeing so many Emperor Wus. The atmosphere in the air was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Xiao Chun withdrew his thoughts and carefully sized up the situation below. The entire sea covered an area of more than 5,000 kilometers. There were many mountains at the bottom of the sea in the south. Only the tip of the iceberg could be seen, stretching out endlessly. Xiao Chun counted carefully. There was a total of 18 mountains at the bottom of the sea, which startled him. While the peaks of the mountains above the water were no more than a kilometer tall, if one counted the mountains hidden under the water, they would be ridiculously huge. When seeking dragons and fixing veins, the first thing one needed to do was to look for the mountains and rivers, the ferocious beasts in the south. With such huge mountains and 18 of them, Xiao Chun did not dare to imagine how many horrifying ferocious beasts were hidden in the dragon caves. Then Xiao Chun looked to the north. There were hundreds of small islands just emerging from the surface of the sea. The north and south corresponded. The ferocious beasts in the south eyed each other with malicious intent. The dragon guards in the north guarded the side, blocking all evil. There were more than 100 dragon guards. Xiao Chun was shocked again. No wonder the various factions sent out such a large lineup. There might really be a king spirit vein hidden in this dragon cave. Of course, Xiao Chun could not come to a conclusion too accurately. The third segment of the Paradise Secret Canon, The 100 Changes of the Heavenly Mysteries, introduced the existence of many fake dragon caves. Unfortunately, it was not convenient for Xiao Chun to open his heavenly eye. Otherwise, he would be able to obtain more useful information. It was not easy to make a concrete judgment just by looking at the surface of the sea. Xiao Chun looked up and frowned slightly. The sky was not dark yet, and he could not see the starry heavens clearly. This was a headache. "Did you see anything?" Yi Chen asked anxiously. Xiao Chun shook his head and remained silent. Yi Feng turned his head and said, "There is an alliance warship over there. Father is calling us over." Xiao Chun turned his head to look. The leaders of the various factions led the geomasters of their factions on a very large warship, continuously flying over. "Let's go!" The four flew to the deck. The deck was astonishingly vast. It was flat and boundlessly vast. Xiao Chun felt like he was on an aircraft carrier that he had only seen on television in his previous life. However, the warship they were on was much more powerful than an aircraft carrier. They were not on the same level. A tall platform was erected on the deck. Yi Qing sat on the throne on the platform. His followers, Emperor Wu, stood on either side. On his right was the geomaster Yuan Qinghuan. The leaders of the various factions stood on both sides of the deck with their geomasters. The gazes of the various major characters filled with curiosity as they looked at Xiao Chun. Although this junior was not as strong as Emperor Wu and was rather far from their circle, they had heard of his name long ago. Yi Qing smiled and pointed behind him, indicating for Xiao Chun and the others to just stand there and not speak. "Alliance Chief Yi, can we begin the first step? The geomasters of our factions have been preparing for a long time already," an old man asked with an excited expression. Although the other leaders did not say anything, they clearly could not wait any longer. Yi Qing said, "Let's wait for a while. The Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor's brother Shi is not here yet. There is no rush to check the earth vein for now." "Haha, Brother Yi is really generous. Fellow Taoists, Shi Tianyu is late. Sorry about that." Amid loud laughter, a middle-aged man with an aura no weaker than Yi Qing's landed on the deck with the strongest geomaster of the heavenly starry ocean, Jiang Tian, his son Shifeng, and a few Emperor Wu's followers. Xiao Chun, who was standing behind Yi Qing, felt a gaze. He looked up and saw Shifeng looking at him provocatively. Yi Qing said, "Let's begin. Since Brother Shi is here, then—" "Wait." Shi Tianyu waved his hand domineeringly and smiled. "Checking the earth vein is just a small matter. There is no need for so many geomasters to work together. Old Mr. Jiang alone is sufficient." The others could not help feeling angry. From the very start, this Shi Tianyu intended to exclude the others and monopolize the spirit vein. Yi Qing felt upset as well. This Shi Tianyu did not give any face to him, the alliance chief, at all, not taking his words seriously at all. However, even if Yi Qing was upset, he had to endure it. Who asked the other party to invite Jiang Tian, the strongest geomaster of the heavenly starry ocean? Shi Tianyu ignored Yi Qing and said calmly, "Old brother Jiang, sorry to trouble you." Jiang Tian nodded and slowly walked to the railing at the side. The people of the other factions quickly crowded over, wanting to see what would happen next. They saw the old man with the family name Jiang wave his hand and point to the sky. The clouds slowly parted like curtains on a stage, revealing a vast and boundless starry heavens with radiance. Jiang Tian waved his right hand, and a black flag appeared. Then he casually tossed it into the air. The flag transformed into 81 flags and stabbed into the water. In that instant, the surface of the sea turned transparent, allowing everyone to see the situation at the bottom of the sea clearly. The Jiang clan's worldly wind and water flags are indeed extraordinary. When many of the Geomasters saw this scene, they all felt admiration for Jiang Tian. Although they were upset that Jiang Tian managed to suppress all of them by himself, they truly admired his strength. Xiao Chun quickly walked over to the railing and looked at the bottom of the sea. After a while, his expression changed slightly. Then he raised his head and looked at the boundless starry heavens. Xiao Chen's expression changed completely. This was a chain of dragon caves. It was hard to tell the real from the fake. Perhaps there was an evil dragon hidden here. This was a very ominous situation that could kill Emperor Wu. 9 stars sealing dragon. Tanlang, Jumin, Lutsuan, Wuxiu, Lianjin, Wuxiu, Pejuan, left minister and right minister. All 9 stars are present. This is my first time seeing such a situation. There might be a king spirit vein hidden here. Even if it is not a king spirit vein, it should be a peak holy spirit vein. Yuan Qinghuan, the Geomaster hired by the Yi clan, immediately cried out excitedly when he saw the situation at the bottom of the sea, feeling extremely shocked. Yi Chun asked with a smile, "Can Mr. subdue and suppress it?" Yuan Qinghuan felt stifled. How could he have the ability to subdue Xiao Qin? Even if the other Geomasters were not around, it would be hard for him to deal with this alone. Furthermore, there were so many Geomasters, especially with Jiang Tian present. No matter what, it would not be Xiao Chen's turn. He turned around and said angrily, "Go ahead if you can." Yi Qing frowned slightly and said sullenly, "Mister, just tell me the truth. How likely are you to subdue this dragon cave? How confident are you in fighting with the other Geomasters?" Before a major character like Yi Qing, Yuan Qinghuan did not dare to be impudent. He stammered, I'm not afraid to speak the truth. All the Geomasters in the heavenly starry ocean who can compete with Jiang Tian are either dead, in seclusion, or consecrated by an immortal holy land. There is no Geomaster here who can stop him." Chapter 1086. It is not just this old man whose chances are slim. The other Geomasters' chances are slim as well. We can only see if we can find an opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Seeing Yi Qing's unfriendly expression, Yuan Qinghuan continued, "Well, this old man can't come here for nothing. Usually, when I travel around the world, I found several dragon caves with top-grade spirit veins. As long as Alliance leader sends a few blue-robed emperors to follow me, after this, I will help Alliance leader Yi find a few supreme-grade spirit veins. Although a peak spirit vein was precious, how could it compare to a king spirit vein?" Yi Qing did not have any interest in it. He looked at the transparent seawater below and waved his hand. "We'll talk about it later." As Jiang Tian moved his hands, the worldly wind water banner illuminated the situation under the sea. Some of the mountains shrouded in fog could be seen clearly. As the various Geomasters observed the earth veins, they could not help sighing. Occasionally, Yi Chun heard something about the 9 stars locking dragon. A great dragon would definitely appear in an auspicious place. He went to take a look, but he couldn't see anything. The bottom of the sea was full of messy mountains and precipitous ridges. There were no stars or dragons. He could not help asking anxiously, "Xiao Chun, what is the 9-star locking dragon?" Xiao Chun was looking up at the celestial phenomena. He withdrew his gaze and answered, "The 9 stars are the 9 stars in the sky. In the terminology of dragon seeking, it refers to the mountain peaks named after these stars. They usually appear around dragon caves. Among the 9 stars, there are 3 great auspicious stars. They are Tanlang, Jumin, and Wuxiu. Normally, there is only 1 great auspicious star in a dragon cave, and the quality of the spirit vein will be higher. If there are 3 auspicious stars, it will be amazing. The left minister's and right minister's star peaks are small auspicious stars. They appear the most, and the spirit veins with them are of superior quality. If there aren't even small auspicious stars, even if there is a saint-grade spirit vein, the quality would be average." Ziying, who was listening attentively at the side, interrupted, "If there are auspicious stars, there must be ominous stars. According to what you said, Pejuan, Lianjin, Lu Xiyuan, and Wuxiu are the 4 ominous stars." Xiao Chun raised his head and glanced at him. He smiled and said, "You got it right away. You're right." Yi Chun asked curiously, "When the 9 stars gather, there are auspicious stars and inauspicious stars. Why do so many geomasters say that it is auspicious and ignore the inauspicious stars?" Xiao Chun looked up at the starry sky and said with a double meaning, "This is the ingenuity of feng shui. Look at the 4 inauspicious star peaks. They are all lower than the 3 auspicious stars. Compared to the 2 little Ji Xingfeng, they are even shorter. This way, the aura of the ominous star will be completely suppressed. Not only will it be unable to display its might, but it will also allow the Ji Xingfeng to use its momentum to strengthen itself, forming the rarely seen 9 stars sealing dragon." Not far away, Yi Qing heard Xiao Chen's discussion and said to Yuan Qinghuan, "Mr. Yuan, is what little friend Xiao Chan said right?" Yuan Qinghuan was a little embarrassed. After a while he said, almost, but he still wanted to say something, but found that Yi Qing, with a trace of a smile, had already strode over to Xiao Chan. Unexpectedly, little friend has such an understanding of seeking dragons and fixing veins. Yi Qing said with a smile as he walked over. Xiao Chan whispered, "It is just a superficial knowledge. Compared to the geomasters here, I am still far from it." Yi Qing did not think so. He said, "There is no need to be humble. If you really know how to seek dragons and fix veins, my Yi clan will have many opportunities to work with you in the future." Alliance Chief Shi Tianyu is calling everyone over. He says that it is about time to prepare to wash the sea. Just as Shi Tianyu was about to say more, Yi Qing heard a report. He smiled apologetically and led the 4 Emperor Wu and Jiang Tian over to where Shi Tianyu was. Washing the sea was to clear out the seawater and leave an empty space. Although the various factions fought among themselves, no matter who obtained the spirit vein, it would strengthen the Northern Sea Alliance. Washing the sea definitely needed to be done together. The leaders of the 10 factions of the Northern Sea Alliance gathered at where Jiang Tian was, preparing to clear out the seawater at any time to facilitate fixing the veins. "Old brother Jiang, can we begin?" Shi Tianyu asked somewhat impatiently when he saw that Jiang Tian had already thoroughly explored the veins at the bottom of the sea. Jiang Tian shook his head and said, "There is no rush. Let me take a look at the celestial phenomenon first." When the other geomasters heard this, they could not help revealing envious expressions. Not all geomasters knew the lost ancient stargazing technique. When Xiao Chun, who was standing far away on the deck, heard this, he took advantage of the fact that the many geomasters and cultivators were all gathered around Jiang Tian to sneak to an unnoticed corner. Xiao Chun closed his eyes and formed hand seals. The magic energy in his sea of consciousness burned continuously as he executed the magic skill, Starry Heaven Storm. Xiao Chun was not truly going to unleash Starry Heaven Storm. Instead, he wanted to use this magic skill to blur the original celestial phenomenon, covering up the light of the stars and disrupting Jiang Tian's observation. Sweat poured off Xiao Chen's forehead like rain. The originally abundant magic energy in his sea of consciousness drained like a flash flood. Soon, most of it vanished. Jiang Tian did not care. After he clearly saw the 9 stars sealing the dragon below, he was already certain that this was a very auspicious dragon cave of extremely high quality. Observing the celestial phenomenon was just a habit. After taking a few glances and not noticing anything strange, Jiang Tian said, "That's enough. Do you see my worldly wind water banner? Drain all the seawater where the worldly wind water banner is. At that time, everyone, let's see who can subdue this dragon based on our own abilities. That way we can avoid harming our friendships." The other geomasters laughed in embarrassment at Jiang Tian's last sentence. "Who can compare to you, Jiang Tian?" His words were as good as not saying anything at all. Yi Qing, Shi Tianyu, and the others turned around and appeared on the surface of the sea as if they teleported. With a shout, the 10 made their move at the same time, raising their right palms to the sky. A loud rumble rang out, sounding like thunder. A shocking scene appeared. Under the might of the 10 greater heavenly Emperor Wu, the seawater split into 10 portions like the ground. Each greater heavenly emperor controlled a portion, lifting up the vast seawater like it was a mountain. After that, the greater heavenly emperors casually tossed the vast seawater into the distance and landed on the surface of the sea thousands of kilometers away. The resulting tremors made one's heart pound heavily, deafening. The somewhat pale Xiao Chun walked to the side of the deck and looked at the vast sea below. Someone had dug out a large hole the size of Lingyun Island. Xiao Chun could not help but feel shocked. The strength of the greater heavenly Emperor Wu was truly incredible. If he had not seen it for himself, he would never be able to imagine how strong these people were. Shi Tianyu's group suspended the seawater in the air. The various geomasters did not remain idle either. They all took out their own dragon-seeking secret treasures and blocked off the seawater. Jiang Tian immediately descended and headed for the core of the 9 stars sealing the dragon. The other geomasters quickly followed, their expressions extremely grave. The other lesser heavenly Emperor Wu and the blue-robed emperor also stored up power and flew down like sharp arrows. Then, the 10 geomasters landed on the 9-star peaks one after another, preparing to open the dragon cave. The mystery that had troubled everyone for a long time, what grade of spirit vein was hidden in the dragon cave, was about to be revealed. At this moment, everyone's gazes landed on the dragon cave sealed by the 9 stars. Only Xiao Chun raised his head and looked at the starry heavens. At some point in time, the 4 ominous stars, Pujuan, Lianjin, Lutsuan, and Wuxiu, had become extremely bright. As for the 5 auspicious stars, Tanlang, Jumin, Wuxiu, Left Minister and Right Minister, they were all dim and dismal. Not many people could recognize the 9 stars. Furthermore, the starry heavens were vast with countless stars. Probably only Jiang Tian, whose attention was no longer on the starry heavens, could make out the reason behind the dazzling starlight. Good or bad luck was hard to determine. There was no such thing as an unchanging landscape in geomancy. Aside from Jiang Tian, who hovered above the dragon cave, the other geomasters stood on the 9-star peaks, each holding a dragon-seeking secret treasure. A tense and excited atmosphere filled every corner of the grand scene. Everyone had a grave expression on their faces. Jiang Tian was the first to make a move. He raised his hand, and cracks appeared on the seabed. Multicolored lights spewed out from them. The other geomasters executed their various means, preparing to force out the spirit vein hidden in the dragon cave in one go. The multicolored lights flickered and turned into 9 beams of light before stopping. Dense spiritual energy filled the world, causing a colorful spiritual rain to fall. Splash! Splash! The rain did not stop. After the spiritual rain permeated the huge pits in the sea and every patch of mud, it gave off a vibrant life force. Everyone could feel the pure spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the raindrops, and they were wild with joy. 9-colored, multicolored light. This is a king spirit vein. Everyone was shocked, although they had expected this. When they personally saw the 9-colored multicolored light and the 9-colored spiritual rain, the shock in everyone's heart was indescribable. How rare was a king spirit vein? It was one of the standards of a holy land's strength. A sect without a king spirit vein could not be considered a holy land, no matter how strong it was. It was just like how the 9 ranks of the great families needed a holy spirit vein. The leaders of the 10 major forces were all gathered on the 18 mountains in the south, each of which was 100,000 meters tall. When they saw this 9-colored, multicolored light, their expressions turned somewhat complicated. The Seoul Hegemin mountain manners Shi Tianyu smiled and said, "Brother Yi, with this king spirit vein, the Northern Sea Alliance will definitely become stronger. In the future, you will no longer have to work so hard. You can rest well." There was a hidden meaning in Shi Tianyu's words. The ambition of a wolf was clear. How could Yi Qing not understand? He said coldly, "Brother Shi, you are really considerate. However, it is still too early to say this." Shi Tianyu laughed maniacally and said, "Early? I don't believe that with Mr. Jiang here. No one will have a chance to snatch away this king spirit vein. The two of you, let's not argue for now. Subduing a king spirit vein is of great importance. Even with Jiang Tian here, we cannot make any mistakes. Otherwise, it will be a loss for the entire Northern Sea Alliance. One of the older elders among the 10 reminded them when he saw that the atmosphere between the two of them was filled with hostility. When the two heard that, they snorted coldly and did not say anything more. Suddenly, Yi Qing frowned and stretched out his finger to wipe off the spiritual rain on his forehead. Then, his pupils constricted, and shock flashed in his eyes. The spiritual rain on Yi Qing's finger was actually scarlet. When Yi Qing looked up, his expression changed drastically. The 9-colored spiritual rain vanished. In its place, a blood rain fell in the sky. It was cold and emotionless, giving off an evil and strange aura. Chapter 1087. Blood Rain. Why is there a blood rain? Horror flashed in the eyes of the many cultivators on the deck. They had never seen such a vast blood rain in their lives. The many geomasters on the 9-star peak paled, their faces drained of all color. Their bodies trembled slightly. Blood rain falling from the sky, no light for 500 kilometers around. What an ominous situation. How can it be like this? The 3 great auspicious stars are suppressing the 4 great inauspicious stars, using their momentum to form the 9 stars sealing the dragon. This is clearly an auspicious land. Why is there such an ominous sign? Jiang Tian's expression turned grave as he looked at the sky. He saw that the 9 stars, including the Tanlang star, had already formed a line in the pitch-black starry heavens. It was like a beam of scarlet light had connected the 9 stars. Linked by blood, 9-star alignment. Jiang Tian's heart trembled. Damn it! Why did I only discover such a celestial phenomenon now? If I had discovered it earlier, I would not have been so rash. I could have thought of other ways to subdue this spirit vein. Now that I blindly opened the acupoints, the scarlet light appeared, and the 9-star alignment formed. It was too late. Without saying another word, he turned around and ran. He got up and flew back, and his face was filled with panic. Now that Jiang Tian had left, how could the other geomasters dare to continue opening their acupoints? They quickly followed, fleeing in the air. A deafening rumble echoed through the world. In the south, the 18 mountains that stretched for thousands of miles and were tens of thousands of feet tall were completely shattered one after another, without holding anything back. Surging shock waves surged out. Even though the warship Shao Chun was tens of thousands of meters away, the shock waves still caused it to sway left and right. The roar resounded, and the sound waves shook space. It was like a voice from hell. The huge warship could no longer hold out, and it collapsed. Shao Chun quickly took out his small silver boat and boarded Zi Ying, Yi Chan, and Yi Feng. Then he flew far away at lightning speed. What was that? Yi Feng was in disbelief. Just the roar alone had shattered the sturdy royal-grade warship from before. The blood rain continued to fall without end. Shao Chun stood at the bow of the warship, unable to answer Yi Feng's question. There had to be ferocious beasts hidden in the southern mountains of the Dragon Cave. This was the reason why regular geomasters could not subdue spirit veins by themselves. They could not deal with ferocious beasts. For example, this time around, the 10 Greater Celestial Emperor Wu of the North Sea Alliance had been deployed on the ominous mountain. However, the situation was not looking too optimistic. When Shao Chun collected the advanced spirit vein, a ferocious beast comparable to a Grand Master jumped out. No one could guess what kind of ferocious beasts were hidden in these 18 incomparably huge mountain ranges. In this sky full of blood rain, what kind of terrifying combat power would it erupt with? Only from the fact that even 10 Greater Celestial Emperor Wu couldn't take care of this group of beasts so quickly, could he tell a thing or two about it. The entire ocean crater was in complete chaos, and the terrain had completely changed. Hundreds of mountains in the north rose up from the ground and shot towards the fleeing geomasters. These mountains were much larger than the ones Shao Chun had faced in the past. Even the blue-robed emperor did not dare to underestimate the power of these mountains. If he were to face them head-on, he would be heavily injured. Fortunately, the North Sea Alliance had made a lot of preparations this time. They brought several blue-robed emperors to help the 10 geomasters block the many mountains. Quick! Leave. This is a great ominous land with a powerful ferocious dragon hidden. The many geomasters shouted as they ran. The vast group did not even bother to wipe off the blood rain that covered them as they fled. After the Geomasters left, the seawater, which had been blocked by the barriers earlier, crashed down with the sound of the waves. It felt like the sky was shattering. The scene was incredibly majestic. The huge crater filled up, and the seawater closed up once more. The cultivators of the North Sea Alliance who had escaped all felt fear in their hearts. The earlier moment was no more than 10 breaths of time. However, it felt like a lifetime had passed. The sea churned endlessly, and the seawater turned scarlet. None of the Emperor Wu came out, still fighting with the mysterious ferocious beasts at the bottom of the sea. The group felt very nervous. They did not know what kind of group of ferocious beasts this was. 10 greater Celestial Emperor Wu and many lesser Celestial Emperor Wu working together could not deal with them. Plop! Yi Qing flew out of the water amid a splash. The 4 lesser Celestial Emperor Wu following behind him were covered in wounds. Yi Qing looked around and saw Xiao Chun and the others. Then he stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. A strong suction came out, and the small silver warship flew over. Without saying anything, Yi Qing sent out a palm strike and tore space apart. Then he led the others into the crack. The figures of the Yi clan's blue-robed emperor experts all flashed in. The leaders of the other factions appeared one after another with Emperor Wu. They all had fatigued expressions and did not say anything. Then, they tore space apart and led the people of their factions, preparing to flee far away. Everyone's hearts were filled with questions. What kind of existence made the greater Celestial Emperor Wu so anxious, not willing to stay a moment longer? The instant the spatial crack closed, Xiao Chun vaguely saw a scarlet dragon claw poke out of the water and tear space apart, tearing apart countless war chariots and warships. Fortunately, the blue-robed emperor cultivators above had all retreated. Otherwise, no one would have survived this claw. When the Yi clan's group reappeared, they were already in the sky above Lingyun Island. Yi Qing heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he said sullenly, unexpectedly, "There is a mutated evil dragon with a king's spirit vein hidden in the dragon cave." To think that Jiang Tian did not discover it and rashly opened the dragon cave without any preparations. It looks like he does not live up to his reputation. Yifeng exclaimed in shock, "Father, what do you mean by that?" Yi Qing smiled and said, "That is to say, no one can obtain this king's spirit vein now. If that group of people from the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor want to target my Yi clan, they will have to think twice before doing so." As Yi Qing spoke, a spatial crack opened. Shi Tianyu, who had an unlucky expression, appeared with the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor's people. Shi Tianyu happened to see Yi Qing smile and could not help but rage. He felt extremely upset, so he snorted coldly and led his people away. Yi Qing smiled and said, "In that case, we have to celebrate." That group of people from the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor thought that by inviting Jiang Tian, they would gain a lot no matter what. They are really sullen now. Yi Qing nodded and said, "There is no need to celebrate. After this matter, it is time for me to enter closed-door cultivation. Such lucky things cannot happen all the time. Only by advancing to Sovereign Martial Emperor can the Yi clan maintain its position." Xiao Chun smiled gently at the side. The obstruction of the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor's plan would give Yi Qing a long buffer time to break through to Sovereign Martial Emperor. Xiao Chun had fulfilled his promise to Yi Chun, so it was time for him to do his own things. Yi Qing and the others tried to get Xiao Chun to stay. However, when they saw that he had made up his mind, they did not say anything more. As Yi Qing watched Xiao Chun leave, he entered deep thought. He kept feeling that Xiao Chun appeared too calm. Something was not right. Xiao Chun did not truly leave. One night later, when the morning sun rose, he appeared in an ominous land, a place where even Emperor Wu did not dare to linger. As he looked at the scarlet sea below him, Xiao Chun took out the Paradise Secret Canon and carefully searched through the 3rd segment of the 100 Changes of Heavenly Mysteries. Xiao Chun had discovered long ago that this dragon vein was not simple. However, there were too many people here, preventing him from displaying it. The underground had always been a place with the densest inattributed qi. Normally, the things buried underground were covered in inattributed qi. If one was not careful, they could mutate into something evil. If this turned into a great ominous land, the evil that came out would be even more incredible. However, no matter how well a mutated and corrupted spirit vein hid, there would always be traces of it. The dragon vein before Shao Chun hid it very well, nearly fooling most geomasters. Just from the landscape of the earth vein, few could tell that this was a dangerous land. Only by combining the stars would one be able to tell. If not for the Paradise secret canon that Shao Chun grasped, which was far superior to the geomaster's dragon-seeking arts, he would not have been able to find any traces of it. Even with Shao Chun's current level, he would not have been able to find any traces of it. I found it. With the blood linking, the 9 stars linking. The 9 stars sealing the dragon will turn into the blood berserk dragon formation. If one blindly opens the blood berserk dragon formation, there will be a rain of blood, which will multiply the strength of the nearby ferocious beasts. When the evil dragon comes out, it will flee far away, and it will be hard to find. Shao Chun rejoiced in his heart. Indeed, that was the case. He knew that the Paradise secret canon would have records of this. Recollecting his thoughts, Shao Chun continued reading. His main concern was whether he could find the evil dragon that came out or not. Shao Chun continued reading without missing a single word. Finally, he found some clues. The evil dragon in this formation would come out prematurely. There was only one choice. That was to swallow up the other spirit veins and find another dragon vein. Otherwise, this king's spirit vein that had lost its safe place would slowly wither day by day. Its rank would drop continuously until it disappeared. After reading up to this point, Shao Chun entered deep thought. This gave him an opportunity. When the evil dragon found a new dragon vein, it would definitely fight with the new dragon. When the 2 dragons fought, no matter who won, it would end up in a sorry state. Shao Chun thought about how the Northern Sea Alliance could not subdue this evil dragon with such a large force. Instead, they suffered heavy casualties and had to retreat in sorry states. Even if Shao Chun ran into an evil dragon now, he would have to retreat. Shao Chun thought about the scene he saw when he entered the void. The scene of a towering blood claw breaking out of the sea and sweeping through the surroundings still made him tremble in fear. Searching for the evil dragon was just a mark for himself. When he grew stronger in the future, he would come back to subdue this king's spirit vein. A king's spirit vein was not something that could be found on a whim. As Shao Chun continued reading, a clue that caught his attention appeared. The dragon vein that hid a king's spirit vein would definitely form a small ancestral vein. As the ancestral vein continued to develop, a series of spirit veins would appear, ranging from high to low, from holy spirit vein to the lowest spirit vein. Not to mention the low-grade spirit vein, the holy spirit vein was already sufficient to attract Shao Chun's attention. As for how to find this dragon vein in the ancestral vein, that would depend on Shao Chun's own ability. After putting away the jade strip, Shao Chun opened his heavenly eye. A strange purple eye appeared, clearly seeing the situation at the bottom of the sea. The terrain of the dragon vein was already utterly destroyed. The 9 astral peaks crumbled, and scarlet bubbles continuously leaked out of the cracks in the ground. I cannot see the ancestral vein's direction like this. I have to go down. Shao Chun closed his heavenly eye and prepared to go down. Shao Chun, it is best not to go down first. This place feels strange. Chapter 1088. Ao Jiao flew out of the immortal spirit ring, frowning as she tried to persuade Shao Chun. Shao Chun turned around and looked at Ao Jiao. Then, he raised his eyebrows and asked doubtfully, "Little Ao Jiao, why do you look different?" This was the first time Shao Chun saw Ao Jiao after consuming and refining the azure underworld fruit. There were no changes to Ao Jiao's appearance, demeanor, or figure. However, Shao Chun felt that there was something that he had not noticed. Was he imagining things? Ao Jiao smiled faintly and stretched out her hand, indicating for Shao Chun to take it. Shao Chun reached out and grabbed it. Her skin was smooth and soft, even giving off a faint warmth. Shao Chun's heart skipped a beat. Warmth? What's going on? It is indeed warmth. Ao Jiao is an item spirit. How can she have warmth? That is inexplicable. Hee hee. I didn't tell you to hold it so hard. Ao Jiao said coquettishly. Xiao Chun quickly let go. After apologizing, he asked, "What's going on? The azure underworld fruit has such an effect." Ao Jiao said, "Do you still remember that old man in the Blue Dragon Palace?" "That's right, the item spirit of the Blue Dragon Palace. He used a finger to send me away. After I woke up, my body has been slowly changing." Xiao Chun recalled that there was indeed such a scene. Back then, that old item spirit seemed to have said that when Ao Jiao woke up, she would properly thank him. What exactly are the changes? Ao Jiao's eyes flickered with confusion. She shook her head and said, "I don't know what the changes are, either. However, I can clearly feel that I can cultivate on my own. This is even more obvious after I revived. The mutated fruit that nourishes the soul can allow my strength to increase significantly. As for what happens after that, you can see for yourself. As for what will happen in the future, I don't know either." Xiao Chun thought for a while and said, "Since that old man from the Blue Dragon Palace did this, it should not be a bad thing. After I become a martial emperor in the future, I will ask him personally and understand." "All right, I'll go with you. I'm strong enough to face the advanced blue-robed emperor now." Ao Jiao nodded. Hua! Golden light flickered, and little yellow feather flaunted its prowess as it appeared. It squeaked, indicating that it also wanted to go down. Xiao Chun smiled and said, "The two of you are not allowed to come out. I will go down alone. If there is any danger, I can use the freedom wings to flee quickly. But, no buts. Just listen to me. Okay?" The danger below was unpredictable, and Xiao Chun did not want Ao Jiao to take the risk, especially now. Ao Jiao felt helpless. She hugged little yellow feather and said, "All right, I'll listen to you. If there is any danger, remember to leave immediately. Don't worry, should be fine." The ferocious beasts already followed the evil dragons far away or went to search for new spirit veins. Furthermore, I still have the life-saving plume feather that little yellow feather gave me. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. After Ao Jiao and little yellow feather entered the immortal spirit ring, he took a deep breath and entered this vast scarlet sea. Xiao Chun quickly descended to where the dragon cave was. Then, he looked into the distance, carefully observing and searching the messy and dilapidated landscape. As long as the direction of the ancestral vein's origin followed, he would be able to find the Holy Spirit vein that existed in the ancestral vein. After subduing this Holy Spirit vein and searching for the fleeing evil dragons, as long as the plan went smoothly, Xiao Chun would gain a lot. At the very least, he would be able to break through to the small perfection blue-robed emperor immediately. The tall mountains and the ground were all destroyed. After searching for a long time, Xiao Chun could not find the ancestral vein's origin. However, he did find several traces of the evil dragons leaving. Half a day later, Xiao Chun opened his heavenly eye again. The landscape was the most intact on a slope 50 kilometers to the east. It should be easier to find some things there. Xiao Chun pushed off with his feet and flew in the water. His strong speed nearly split the seawater in half, creating a vacuum. When Xiao Chun landed on the slope, he looked ahead. To others, the terrain appeared chaotic and confusing. However, when he compared it to the Paradise Secret Canon, many scenes flashed in his mind. As Xiao Chun looked around, the scenes slowly became clearer and more complete. "That should be the place," Xiao Chun said softly as he used his heavenly eye to look at the terrain tens of thousands of kilometers away. A dragon returning to its head, 1,000 mountains surrounding it, and evidence from all directions. Finding the ancestral vein's origin in a situation where the terrain was nearly completely destroyed was not easy. Xiao Chun closed his heavenly eye, intending to go over and verify it one last time. Then, he could follow the vein and find the Holy Spirit vein that grew from this ancestral vein. As for spirit veins of other grades, they did not interest Xiao Chun for now, so there was no need to waste any effort. Rumble! Just at this moment, a strange phenomenon occurred. Countless blood-colored bubbles surged upwards. Xiao Chen's heart tightened as an extremely bad feeling welled up in his heart. A strange roar came from the distance. Xiao Chen's body trembled uncontrollably, as if he had met his natural enemy. A bone-deep fear prevented him from doing anything. How can it be like this? What's going on? What in the world is coming? Xiao Chen panicked. It was extremely difficult for him to do anything. He could not even lift his eyelids, much less activate the freedom wings. Xiao Chen knelt at the bottom of the sea as that mysterious monster approached. He felt that if he still did not do anything, he would really die here. Ao Jiao quickly flew out and pulled Xiao Chen away, preparing to break out of the water with Xiao Chen. If you don't want him to die, it's best not to move. Just as Ao Jiao was about to circulate her energy to bring Xiao Chen away, an old man suddenly appeared. He formed hand seals and many flags flew out from his body. The flags covered the heavenly mysteries and protected this world. Rumble! Rumble! The scarlet bubbles surged up even more violently. The entire Scarlet Sea was surging, looking extremely horrifying. When that mysterious thing arrived, Xiao Chen felt like the little blue dragon in his dantian was carrying a mountain. The pressure was extremely painful. Xiao Chen felt even more miserable. This was his first time encountering such a thing. He was shocked. After the panic, he tried his best to calm himself down. What exactly is it that makes my body tremble in fear, making the Yuanying blue dragon martial spirit tremble in fear? I have to get to the bottom of this. Otherwise, it will be a huge problem for me. Xiao Chen felt like that mysterious thing circled the Scarlet Sea for a long time, like it was searching for something. After a long time, it quickly went far away. When everything calmed down, Xiao Chen blinked and recovered to normal. Then, he turned around and looked warily at the person who saved him. When Xiao Chen saw this person's appearance, he felt somewhat surprised. It was actually the Geomaster that the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor invited, Zhang Tian, the person that Yuan Qinghuan called the strongest Geomaster. Ao Jiao stood beside Xiao Chen, looking warily at the other party as well. This person had suddenly appeared. She could not figure out his intentions. Zhang Tian ignored the wariness of the two. He carefully put away the worldly wind water flags and gestured for Xiao Chen to break out of the sea, indicating for him to go out and speak. Waves splashed up as Xiao Chen and Ao Jiao broke out of the sea together. Ao Jiao asked anxiously, "Xiao Chen, are you all right?" Xiao Chen had not suffered any substantial damage earlier, so he shook his head to indicate that he was fine. Ao Jiao checked for herself. After she verified that he was fine, she relaxed. Splash! Zhang Tian broke out of the water and looked coldly at Xiao Chen. He said indifferently, "You managed to cultivate the heavenly eye. It looks like you obtained the Yuan clan's dragon-seeking art. Were you the one who used a spell to disrupt me from looking at the stars yesterday?" This person had a dignified aura. His cultivation was clearly much lower than Xiao Chen's, only Grandmaster-level martial sage. However, when he spoke, he was aloof, looking down on Xiao Chen. He did not care about Xiao Chen, a mere blue-robed emperor. However, this person was very natural, giving Xiao Chen a lot of pressure. This was the natural aura of a major character. No matter how the weak tried to imitate it, they would not be able to imitate it. Xiao Chen nodded calmly. There was nothing to deny. Zhang Tian snorted coldly and said, "You are really daring to do anything. Perhaps I really should not have saved you earlier. It would have been better to let that Ho ghost eat you up." Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and asked, "You know what that thing is?" "There are very few things in this world that I do not know about. That is a Ho, an ancient ferocious beast that feeds on dragons. It eats dragon brains and swallows dragon marrow. Killing dragons is like squashing earthworms. It is the natural enemy of all dragons. 10,000 years ago, if not for the Qing Emperor killing it, leaving behind only a scattered soul, you would have died here even if you had 8 lives." Zhang Tian said unhurriedly with a cold smile on his face. Unexpectedly, dragons had a natural enemy. Furthermore, it was such a tyrannical natural enemy. This was the first time Xiao Chen heard of this. Xiao Chen finally understood why his body trembled in fear, feeling so powerless. He was the Blue Dragon King. He possessed the Blue Dragon martial spirit and cultivated the Blue Dragon body nourishing art. Whether he was willing or not, the mark of a dragon was deeply ingrained in his bones. He could not wash it off no matter what. Fortunately, the Qing emperor killed it, leaving only its soul. What did it come here for? Xiao Chen asked as he met Jiang Tian's gaze. He felt that this person before him gave off a mysterious feeling. Indeed, as Jiang Tian said, he was omniscient. Naturally, it smelled a dragon and wanted to eat that 9-star evil dragon to recover its strength. Jiang Tian replied indifferently. Jiang Tian replied indifferently and said in a cold voice, "Since we are done with the small talk, take out the divine grade black patterned gold that you obtained from the auction in Cloud Treasure City." "What for? This old man saved your life. Do you think it was for nothing?" Xiao Chen was speechless. This was the first time he met such a tyrannical person. He did not seem to have asked for help. However, even if Xiao Chen wanted to, he could not hand over the divine grade black pattern gold. He had already merged it into the dragon revealing mirror. Ao Jiao, who was at the side, could no longer watch this. She scolded angrily, "You old fellow, you are too shameless. How can you do this, forcefully saving someone and then demanding something?" Xiao Chen waved his hand to stop Ao Jiao. Then, he took out the dragon revealing mirror, which gave off a divine aura, and handed it to Jiang Tian. "I already used the divine grade black pattern gold. If you want it, you can refine this dragon revealing mirror." Ao Jiao was so anxious that her eyes turned red. The dragon revealing mirror was crucial to whether Xiao Chen could subdue the Holy Spirit vein. How could he just give it away like that? Jiang Tian received the dragon revealing mirror with a slightly dissatisfied expression. He commented, "The craftsmanship is pretty good. This dragon revealing mirror ranks among the top 10 dragon-seeking secret treasures. Unfortunately, I do not know the Paradise secret canon, so I cannot activate it. I can only treat it as trash and melt it down. Even so, I can only take out half of the divine grade black pattern gold." Chapter 1089. It's a so. Consider this a pass. There is also the azure underworld fruit. Your soul is not injured. Don't tell me that you used it already. Take it out as well. Xiao Chen's expression changed as he stopped Ao Jiao, who was about to fly into a rage. He said calmly, "I'm sorry about this. I have indeed used it. If old sir has any other requests, you can state them all. I have 10 million black astral coins, a Holy Spirit vein, an Emperor-grade secret treasure, Neptune's crown, an incomplete immortal equipment, the beautiful mountain and river painting." Xiao Chen did not like owing favors, especially to people he did not like. If he could settle things with them, he would do so as soon as possible. Precious treasures came out of Xiao Chen's mouth, but Jiang Tian remained unmoved. He interrupted impatiently, "Don't treat trash as treasure. How laughable. I only want the azure underworld fruit." Xiao Chen's expression changed. Which one of the things in his hand would not make the blue-robed emperor risk his life for it? To think that this fellow was lying through his teeth. Jiang Tian glanced at Ao Jiao. Then he said in understanding, "So, it was refined by you, the item spirit. No wonder you were unable to hand it over. Looking at your eyes, it seems like you do not feel that your body is full of trash. Country bumpkin, you are looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. I can't be bothered to argue with you. I'll return your dragon revealing mirror. Now, you have to help me with something before you can repay this favor." Xiao Chen did not know what was going on. What exactly was this Jiang Tian thinking? He could not figure it out at all. Xiao Chen did not accept the dragon revealing mirror. He frowned and said, "I do have to repay this favor. However, I still have something to do. Time is limited. If Mr. Jiang keeps pestering me, I can only put this favor aside for now. Goodbye." Jiang Tian smiled coldly and said, "Something to do? Do you think that after learning the half-baked Paradise secret canon, you can subdue and suppress spirit veins all over the world to help you gather the resources for the blue-robed emperor to cultivate? Indeed, you have some advantages. You are as strong as the great perfection blue-robed emperor and do not need the cooperation of cultivators to suppress spirit veins. However, if you really think that, you are too naive." Xiao Chen turned around and looked at the other party with a serious expression. "What do you mean?" Jiang Tian smiled and said, I am certain that you have not finished reading the first part of the Paradise Secret canon that is not directly related to the dragon-seeking secret technique. Otherwise, you would not ask that. Xiao Chen's heart sank. The contents of the first part were all messy records. It had nothing to do with the dragon-seeking secret skill. He had indeed only read the beginning and skipped over it. It wasn't that he couldn't concentrate, but he didn't have much time. He really couldn't spend it on these unimportant things. Senior, if you have something to say, just say it. Zhang Tian did not answer. Instead, he said with a cold expression, "Pick up your dragon-revealing mirror and obediently follow me to do something. Otherwise, not to mention becoming a martial emperor in 5 years, if you really do as you wish, you might not even live for a year." Oh Jiao muttered in a soft voice, acting all mysterious. Zhang Tian directly ignored her. He looked at the silent Xiao Chun and said, "Do you really want to die that much? Or are you in a rush to subdue a Holy Spirit vein 50,000 kilometers away? It is just a Holy Spirit vein. So what if I give you one?" Whoosh! Golden rain fell from the sky. A roaming dragon flew out of Zhang Tian's body and danced in the air, calling the wind and summoning the rain. This was a bona fide Holy Spirit vein. Xiao Chun made up his mind. He opened his mouth and swallowed this Holy Spirit vein. Then he closed his eyes and refined it. As the Holy Spirit vein was refined, the thousands of motes of liquid that formed the heavenly seal slowly turned corporeal, gaining some texture. It no longer looked as soft as before. The entire dragon-shaped heavenly seal's silhouette became much more solid. Xiao Chen's cultivation had improved significantly. After a while, Xiao Chun opened his eyes and picked up the dragon-revealing mirror on the sea. Then, he said to the strange Zhang Tian, "I'll come with you. At least you have some boldness. Otherwise, it would be useless to bring you over. Come with me to meet a few people first." Zhang Tian turned around expressionlessly. Xiao Chun quickly followed and asked, "Who are you meeting?" "A true geomaster." "A true geomaster?" Xiao Chun felt somewhat dizzy. Many geomasters regarded Zhang Tian as the strongest geomaster. After the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor invited him out, all the geomasters lost their fighting spirit. Such a person definitely lived up to his reputation. However, now Zhang Tian said that he wanted to bring Xiao Chun to meet a true geomaster. Could it be that there were stronger geomasters than him? Xiao Chun could not suppress the doubts in his heart. He could not help feeling curious about this strange Zhang Tian, who did not play by the rules. "Senior, aren't you known as the strongest geomaster? Could it be that you are not a true geomaster? Are there people who are stronger than you in seeking dragons and fixing veins?" Zhang Tian mocked. "That group of geomasters only have the title of geomaster. What kind of geomaster are they? They are not even comparable to a half-baked person like you. To think that they are not embarrassed to call themselves geomasters? I never said that I was the strongest geomaster. When we get there later, keep your eyes open and don't speak nonsense. You have no right to speak there." Zhang Tian's words always had a hint of arrogance. Xiao Chun did not feel convinced. However, when he thought about how even the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor's Manor Lord was polite to Zhang Tian, he could not help but feel unconvinced. The other party's circle was much higher than Xiao Chen's. Hence, he could only teach Zhang Tian a lesson. Xiao Chun had a proud character, but he was not an ignorant fanatic who showed off his arrogance. He had always been respectful and knew how to endure and learn, carefully walking the path of cultivation. For now, Xiao Chun wanted to see what Zhang Tian was up to. Furthermore, Zhang Tian said earlier that Xiao Chun was too naive. He had to figure out why. Xiao Chun said, "Very well, I won't ask about that. However, I already promised you. Now you have to tell me what you want to do, right? If you can give me the divine grade black pattern gold and the azure underworld fruit, I won't care where you go. If you can't give them to me, don't ask. Someone will tell you when we get there," Zhang Tian said without even turning his head as he strode forward. "Never mind. If I don't want to ask, then so be it." Xiao Chun followed behind Zhang Tian. At the same time, he took some time to carefully study the 4th section of the Paradise Secret Canon, Prison Drawing. prison drawing mainly emphasized the practical secret techniques of the Paradise Secret Canon. When cultivated to a high level, one could change the world with a wave of one's hand. If one wanted to cultivate this series of secret techniques, one had to cultivate the Paradise Divine Art first. This cultivation technique was split into 7 layers. The cultivation of the Paradise Divine Art required one's usage of the heavenly eye to reach a certain level. Xiao Chun asked himself if he could already control the heavenly eye as he pleased. He could open and close the heavenly eye as he pleased. He could also focus his gaze to see even further away. He could also use the heavenly eye to distinguish between illusion and reality. Xiao Chun should have already met the cultivation requirements of the Paradise Divine Art. It was time to make preparations to cultivate it. Jiang Tian, who was walking in front, turned his head back and saw that Xiao Chun did not relax even as he walked. It seemed like Xiao Chun was making good use of his time to cultivate. No matter how much Jiang Tian looked down on Xiao Chun, it was rare for someone of the younger generation to have such patience and perseverance. After walking for half a day, a lone island appeared before Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian immediately went up, and Xiao Chun followed close behind. Xiao Chun collected his thoughts and carefully sized up the island. There was already an old man seated cross-legged on the island. When the old man heard the footsteps, he opened his eyes and sized up Xiao Chun, who was behind Jiang Tian. Then, he smiled and said, "Jiang Tian, since when did you start taking in disciples?" Jiang Tian replied indifferently, "I already swore that I would never take in a disciple in this lifetime. I will not break the rules of the Geomasters." "Haha, how unfortunate. You have no children, and you do not want to take in disciples. Your bloodline is probably going to end soon," the old man said with a smile. "Cut the crap." Clearly, Jiang Tian was not willing to discuss this topic. He directly said, "Let me introduce first. This is Xiao Chun, the Blue Dragon King personally appointed by the Thunder King. He is the culprit behind the appearance of the 9-star evil dragon this time." Xiao Chun felt that he was not in a position to speak, so he did not argue, tacitly agreeing. Following that, Jiang Tian introduced this old man. This old man was called Bai Mingfeng, a hidden geomaster. Ordinary people would not know this name. After the introductions, the two started chatting, leaving Xiao Chun at the side. Xiao Chun did not interrupt, listening calmly. From the contents of the two's conversation, he roughly understood what Jiang Tian wanted him to do. When the 9-star evil dragon appeared, it needed to find another dragon cave with a king spirit vein to survive. Then, it needed to kill and swallow up the original king spirit vein. If that were all, it would not be a big deal. What the two geomasters worried about was the mysterious phenomenon of 9 stars aligning and a rain of blood falling from the sky when the evil dragon appeared. The 9-star evil dragon had already mutated and metamorphosed again, becoming the legendary 10-star evil dragon. It would continue swallowing until it swallowed up all the king spirit veins in the entire heavenly starry ocean. This would result in a calamity that might even threaten the 3 ancestor veins of the heavenly starry ocean, wiping out the spiritual energy of the heavenly starry ocean and turning it into a wasteland. Is it that serious? Xiao Chun could not help interrupting as he listened at the side. Jiang Tian smiled coldly and said, "How do you think those desolate seas formed on the sea chart? There are precedents for this. In the end, you are the one who caused this calamity. If you cannot take out the divine grade black patterned gold and the azure underworld fruit, then just obediently help me suppress and seal this evil dragon." Bai Mingfeng frowned and asked, "What can he help us with?" "Leave that Ho ghost to him to deal with. Leave the rest to us," Jiang Tian said indifferently. What the heck? Xiao Chun originally thought that the other party was interested in his Paradise Secret Canon. He had not expected that Jiang Tian wanted him to deal with the Ho ghost. Bai Mingfeng reacted and smiled. "Yes, indeed, only he can deal with that darn thing." Xiao Chun said awkwardly, "Senior is joking, right?" When the Ho ghost passed by, Xiao Chun could not even move. How could he deal with it? Jiang Tian retorted rudely. "Back then, the Qing Emperor could kill the Ho even at his peak. You are the descendant of the Qing Emperor. Don't tell me that you cannot deal with a Ho ghost that has turned into a soul. Don't worry. Your body already endured the terrifying might and pressure once. It will be better the second time. Seeing that Xiao Chun still hesitated, Jiang Tian said coldly, no matter what method you think of, you have to block that Ho ghost. This fellow is even more of a threat than the evil dragon. Chapter 1090. Once this is done, I'll help you get the Saint Spirit vein you want. If we fail, I'll make it clear to you that you will not be alive to collect the Holy Spirit vein hidden at the bottom of the sea. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly to himself. Now that he had boarded a pirate ship, he had no choice but to agree. Footsteps resounded, and two old men walked over to the lone island. The two old men glanced at Xiao Chun and ignored him. They said calmly, "We found the tracks of that evil dragon. We have to be fast. Otherwise, it will find the first King Spirit vein in less than 3 days. Let's go." Bai Mingfeng and Jiang Tian were swift and decisive. They immediately stood up and left, quickly following the two old men. The four old men rode the wind, merging with the world. Their speed was even faster than Xiao Chen's. Xiao Chun, these people are hidden geomasters. The matter of the 10-star evil dragon should be true, Ao Jiao said from the Immortal Spirit Ring. Xiao Chun nodded, agreeing with Ao Jiao's opinion. These four geomasters were all extraordinary, unfathomable, much more brilliant than he was. How much do you think we can trust Jiang Tian's words? Xiao Chun asked. Ao Jiao thought for a while and said somewhat dispiritedly, "This old man is very hateful, completely unfathomable. However, I feel that his words are somewhat trustworthy. It was better to trust him than not. After this matter was over, let's see what reasoning he can come up with." "We've arrived." The two old men at the front stopped and said. Xiao Chun looked around. The sea stretched as far as the eye could see. All he could see was a flat sea. The sky and the sea merged into one. He could not see the end. There was not even an island. "Stand to the side. When that Ho ghost smells it, it will definitely chase after us. Just remember not to let that ghostly thing block us." Jiang Tian directed Xiao Chun to stand far away. Then, together with Bai Mingfeng, he explained to the other two old men, dispelling their doubts. "Open." The four old men made a gesture and shouted softly. The seawater was like a curtain, slowly pulling open from the middle. Soon, the whole picture of the seabed was directly exposed to their vision. A huge scarlet dragon lay quietly at the bottom of the sea, coldly eyeing the four geomasters in the air. A great battle was about to break out. In the distance, Xiao Chun sighed in amazement at the means of these geomasters. With their combined strength, they were actually able to easily split apart the seawater, intending to suppress this dragon alone. For geomasters chanted their incantations in the vast seabed. As they waved their hands, the topography of the seabed changed rapidly. Like the work of the gods, all sorts of strangely shaped mountains rose into the air, forming different landforms and suppressing the blood dragon. After Xiao Chun figured out these people's intentions, he could not help but praise them in his heart. These four old geomasters were actually thinking of using manpower to create a dragon cave to bury this dragon. Gulp, gulp. The sound of bubbles resounded. Xiao Chun lowered his head to take a look, and his expression could not help but change. Trouble had arrived. "It's coming." As the bubbles churned, fog rose from the surface of the sea. Xiao Chun thought to himself as he looked into the distance. The natural enemy of dragons, the ancient mutated beast Ho. It eats dragon brains and dragon marrow. Kills dragons like crushing earthworms. Let me see what exactly it looks like. A green figure walked out of the fog. Xiao Chun could not see it clearly at all. That green figure flew past him, heading for the blood dragon at the bottom of the huge pit behind him. It was like the Ho ghost saw an incredibly delicious delicacy, luring it to charge over without a care for anything else. The four geomasters used their dragon-seeking arts to create a dragon vein, a tall mountain, and a long river. Tall mountains rose into the air, crisscrossing each other as they suppressed this 10-star evil dragon. The two sides exchanged blows, fighting intensely. When the Ho ghost appeared, the evil dragon trembled in fear. its eyes filled with horror. However, the four geomasters ignored the Ho ghost, continuing to do what they were doing as if they did not see it. They even took advantage of the evil dragon's fear to raise many tall mountains, stacking them like building blocks to suppress the blood dragon. Tens of kilometers away, Xiao Chen, who was on the surface of the sea, felt very puzzled. What was going on? The Ho ghost, which was charging at the evil dragon, suddenly turned around and stopped in midair. It stared at Xiao Chen and gave off a jade-green light. Its gaze was filled with boundless hatred. This overwhelming hatred caused it to ignore its favorite delicacy, not caring about it at all. Xiao Chen finally saw the Ho ghost's appearance clearly. Its body was like a horse, and its entire body was jade green. However, its four hooves were slender beast claws with incredibly sharp claws. Its head was like a lion's and had sharp fangs. Although it was a soul, Xiao Chen could not feel any pressure from it. This was an ethereal soul. Xiao Chen felt that something was wrong. This was especially so for the four geomasters. They completely ignored the Ho ghost behind them as if they were certain that this Ho ghost would not harm them. Damn! I got betrayed. When Xiao Chen reacted, he could not help cursing. Then he turned around and ran. How was he relying on himself to deal with this Ho ghost? They were simply using him as bait to attract the Ho ghost's attention. The Qing Emperor had destroyed the physical body of the Ho ghost. After becoming the Qing Emperor, Xiao Chen had awakened the blue dragon martial spirit. When this Ho ghost soul saw Xiao Chen, it was like it saw the person who killed its father. No wonder that Bai Mingfeng smiled so strangely, saying that only he could deal with the Ho ghost. Turned out that this was what he was thinking. Fortunately, it was as Jiang Tian said. After his body experienced the initial fear, it had already adapted to this Ho ghost of the dragon world. Otherwise, this group of old fellows would have tricked Xiao Chen to death. A strange roar came from behind Xiao Chen, and a shock wave surged over. The seawater under Xiao Chen's feet shattered and rumbled endlessly. Xiao Chen did not dare to turn his head. The shock wave brushed against his back. As he ran, the seawater behind him shattered and chased him closely. Bang! The sound wave caught up to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's body was blasted into the air, and he vomited a large mouthful of blood. There was no time to complain. Xiao Chen spread the freedom wings and soared into the air, not daring to fight this Ho ghost at all. Just one roar could injure him. If Xiao Chen still believed Jiang Tian's nonsense, he would really be an idiot. He said that the Qing Emperor could kill the Ho at its peak. As the descendant of the Qing Emperor, how could Xiao Chen not be able to deal with this soul? What a joke. What could Xiao Chen deal with? They were not even on the same level. This Ho ghost had lived for tens of thousands of years and devoured countless spirit veins. Even if it was not at its peak, it had at least 1% of its strength. It was definitely not something that Xiao Chen could deal with now. Facing the pursuing Ho ghost, Xiao Chen had no other choice but to run as far as possible. As he ran, Xiao Chen noticed a strange phenomenon. Several times, when the Ho ghost was clearly about to catch up, he could already hear its heavy breathing. However, it suddenly stopped. Its eyes showed a conflicted expression, like it was resisting some order. While fleeing, Xiao Chen could not be bothered to think too much. As he faced that layered roar, his heart felt like it would leap out at any moment. Xiao Chen's internal organs trembled, and cracks appeared in them. The sound waves inflicted direct internal injuries. At this rate, even if the Ho ghost could not catch up to him, it could still use the sound waves to kill him. Use the reincarnation lamp, Ao Jiao quickly reminded from the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chen suddenly startled awake. No matter how strong you are still a ghost without a physical body. The reincarnation lamp is specialized in dealing with evil spirits. It should have a restraining effect. Xiao Chen flipped his palm, and the reincarnation lamp soared into the air. Then, he vomited a mouthful of essence blood and lit the lamp wick. The image of an immortal appeared in the hazy flame and started chanting the Taoist scriptures, dealing with the horrifying sound waves of the Ho ghost. It seemed to have some effect. The deafening roars disappeared, Xiao Chun heaved a sigh of relief and swallowed a medicinal pill to treat his internal injuries. Xiao Chun did not look back, leaving the reincarnation lamp hanging in the air as he continued running. As Xiao Chun ran for his life, he did not know how far he had run. Eventually, he felt incredibly tired, so he stopped in front of the sea and panted continuously. Before Xiao Chun could catch his breath, he vomited a mouthful of blood. His mind was severely injured. The reincarnation lamp that helped him block the Ho ghost in the distance actually shattered. Just at this moment, the 4 geomasters appeared at the same time, all of them significantly injured. Jiang Tian pulled Xiao Chun up and said, "Let's go!" The 4 geomasters executed their arts at the same time. The world changed, and the seawater became like a huge mouth, swallowing up the 5 at the same time. Then, it became as smooth as a mirror, becoming whole again. When the Ho ghost, which had rushed over, saw Xiao Chun vanishing without a trace, it roared in anger. The seawater shattered like a mirror, giving off loud bangs. Boom! When the 5 reappeared, they were already 500 kilometers away, on a desolate island that no one could find. They were now completely safe. Jiang Tian put down Xiao Chun and revealed a rare smile. He said, "You did pretty well. You successfully escaped and helped us suppress the evil dragon. You truly live up to your name as the Blue Dragon King, the descendant of the Qing Emperor, the Prime Thunder King." However, Jiang Tian's pale complexion made this smile look extremely unsightly. The other 3 were also very weak. Bai Mingfeng rushed to say, "Jiang Tian, we already helped you settle the trouble you caused. You just have to explain the rest to this little fellow." After saying that, Bai Mingfeng left. The other 2 old men also left after saying some simple words. Jiang Tian tossed a piece of vellum to Xiao Chun and said indifferently, "You should go as well. The answers you want are in